He was the wall that stood between his party and death. Defense is nearly 10,000. 1,000 battles fought, but not a single ounce of glory. He never struck the finishing blow. He slammed the door shut before the final strike could land. So the DPS brain leader, they threw him out because he wasn't pulling his weight enough. All right, now he's posted up, guarding the capo with everything he's got. The capital's gate looms there, and every monster that shows up suddenly freezes dead in its tracks. Then it slams to a stop, because the strongest shield in the... Until that moment, the kingdom freezes. No one slips past him. Let's see just how far that useless thing can really go. A tank rolls in with 4 total weirdos packed inside. One person's power, one team member's strength, can lift a whole kingdom. Zig's story kicks off in the most mind-blowing way possible. Rank B, Crimson Lotus Fang. Nahat told them to watch that chicken because it was coming for them, daring them to blink. He called the MC and warned him not to get involved today. Zig nodded fast, like he totally got it. And right then, just then, Hannah blurted to Nahat that she was already there. And Nahat snapped back with an upbeat reply, saying, then he leaned in and warned the girls to cover their backs, and they nodded fast. Right after that, he snapped his focus to the MC and told him to grab his spot. Zig nodded along. Then Inaha surged in and smashed the monster, and Irene told Nahat, you're in insanely great shape today. And Nahat shot back, that's total nonsense. These monsters are packed with weak spots, and he just tore through them, dead easy. Hannah lit up and said this was the perfect spot to farm. After that, Nahat snapped and screamed like he'd completely lost it. Right then he whipped around and said, that's when it hit me. Of course it's him again. Right when our MC was in the middle of a fight, that guy showed up, slamming straight into a nightmare monster. Hot declared it was a damned monster. Then, Zig and the Hot locked eyes and just stared at each other, like something huge was about to hit. Esther City, that's where the guy sent him to meet the guild. He leaned into Naha and told her, I'm in peak condition today. Nahat stared him down and nodded, like yes, absolutely. He bragged that those quests for them felt like a stroll in the park. Then right then and there, the man shot the girls a question. Want to join us? And the girls shut him down with a clear no. He pressed for an answer, nothing. Then bam, Nahat watched Esther stride up to MC and praise him for a great job today, and Zig awkwardly blurted out to her. Nahat heard that and just smirked like, so you're saying you didn't do much? Then he exploded with a shout. From this moment on, you're no longer part of the... Nahat snapped, you want to know why? And the MC stayed ice calm, then asked straight up if he could. And he couldn't even wrap his head around it because it was screamingly obvious. The Fang of the Crimson Lotus leads a crew built to strike. His razor-sharp swordplay, Hannah's wild magic. Magic right where Irene's archery lands. No monster survives her arrows for longer than 10 minutes, no question about it. They're the team with the greatest offensive power, except for him. And isn't he a warrior? So why does he always keep defending himself even when it turns into a... He never swings first, even when they strike him. Your team doesn't need a coward, right? He snaps, and then he turns to the girls and tells them to say something. Hannah insisted it was real. He was insanely strong, and she practically demanded he get more aggressive. Irene said strength means nothing if you never swing it. Nuhat choked out a laugh and asked, so you get it now? Then he jabbed at the truth. He'd been dragging their whole team down before Zig calmly cut in. He wasn't just stuck there or pulling the team under. He was doing his job and owning his role on the squad. Nahat snapped at him, so getting beaten half to death is his job. Is he a scarecrow or something? And did he even get what he was doing? Crimson Lotus Fang doesn't need some stiff, motionless dummy. He's on a whole other level. After that, MC snapped back. Got it. Then shot to his feet and declared he was walking out of the team himself. Nahat scoffed that paying for accommodation was a total waste of money. Then he waved goodbye to Zig and left for good. MC, as he headed out, threw them a deep thank you for everything they'd done. Hot snapped at him to quit mulling things over so much, and she started to say, you've had knocked back way too much. Nahat burst out laughing, calling it a holiday, and saying they should finally cut him some slack right then. Zig stepped outside and froze, shocked that they'd never been like this before. Back when they first formed the team, They would never cave like this now, They covered each other's weak spots like clockwork and made a killer team. But once Crimson Lotus Fang got famous, Enhat's world shifted fast. Crimson Lotus Fang's crew brings a ton of firepower, so he went all in on the attack. And that's how he turned into the kind of guy who stared through everyone with cold indifference. Then MC cut in and said he needed to join a guild. Esther called Zig over and snapped, "Why are you out here all by yourself?" MC told her he'd been kicked out of the team, so he showed up to finish the procedure. Esther gasped in shock, because Zig was the one who got kicked out. MC stared at that team idea and knew it couldn't be true, so he asked, what was he supposed to do next? MC said no team would ever take someone like him, someone who'd already been kicked out once before. He figured this time the adventure would finally end. An adventure? Esther snapped that it sounded awful, and Zig admitted D once even thought about quitting. He was quitting, because that job wasn't exactly rock solid. So Esther pushed, and MC fired back that he was serious about building a real career, aiming to land a stable job for. First, Esther told Zig, "If that's all there is, I can help you." Zig shot back, "Is that true?" Esther nodded and said they were hunting for someone experienced, because they were seriously short-staffed. MC then asked, "So what's the job?" And Esther grinned, "You're definitely a fit for it." She had one job, guard duty in the royal capital of Asterotis, and she'd write him a killer letter of recommendation. In just a little while, the royal capital of Asterotos will loom right in front of them. Zig told me the guild pushed him toward becoming a guard, and the guard then explained that they'd stop him cold, demanding his passport and that recommendation letter. And the MC couldn't shake the feeling they were going over every detail with a fine-tooth comb. Then he leaned in and demanded, "So the city really is that desperate?" The guard snapped back, saying the monster attacks had drained everything dry. They were. Supplies were running low because the merchants couldn't make it, so everyone was thrilled when someone finally showed up to apply for the job, Zig included. A guard grilled him, asking if he was that B-rank adventurer. Then the next one went straight for the real question. Was he connected to the Fang of the Crimson Lotus? Zig nodded, but insisted that was all in his past. The guards exchanged looks, and one of them blurted that if that was true, then he was the man everyone had been whispering about. The MC blinked, "Rumors," and the guard cut it short. They were done talking, he could pass. Their base was just up ahead, so Zig needed to head over and meet Bolton. He was their leader. Zig marched forward, still confused, and thanked them, right as the guard snapped that he was the one who got kicked out of the Fang of the Crimson Lotus. So tell me, did he really storm in here just to be a security guard? He straight up asked if they could count on him. Had already closed in on Bolton, and as Bolton read the letter, he snapped, "B-rank," because that meant they'd never let the danger escape them like some reckless adventurers. They're paid pennies, and every single day feels like they're one step from dropping dead. This job's conditions are absolutely brutal. Conditions? Zig didn't hesitate, he nodded yes. Then Bolton immediately fired back, "Let's run the test. Right now." Bolton told everyone to start with defense, and one guard snapped that this was the guy who got booted from the Fang of the Crimson Lotus, the Scarecrow, all because he looked like a weakling, while Bolton flat out warned him he wasn't allowed to attack. MC heard the rumors about himself and realized, so that's what this is. Bolton claimed he'd tucked the ball behind him, and MC figured, these are my townspeople, and I'm the shield. Then he knew the enemies would come for him, ready to kill him just to reach them. The guard pointed them out and said, "So it's these three against him, wow, 3-on-1. Isn't Commander Bolton just overestimating? They don't need weaklings. This is going to be easy." Walton made it clear. This crew doesn't let just anybody in, and if they grab you without training, you don't just get hurt. You drop dead right there. They won't lift a finger to save him. So the guards better snap to attention and guard the citizens at all costs. Citizens, if he's ready to protect them and their treasures, they'll take him in a heartbeat. Did he get it? Good, now he has. To prove he's got what it takes, Zig says they should start testing, right now. And he's convinced he can't fall short, RAMRM. He attacked, yet he couldn't keep fighting everyone all at once, because there was a hard limit. Then while fighting back, he'd slowly grind. He barreled into his opponents like he always did. One of the guards thought, "Let's entertain them," and that idea lit the room up. Then he lunged at the MC, only for the MC to pull through and fight back. He barely dodged that hit. Then another guard barked an order, and suddenly it was like, now I've got him. Zig thought he'd wipe them out one by one. Just like that. After a while the MC won, saying that if this were a real fight, they'd already be dead. Bolton swore he'd blocked the hit with his shield, then instantly got wrecked by the very next strike. One of the guards snapped with rage and thundered that they should stay sharp. He was nothing special, just an adventurer pretending the danger wasn't real. He had to try it, then he lunged straight at. Again, MC slammed him with his shield, and Bolton stared like, yeah, this guy somehow stayed calm even while he tangled with multiple opponents. His moves stayed razor precise, primitives or not. So tell me, how is this guy still only B rank? Then one of the guards lunged in and tried to smash Zig with a spear came flying, and the MC snapped aside just in time, because everyone was saying 1 split second slower and he'd get run clean through. That parry is pure danger. How do you pull it off flawlessly again and again, like you're repeating a miracle? Everyone stared in total shock as Zig's evasive move completely flipped the fight. Someone blurted, "He disarmed him that easily." And Zig started thinking they never stood a chance. Couldn't even slip by him, forget reaching for his sword. Bolton grinned and said, "This is seriously fascinating. Whoa, right now it's their move. They need to sprint." And then boom. Every guard surged forward at once and sprinted straight for the MC. He snapped, "Listen, watch from behind. If they touch the ball, you're done." And then another guard swore the captain was ruthless even when he had no time to rest. Then a second guard added that it was all over for him, and that grim verdict only made things worse. Served him right. Bolton said no matter how wrecked he felt, the enemy would still come for him. They wouldn't wait on him. This was their moment to strike back and defend the city. That's the guard's job. And they were so over it they nearly cut out mid-sentence. They were too far off. He couldn't reach them in time. Would he really be forced to lose this battle? Zig snapped back with a firm no, so he made sure it would never happen again. Then after the MC used the skill, he slammed into iron target next. Every guard froze in place, unable to move 1 inch. Then one of them managed to ask. He blurts, "What was that?" and then freezes because his body moved like it had a mind of its own. "Wait, what is happening? You can't move." Bolton snapped at Thoth as the others all swung and still missed. Thank goodness. He didn't just stumble. He tapped a skill, and now he's pouring everything he's got into every hit he took, and every attack thrown his way, somehow made him way more interesting than he ever imagined. He'd step up himself and put his real power to the ultimate test. After that, Bolton declared that next would clash in a one-on-one spar, and they'd keep going until someone broke, either surrendering or getting completely incapacitated. Remuda told him to stay alive, because dying wasn't an option. Was that a skill or what? Then why did the guy even ask? Didn't they kick him out of the Crimson Lotus clan? The guard snapped at Bolton and demanded he avenge them, claiming Bolton was an A-rank adventurer. But then, no, his power didn't just match the Knight Commander, it crushed that standard. Then Bolton roared. He screamed for them to start, and before anyone could breathe, he lunged straight at Zig while MC shot up to block the hit. He braced his shield and thought, "Man, I'm so fast and so heavy." His feet got nailed to the earth and still, he blocked. He slammed the attack back, and it almost clawed through his defenses. Zig sized him up and went, "Whoa, this guy is insanely strong." That next strike, yeah, it would be the one that finally broke him for good. Bolton went for another strike at MC, and MC shut him down again with a flawless block. Bolton's. Newton said he blocked it again. Zig thought, now as soon as he got him, he lunged in and drove his sword straight at his target. Bolton still managed to slam the attack out of the way, blocking MC cold. C was blown away. He managed to stop it block for block, laughed and challenged him to a fair fight. Equal terms, no shortcuts. "That's not bad," Remuda said as he stared on, "but are we sure this guy really got kicked out?" Then Bolton leaned in and told Zig, too. Honestly, the test was already behind him. But then his long-dead fighting spirit got dragged back to life. MC grinned, gave him a quick nod, and seemed ready to keep him entertained a little longer. Bolton nodded along and said his blocks and defensive moves were absolutely on point. No arguing with that. They're great, but if he's ever taken 1,000 strikes, he's gotta start blocking. Then Bolton unleashed the 1,000 strike skill. Zig stared at his twin blades, convinced they were sparkling like petals in the sunlight. Petals spiraled through the air like a deadly storm, and this move cut off every single escape route. A raging storm of blades whirled through the air like it meant to cut everything in half. Then he finally managed it, and right after, that guy demanded something. Did he want to stop it? Bolton snapped, "You gonna block me, or are you about to take?" MC figured he could take 1,000 strikes, so he threw up his guard and tried to block them all. Bolton cut them off, then picked up the phone, called Zig, and demanded to. Remuda demanded to know what he was doing, but the guy snapped that he'd die if he stayed right there, so Remuda pressed harder. He shot, "What the hell is going on?" Then turned to Bolton and admitted he'd gone too far. Bolton told MC there wasn't a scratch on him, like he came out untouched. After all those razor-sharp hits he kept landing, everyone went silent, pure shock on every face. Zig blindsided him, and that's when Bolton snapped him over and warned, "Don't say I blocked it to protect the bee." The ball, MC blurted out that he thought it was smart to defend it, and everyone stared at him like, "What?" Then later, Bolton grinned and admitted he'd underestimated him, so yeah, that was awesome. Then he passed the test. He shot back, "Did they kick him off the team? And how strong are the rest of them anyway?" Bolton slammed his mug down and snapped, "I'm completely," before the sentence cut off. Defeated. He can't believe he could have survived that many hits without a single scratch. He's unreal. How much? How much training did it take to pull off something like that? Zig smirked and said he'd always been confident in his defense, so Bolton laughed. "With defense that solid, we shouldn't even worry about those nasty parries, right? But then, to take that hit head-on, you either need guts, or you're a total idiot and he's got courage to spare." Afterward, he turns to MC and asks if something's been weighing on him, and Zig replies. Bolton shot back, saying everyone, daft demons and humans alike, was tearing into Asteroidus' kingdom, all because of that light sphere, and yeah, it looked like everyone was wiped out. Left, right, and dead center, this city never got a break from attacks. The MC stared at it and thought, wait, that light sphere I've heard about, could that be the exact treasure that sealed the Demon King? That's how it all started in this city. One guild lady pointed him out for the wild job, and Bolton just froze the room with one line. With him, everything could finally change. His protection would have been the perfect boost for the squad, but now he had to defend this city like he belonged to them. He couldn't wait to team up with him, and as Zig reached out, he gripped his hand, ready for whatever came next. Still, Zig couldn't help it. It was a little confusing, so who was that guy standing right beside him? Remuda shot him an angry look and snapped that he only just noticed him. He jabbed a finger at him and said, "You've totally forgotten." Tomorrow, this guy would be his commander. Remuda swore he'd been stuck there the whole time, and yeah, he'd forgotten. Then he called the commander and said, "I want to introduce myself properly. Nice to meet you, I'm Remuda." And right from tomorrow, he'd be training him in his duties. Tomorrow, he needed to keep an eye on him, because the rumors about that guy wouldn't quit. "Tell me," MC demanded, "is it actually true? Rumor says he's the Crimson Lotus Fang, is that true?" Remuda shot back, "Yeah," and then asked. But that nagging question won't leave his head. Why did they kick him out of the team? It can't be true, right? Zig answered, and then his teammates shot down his power, and Remuda gasped, kicked out for that alone. Seriously. MC told himself to stop pushing the question, and then Remuda asked again. He froze, blurted out an awkward apology, and admitted he was ashamed. Seriously, what a gut punch. Getting tossed out of a team like that. They called him stupid. And after that duel with him, it didn't take long for the truth to hit. He whips out the Vanguard to take on the monsters himself, so everyone else can strike without a shred of fear. Zig listened like his life depended on it. Carefully, Bolton leaned in and said he'd be the tank for the Crimson Lotus Fang. He's got serious skills. and the only thing he's missing is his acceptance. He's sure his wild skills and iron endurance are exactly why they messed up. So honestly, it's a win that he bylaid on them. So tell me, does he really leave them behind, or is he still desperate to go back? Because he's dead sure they're waiting right there for him. MC grinned and muttered that maybe the guy wasn't as helpless as everyone thinks. Then he shut it down and told them to stop talking about the Crimson Lotus Fang. Bolton declared, "From this moment on, I'm a knight, and I'll never forget it. And if he goes first, that's it. He'll never forgive him." Meanwhile, Zig's old crew. In the blazing heat, someone snapped, "What the hell is going on with these monsters?" And everyone knew the truth. They've gotten way stronger, and they're already clawing their way back after that attack. Hannah snapped, "Their attacks? Useless. What weak points are they even hiding?" Irene checked her gear and swore she'd run out of arrows. Now we're surrounded by something terrifying and they're in big trouble. Then Nahat ripped through the air with a wave of razor spikes. Hannah leaned in and demanded, "Is that why you left? Didn't it all come down to him? So they could slam into those monsters with zero fear and go all out?" "Fear?" Irene cut in, saying she'd seen his efforts. Because he wasn't just trying, he was protecting them for real, and Hannah pleaded, "Please don't." Nahat, she couldn't wrap her head around why he did that. It was downright stupid. Nahat loud. He roared that he was nothing but a useless scarecrow. Was only messing them up, couldn't they handle it? After that, Hannah told him to stop cold and quit yelling so loud. The monsters might have caught them. Yet somehow they did, and Irene watched the beasts lock onto their trail and come charging closer. Irene snapped that they were done for, and Nahat shot back that they had no choice. So what now? Should they team up their moves and go for the same target? He charged in on them, then snapped with a curse, like, "We've got no choice." They had to do it again and again. After the fight, the guild swore it took teamwork, but they botched it. Now their reputation was crumbling fast. He laughed and basically said, "See, I told you so." Then Hannah called Nuhat and told him he had to wait for them. He couldn't just storm off like that. Irene backed it up and told him the same thing. Wait. Nahat said they were too loud and the guild folks just kept on yapping. He admitted it was all because of his expulsion, and then it hit him. Wasn't it Nahat who kicked him out? He answered. He shot back that he didn't care, didn't know. Then Nahat's rage flared, convinced this fool didn't deserve to wear the fang of the Crimson Lotus anymore. So why in the world should he swallow this humiliation? Meanwhile, Aziz mumbled, locked in his thoughts. Not many people dare to show up here. Turns out this city is known for being brutally dangerous. Ramuda leaned in and asked him if getting here must have been hell, right? MC shot back that he had no money to pay a coachman, so they slammed the door on his ride. And on the way here, he fought a whole pack of monsters. Ramuda then leaned in and asked if he came all the way by himself. Zig shot back with a clear yes and said he trekked here on foot. So what's the big deal? Then he pointed out that the carriage was edging closer to that deadly stretch. Ramuda snapped, "That's perfect," and started. "We should head in." "Go on, tell him to check it with you. That's how he verifies the permit. Didn't he get one the moment he entered the city? For safety's sake, they need to inspect these goods real carefully, because there's nothing suspicious at all." Then, right after that, the MC clocked something. Ramuda told them they had a way in, and they could straight up enter the city. Zig shot out an apology, swallowing the inconvenience like it never happened. They got slammed with inconvenience and were told they couldn't get into the city. And Ramuda, all nerves, blurted out. He demanded what the hell he meant, and when the man insisted the pass was real, MC nodded, then clocked a faint, unmistakable stench of blood hanging in the air. Blood smeared across the scene, even though they frantically tried to wipe it clean. So yeah, they had to have slaughtered those merchants to shut their mouths. Right after that, one of the merchants leaned in and asked if he'd smelled blood. Man, that was music to the ears. Then it was finally time to kill them. They shoved and stuffed their bodies into the carriage, and Ramuda's fear hit like a tidal wave. He told Zig, "I'll call for backup, hold the line for a bit," and then straight up reminded him, "You're a B rank. You can take this." MC snapped his arm up and blocked one of the merchant's blows, stopping it cold. The merchant, Churchill, wanted to know what the boss had handed him. The fresh kid left in the dust, right? And man, he couldn't help but feel bad for him. Ziggs told him, "Don't worry, I've got this." And for him, it wasn't some massive deal at all. One of them burst out laughing and asked, "So he really enjoys messing with people like this? Like that, abandoned? No question. And he'd take his own life before his boss ever came back too." Ramuda snapped to his aide, saying he'd brought backup. Then seeing MC mow down everyone, he demanded, "Did you take them all down yourself?" Bolton told him it was a perfect move, then pivoted and ordered Ramuda to take them into custody. Ramuda agreed on the spot, and he added that they should also have. If they've got their own privateers, there's no way he should even think about hiding anything. Then one merchant snapped that he'd rather kill himself than hand over his partners, and with that, he stuck out his tongue and flashed the circle like a final warning. Ramuda shot him a shocked look, stunned that was an explosive magic circle. Then he realized he couldn't let himself tell him that. He just made it clear he wanted to take them with him. And then one of the merchants chimed in, saying they would meet each other in hell. Then the magic circle started to awaken. After all that, the world went silent. Nothing moved, nothing changed, and then he demanded answers. So why didn't it work? Bolton stared at Zig and demanded, "Did you do it?" And when MC nodded yes, Bolton's grin spread like he'd finally caught the truth. And Zig shot back that he'd set a seal. Right after they asked him if he used an iron target, ceilings crashed down on him, pinning him so he couldn't kill himself, or them. And Bolton called it a damn clever trick. After that, Bolton snapped his head toward Ramuda and said he needed him here, right now. Then Ramuda immediately answered with a clear yes, and Bolton said that. Calling for help felt great, but you can't just ditch a newbie. What if something goes wrong? Ramuda shot him a nervous apology and Bolton snapped, "I can't just then leave him to battle these idiots solo. Because if he doesn't go all out, that newbie will shoot past him, and he knows it. He trusts him with everything." Then Ramuda lets out a frustrated sigh, fuming as he snaps, "This seriously drives me crazy." Then he stared at MC and snapped, "So you think it's funny watching yourself get scolded here?" Zig shook his head and started, He swears he made the right call when he shouted for reinforcements. And Ramuda glares at him with pure rage, asking if he's looking down on them. MC stared down at him with that gentle kindness, and still a dark thought hit. Maybe he was a coward after all. After a bit, Ramuda slid up to Zig and greeted him with a loud good morning, asking if he'd slept well. So MC shot back the same greeting, and Ramuda's jaw practically dropped as he stared like, "What the hell is that?" Zig snapped back that those monsters went after the city last night. So he crushed them all, and Ramuda immediately asked, "Did he do it himself?" His face screamed irritation. Ramuda cut in, saying not calling for backup while monsters are attacking is a terrible move, and what about the whole point of a team, sharing the load and sticking together? No matter how talented he thinks he is, he can't look down on his teammates, and now he's realizing he should feel ashamed of being part of their team. He's the one who's been blamed for everything. So no matter what goes down, you can feel it. More and more adventurers are showing up lately. Then Ramuda grinned and told them to clean up this mess right after. They should jump into today's tasks, even though he pulled night duty yesterday. He can still work, right? Ramuda's voice cracked with disappointment. Sure, he looks great, but hasn't he been working since yesterday morning? He's been going non-stop, and what if he just drops and faints out of nowhere? Doesn't he even hate that? The guy snapped, "I hate this job." But the MC didn't flinch. He just grinned and told him, "It's only another week," like he'd already been through it so many times it didn't even rattle him anymore. Ramuda played it cool, acting like his insane stamina was totally normal for a B-rank adventurer. Yeah, youth really is a cheat code. Then Ramuda snapped, furious, "What the hell is this endless stamina? Is he some kind of iron golem or what?" Later on, inside the dining hall, Zig blurted out that it looked like nobody at all was eating. Knights have to tackle brutal tasks every single day. And yeah, it grinds them down, just you wait as. And yeah, you can see it. Most of the food gets shoved straight to the upper class. And what choice do they really have? They throw themselves into fights with everything they've got. Even if it meant risking their lives, he figured something was wrong. Like they'd been beaten down, worn out and running on empty. With a mood this bleak, he can't just stay cooped up. He needs to get out there. MC stepped outside. And outside, he watched the kids burst into play and laughter. Then Sarah slid up to him and asked, "So, you're Zig?" He nodded with a clear yes, and she smiled like, "See, I knew you'd react exactly like I thought. So yeah, the rumors were real." She showed up here just to see him, and MC nearly choked on the shaka. Then she said it was him who could take on. Captain Bolton and Zig went one-on-one, and Zig just stared at her chest. Then she snapped that it proves he's insanely strong, because no one else on the team would ever dare to. "The captain?" MC asked, and in her eyes he realized he shouldn't gawk like that. Sarah swooped in, apologized fast, and told him to let her introduce herself. "I'm Sarah Tiana, your new partner." To gas her, "So, is she sunbathing right now?" Sarah stared at him, totally baffled, and demanded, "What are you talking about?" He leaned in and asked if that was her formal outfit. She nodded right away, smiling, and said it let her move around freely. She brushed it off like it was nothing and said that was her defense. Then she snapped, "Everything's fine," because enemies weren't even scratching her. MC just asked her, If that was true, he figured he'd still be worried. Turns out that was his mistake, his fault. Then Sarah leaned in and told him he looked older than her, so he didn't have to talk to her so formally anymore. Zig leaned in and asked, "Will this be okay?" Then they both agreed to go ahead and do exactly that. She nodded yes. Then she darted her eyes to the side and spotted that one of the kids' lanterns had streaked off into the night. And Sarah watched it happen, panicked, snatched the lantern right out of the air, handed it to the child and claimed it like it was rightfully his. Then the kid thanked her from the bottom of his heart, and she just waved it off, saying, "No big deal." MC couldn't wrap his head around it. She was really stepping out in public like that. And when he complimented her on how nimble she was, she snapped back with a cheerful yes, and he said that these clothes let her jump in fast to help everyone, and Zig nodded like he got it. So what pushed her to join the defense force in the first place? Sarah pressed him again. Why did it have to be like this? She said the soldiers here felt different from the ones in other places, and MC snapped back that she just didn't get the real difference between being surrounded by troops and being alone. She said the real fun for her is simple: help the residents, then stand her ground to defend the city, and to keep people safe across the whole world. So she threw herself into the defense. Ziggs told her it was unbelievably kind of her. Then he told her not to even bother with it, because he was blown away by why she joined the defense forces. And Sarah shot back that she hadn't pulled off any big feats yet. She wasn't done at all, she was just warming up. Then she shot him a question. "So, is Ramuda your mentor?" And MC didn't hesitate, he said yes. She said that meant he had to tread carefully, because he didn't exactly welcome newcomers with open arms. So Zig asked her if Bolton knew all that, and she said the captain had never even. He clearly held Ramuda in high esteem. That's why he snapped at newcomers, and the MC just nodded, saying he got it and would factor it in. He was genuinely glad there were still people like Sarah out there. After a bit, Ramuda leans in and tells Zig, "You've got this, take over for me." Then he fired the question at him again. Could he patrol right? That night, Ramuda leaned in and grilled MC again, demanding he take the overnight duty. Zig couldn't shake the feeling. Was this exactly what Sarah meant when she called out his hostility? He got so used to it that it barely even registered anymore. Bolton shot MC a question about how he was doing, and Zig grinned back that he could handle any job. So Bolton smiled and said, "That's insanely fast," because Zig never stopped blowing minds. Amazed him because pretty soon he'll be chasing down criminals for real. The MC leaned in and asked, "So, is there anything I should know? Are there any criminals here?" Bolton shot back. Back when he first came, bandits were everywhere, blame it on scarce resources and people letting their guard down. So in the future, Zig's like, "This is insanely amazing. Turns out we've got to pull a totally different kind of tax from the people." Then Bolton panics. What if I suddenly get hit with an emergency? He should report it to him right away. MC snapped back that he got it. Bolton demanded where Remuda was, and Zig said he'd gone out for a walk. After a bit, Remuda leaned in and told them to let him take a peek inside their carriage. They nodded in agreement, and Remuda wasted no time. He thanked them for their help. While MC watched from the sidelines, he thought seeing him work up close was a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Then MC leaned in and told him that he wrapped it up so fast that Remuda couldn't help but ask, "So, you're talented, huh?" Zig chimed in, seriously, "Whoa," and then it hit them. "But they don't have clearance, right? So, what about getting confirmation from the other cities they've visited, too?" Remuda twisted his face in pure displeasure, and MC was sure he just snapped and lost control. Remuda forced a smile and told them everything was fine. Like, they'd been here a bunch of times before. Zig tried to speak up, but before he could even object, Remuda cut in. Like, suddenly, no problems at all. She took him in and swore everything was fine. Then laid it all on him, warning that a fresh newbie picking holes in his method was the last thing he wanted. TMC was so sure he'd never once signed up for responsibility, until Remuda snapped that it was already night duty time, so he'd better hurry up, like, right now. Zig shot him a look. "You're not coming with me again today, are you?" And Remuda snapped back, "Don't say that," like Zig was accusing him of being a permanent slacker. After he clocked out, he busted his tail to walk him through every part of the job, while the MC shrugged and said there was nothing weird about it at all. Remuda leaned in and demanded to know if he could go scope the place out. Big peered into the alley, and damn, it was pitch black. After that, Remuda told him, "It's fine, you can be scared," and he probably was, and right after, the MC got jumped by bandits. Then he froze and asked himself, is that a dagger? Were those the bandits the captain warned about? Because right after that, Zig got stabbed in the back, and in his dying breath he thought was a blade sank in his back. Then he spun around and swore only he could have pulled it off. So what did he really want? Until Remuda snapped at him, apologized, and basically told him, "Die right here." Then the MC stared down the bandits and demanded to know, could they really get into the city? All because of him, right? Remuda grinned and nodded. He said they were bandits, the kind who roam the city, and that's exactly who he didn't care who he really was. He just played the doorway to the city, letting them in for a pile of their stolen goods. And yeah, it was a sweet deal. Zig still had to ask if he even knew what he was doing. Huda smiled and told them the only time anyone in this town ever complains is when they're robbed. Then they can't help wandering through the crime scene, staring like it's all supposed to make sense, which was pretty wild. Convenient, my foot. He's a massive nuisance. He never backs out of the brutal tasks they throw his way, and somehow he's still reporting to the captain. Then MC turns to him and asks, "So this is how you pressured the new guys?" Remuda's fury detonates. He glares and snaps, "What? There's no way. How could he possibly keep moving after getting that brutal slice right across his back?" Zig snapped his glare at him and said he was nothing but completely dependent and a total weakling. He had nothing useful to offer, just survived on his high status, until now when he finally realized the truth. He was a traitor. That was a whole different kind of battle. He had to protect this city, so he had to lock in and steel himself, because mercy wasn't something he was going to give, ever. Remuda snapped, furious, saying it was pure arrogance for someone who'd already been kicked out of the team to act like they still owned the place. So he decided to put him down for good, shut him up forever. Then he turned to the bandits and ordered them to go in and kill him. He figured these killer bandits were total night battle experts, the kind who couldn't miss. He refused to fall, not for a second. One of the bandits cackled and declared it was time for him to die. Then he met his end, and right after he lunged at the MC, but Zig slammed his move aside, then drove a blade straight into him, snatched him mid-struggle and told him, "I swear, it feels like my legs were now useless." Another band had already stepped in and taken over, stood behind MC and swung at him, and Zig saw it coming, slammed the brakes on him and cut in. It still wouldn't be enough to end him. After that, the MC snapped and told him to shut up. He'd burst into the night and rattle the whole band awake. The band basically roasted him right away, making it crystal clear how fresh and clueless this rookie was. Remuda pulled a fast one on them, and they're stuck dealing with the fact that he's damn strong. And just like that, the last bandit broke into a sprint and vanished into the chaos. Remuda clocked it instantly and snapped at him, telling him he had no right to run away. Zig snapped that he should have handled it himself instead of pawning it off on them. Remuda dropped to his knees and promised him he would. They decover it all. Those monsters threatened him, baited him into coming, and now their real plan is to strike him down. He's just a helpless victim in their trap. MC stared him down and demanded whether he thought this was really defense, and Remuda shot back, "Trust me, I'll do anything for you." He should tell him. Zig just asked if there was anything he could do to remove it. Remuda shot back with a clear yes, and MC warned that if he truly believed that, then he had no choice. Surrender and spill every crime. After that, Remuda blew a fuse, snapped that he was an idiot, and the whole vibe just crashed. Idiot? What did he just blurt out? He's saying he'll kill him himself. Zig dragged into the spotlight by his own doing, and somehow it all comes down to him. Remuda swung once, then ardor dropped, cooling under the bite of that dig. He told him, "Someone as clueless as you has no right to." If he ever so much as grabbed a sword, the cops would haul him in, and he'd be stuck in jail, forced to face what he did. After a while, Bolton bragged that he'd done an amazing job, and said it was all thanks to his help. If they struck together, they'd finally be able to round up every last bandit. Sarah grinned and said, "Just like the MC, he's getting crazy results so fast." While Zig stayed calm, cutting in, "It's not D." Bolton, seething with rage, snapped that he couldn't believe that idiot Remuda had been tugging the. All this time he's been grinding in the shadows. Now he stares at his wins and thinks, "I've earned a shot, a promotion to division commander." Sarah practically beamed and told the MC he was awesome, because he'd be promoted to division commander after just 1 month on the job, and Bolton grinned as he admitted it was pure coincidence that the spot had opened up. So he figured, "I'll take it." One of the soldiers snapped that he should wait, because normally a rookie needed 3 whole years just to climb up to division commander. The guard scoffed, saying that was way too much for a rookie like him, and the guy cut in like, "That's." Sarah showed up like she owned the place, and the guard snapped, "Wait a minute, so tell me, why is she here at all?" After that, Bolton declared that they'd be taking control of the 5th Division. The other soldiers told him to give it everything he had, so he nodded and decided, "Let's go." This could have been the best moment, if it didn't vanish so fast. Zig shot them a look and said it felt like they were staring down the 5th Division, and Sarah was. Then he announced, loud and clear, that starting today he'd be the commander of their division, and the MC immediately asked her if she was part of the same crew. Of the 5th Division, Sarah nodded immediately and swore they'd defend this city together, and Zig fired back with the same yes, then demanded, "All right, where are the others?" Sarah snapped, asking if they hadn't taken the day off. Bolton let out a deep breath and basically admitted it was clear they'd been slacking. They were stubborn to the bone, top-tier defense troops built like tanks, yet totally self-indulgent, and he caught himself thinking, "What the?" Bolton snarled, "What the hell are these idiots? Sure, they might be stubborn, but if I'm there, everything changes." He was betting everything on him, and the MC shot back, "I'll give it my absolute all." But deep down, he knew this mission was going to be brutal. After a little while, Zig leaned in and demanded to know where the other guards had vanished. Then Sarah said Spinoza was probably. In the middle of the morning, she walked into the wine bar and ordered a drink. Then the MC pressed her for details, and she answered him straight up. She'd hit the wine bars every evening and drink straight through till morning. And when he said she didn't seem to care that she could get fired, Sarah just shrugged, claiming the city had no real warriors. Warriors were scarce, and they still didn't have enough regular troops to fill the gap. Sarah burst into the bar like she already knew the outcome, and Zig couldn't stop wondering what the heck happened here. Sarah promised, "We'll see each other soon," and that girl was Spinoza. Spinoza murmured in her sleep, begging herself to explain why she felt Sarah was right there. Sarah stepped up to her and said, "I'm here." Earlier she wished her a good morning. Then Spinoza reached out, grabbed her attention, and told her to wait. Then she squeezed Sarah's breast and said that this softness proved she was truly Sarah. Sarah swallowed hard and asked her. Spinoza asked her what she was up to, and she said she was testing if it was a dream or not. But deep down, Sarah still insisted it felt real, and she shot back that she shouldn't have to be doing this in. Then at that exact moment, MC leaned in and asked, "Are you Spinoza?" And she answered. So who was he supposed to be? He smirked and said, "I'm Zig." Then added that starting today, he'd be the commander of her division. Spinoza flashed a grin and fired back. "So, what's got the division commander here? Are you throwing a welcome party, or are we about to start a drinking contest?" The MC shot back that since he was her boss, he'd hand out tasks, as long as she got paid. Then she'd have no choice but to work. To work, Spinoza snapped that he'd better remember every word she'd said, because she'd never bow to a weakling like him. Then Zig cut in, decisive as a hammer. So he just has to flex his superior strength, right? If she gets beat by him, then she'll be stuck working every single day. Spinoza shot back with a confident yes and asked. He said he'd win. That's way too cocky, right? She whipped her hair into a ponytail and said, "Cool, then prove it." Arm wrestling. He has to step up, and once their hands lock, they'll settle his fate for real. MC said it looks like a piece of cake. Spinoza laughed, snapped back. Then eat a piece of cake. If his arms hurt, what else would you do? Zig turned to Sarah. Strong, right? Sarah nodded hard, grinning, and said she'd come out on top, even if she's boxed in by a dozen warriors. One brutal swing from that monstrous mace ends everything in a flash. This city runs on pure neglect. No power, no respect for anyone's humanity. And right after that, he dropped the bomb that Sarah was going to. Sarah's fate was about to be decided, so she nodded, all in. And then they marched into position as Sarah told them they should be. Then it started. Competition erupted, and Spinoza swore she'd wrap it all up in no time. Then the MC leaned in and asked, "What's wrong? Did you hit your limit, or is something else going on?" Spinoza stammered, "Wait, what are you even talking about?" Then snapped, "Don't worry about it. It's just 20% of her power." She let out a low chuckle and smiled, saying he's a real worthy opponent. Now watch this, or say it with me. And yeah, fear crept in because they were still trading hits. Spinoza told them to press just a bit harder, so she shoved in a small surge and asked, "Is this 50%? Then warned him to be careful or she'd snap his arm. She awkwardly told herself she was already using 60% of her power, then panicked. What the hell is going on? Because he didn't even move a muscle. She said he was great, then admitted he'd already forced her to burn through so much power. And Zig just calmly thanked her for the compliment. After that, Spinoza snapped that she was sorry, but the win would still be hers. It all came crashing to a halt, and right after that, the MC leaned in and asked too. "Then tell me, how about this?" He shoved in a little extra force. Their hands snapped back to where they started. Then Spinoza froze, baffled, and blurted, "Wait, what the hell is this? What is this? What kind of magic is this? How is he still standing like that?" She started to tremble, and then she asked, "Is he really that confident?" Zig shook his head and snapped, "Now it's just." So this was the power he'd been building. And now, he finally got to swing first, didn't he? Drake, Spinoza's jaw dropped. Who the hell was this swaggering idiot? Then MC slammed every last ounce of his power, and came this close to winning. Spinoza told himself that up to now, she'd always swept the win. Until now. And now this guy, what kind of monster is he? She lunged to stop him, RIP. To resist him, she realized his grip was rock solid. So hard she couldn't believe he could. Zig warned that if he kept pushing like this, the outcome was basically already sealed. A done deal. Then he slammed her hand onto the table with a brutal force, shattering it in half, and Spinoza screamed in agony. Sarah snapped her fingers and said MC had won. Then Spinoza whipped his gaze over to him. Confused and wide-eyed, Zig blurted, "Wait, was it?" It was only because she was drunk. And Spinoza shut it down fast, saying she had zero chance against him, because he was stronger than anyone she'd ever faced. Her arm battled against his, and the MC grinned, because now she had to keep her promise and work. She hurled her weapon aside, and Spinoza snapped at him. Don't toss it around like it's nothing. He snatched up a mace like it was a toothpick. Damn, she was a total monster. Zig finally watched her get officially taken down, then smirked as he looked at her. Because in his head, she'd been too loud from the start. Then Spinoza leaned in and promised, "I'll never forget this." She swore she'd demand a rematch soon, so MC got the question, would he agree? MC smirked and told her she could challenge him anytime she wanted. Right after they left the bar, Spinoza leaned in and asked if she could finally head home and crash, because if she didn't sleep for at least a few hours, she'd be walking around half dead. Zig told her to toughen up and get used to her work schedule since she was starting tomorrow. Spinoza nodded fast like she got it. Then MC turned too. Sarah asked where the other one was, the one she'd mentioned, and when she answered, "I have no clue," Sarah's face twisted because that girl was impossible to predict. Right then, someone was watching them. Sarah was amused and Spinoza demanded to know why no one threw a party for their fresh commander. So she burst out laughing and said she loved seeing Spinoza actually getting to work. He had everyone hooked. Then she leaned in and said, "There's one more person left." It was freakishly skilled with a bow. Spotted the cat and fired off a question. Right then, he asked if she was an archer, and Sarah nodded, saying Fawn could spot the wind direction with frightening precision, and she kept lining up her aim. Then MC nodded and said he got it. Right after that, he leaned in and asked if she often follow him. Then in the next heartbeat, Fawn loosed an arrow straight at Zig. MC snapped around and caught the arrow mid-flight. Sarah's jaw dropped as she asked. Zig blurted out, "Yes," as the crowd stared in shock. "Wait, an arrow? Is he even okay?" He sounded all positive, then asked, "So it's Fawn, right?" Fawn nodded and said, "Yeah, it's me." He couldn't help but smile. "Nice to meet him." Right then Sarah clocked her and shouted her name. Fam cut in, saying, "He said it wasn't like she'd been hiding her presence on purpose. So how the heck did he find her anyway? Does he have some all-seeing eye, or?" MC snapped back, "Or something. And yeah, it really helped him out a ton, so thanks for that." Then he finally tracked her down. She demanded answers, and Zig snapped back, "Yeah, what is it? Take a look." This cat fan puffed her cheeks, and snapped that she swore she told it to stay hidden. No, wait, actually, it totally nailed it. It even breathed so quietly you could barely hear it. But somehow, it all still crashed. She couldn't even wrap her head around it when a rookie like him got promoted to division commander. MC shot her a look and said, "Is that so? Then you'll start your duties tomorrow, right?" She swallowed hard and admitted she was terrified it was. It was straight up impossible. Zig pressed her for answers, and she swallowed her pride, apologized, and said she snapped that she'd never waste her precious time or life on some dull nobody, so what would she even get back for it? Then she grinned and let out a chuckle, saying she didn't think he'd have an answer. So yeah, she'd wait until he tracked it down. Then she'd keep lurking from her spot on the wall, watching his every move, and they'd hook back up later. Then she waved goodbye and slipped out, and the MC couldn't shake the feeling. She wasn't all that different from Spinoza. Yeah, he gets why they're special somehow. But why cram tests and grilling questions on him before he even starts working? After a while, Spinoza let out a deep sigh and admitted she'd always slept soundly at this hour. Plus she's cut back on drinking a lot. Then Zig told her to wait until lunch, because patrol duty was the most mind-numbing thing ever. Spinoza leaned in and asked if it wouldn't be smarter to scoop up every suspect and beat them up good, while the MC shot back, "No way. We might drag an innocent into this, and we're not doing that." Sarah grinned, thrilled to team up with Spinoza again, and Spinoza beamed like he'd just won. She lit up with joy and asked if Sarah said she was great, because then she wouldn't hold back. She came back in a heartbeat, shoved in close and snatched Sarah's breasts again. Sarah jolted, screamed bloody murder, and yelled for help. Spinoza leaned in and asked Zig if he wanted to touch them too, right? Sarah snapped that she had to stop. Then the MC cut in and said that. So it wasn't just play. It was harassment, even if she was a girl, and Spinoza shot back that he knew exactly what he wanted, to touch them too. Zig warned her if she didn't stop, he'd have to step in. Spinoza wrinkled her face and shot back, "He's harmless, so what are you planning?" The MC tilted his head and asked her, Are you sure? After that, he unleashed the iron target skill, and the very next second, Spinoza looked like he was yanked straight toward Zig. Zig blurted, "What are you doing? Have you finally lost it?" The MC shot back, "This is for his punishment." He swore he was about to snatch her hands, then he hesitated, stuck on what he was really planning. He totally misjudged what that power could do. Spinoza felt his chest hit hard and throb like something inside was about to burst. "All pretty good, huh, Sarah, thanks, Sig." And the next moment, MC lunged and snatched the arrow out of the air before it could hit Sarah, then demanded an answer from her. "So she really did all that, huh? Tell me, doesn't it feel like she's taking it way too far?" Tom stood on the roof and burst into laughter. Then she hurriedly apologized and said she was just messing around, and Zig said, "Sarah could have died from that one shot. So tell me, was she really ready to become a killer just for a laugh?" Fam snapped back that she did it for attention, because she craved the person she liked to stay stuck thinking about her. MC asked her if anyone had ever told her not to do that, and sometimes she'd just do it anyway, she answered. She shot it down cold, saying nobody had ever had the nerve to talk to her like that. Meanwhile, Zig and Sarah just stood there, staring like, "Wait, is she into us?" And Spinoza couldn't stop thinking she might be ignoring them entirely. MC nodded and said, "I get it, wouldn't it be better if we worked together?" Fam shot back, "No way, I can't. I'm terrible at talking with other people." Zig couldn't stop thinking she was ridiculously stubborn, like maybe she was just as tough at her job as she was at nailing her friends with arrows. Fam waved again and promised they'd catch up later. Sarah snapped that this situation blew up way too fast, and Spinoza shot back that they should have just settled it one-on-one. Way easier. While MC sat there thinking he was only praying she'd stop doing all that crazy stuff like firing arrows straight at her comrades. And she even pulled their attention away during one. Either at lunch or on the job, he started lobbing arrows at them, straight for the heart of the moment. The worst possible moments kept stacking up, until night finally hit. Spinoza blurted out in pure joy, Sarah finally said she could have a drink, and she added that he'd been working all day. Wasn't he exhausted? Zig shot back with a confident, positive vibe. He smiled and said she was fine, then warned Spinoza not to drink too much, promising he'd check on her tomorrow morning. And when Spinoza agreed, he finally backed off and left her be. MC started walking out and told Sarah she needed to rest too, then promised, "We'll see each other tomorrow." Sarah told him to rest too after a bit, and not to push himself anymore. Zig stormed into the room, collapsed, and fell asleep, while Fam was. She just watched him sleeping, then blurted, "He totally caught me off guard." He snatched every one of her arrows out of the air. MC froze, because in his head he hadn't even blinked, yet she'd already slipped into the room. He snapped at her, saying her patience was holding on by a thread, and her persistence was relentless. While she kept everything under wraps, stayed super cautious, and was painfully exact, like every detail had to be perfect. And then she told him to. Zig leaned in and asked her, "Go ahead, what is it?" She said, "If my read is right, he's got defenses you can't crack, period." And then he didn't. He didn't have to grab every single arrow. None of it even mattered because they wouldn't have. Even those hits left scratches on his skin. But somehow, he managed to catch every single one. All MC snapped that it was her pride driving the whole thing. Turns out she even admitted it. Those arrows were only there for fun. Fun, a big chunk of it is pure self-preservation, and then So he figured if he just ignored her arrows, he'd totally miss their duel. So he caught every single one. She nodded and said she understood. Then she stepped right up to him and promised she'd get something priceless in return for all this work. Every day. He's a truly fascinating mystery, and she won't take her eyes off him until she finally cracks what makes him tick. When he asked what she was up to, she flashed a grin and said she's showing him her sincerity. And he knows an archer has no business getting this close to his target. MC asked if it wasn't way too close, and she shrugged, saying she just can't read how close people really are. So maybe she got too close. And Zig started asking her if this was what they meant by keeping the right distance. She told everyone she'd be heading to work tomorrow, and when she answered, her voice lit up. She said she was looking F***G. Send it to me. So every single member of Section 5 was included. PH1E1M looked around and said the MC was radiating pure warmth. In the end, they finally crashed into sleep side by side. After a beat, the soldiers burst out shouting, "Hey, come check this out." When Section 5 finally gathered, he stared at them as a team for the very first time, because none of them had ever listened to anyone's orders before. This guy, how the hell did he pull everyone together? Spinoza. She was wrecked with a hangover, clutching her pounding head, swearing she felt absolutely awful. So yeah, someone better grab her water ASAP. She never meant to get that wasted, but before she could blink, it was morning. Zig snapped at her, asking if he hadn't warned her, and Spinoza swore that next time she'd be careful. Then someone in the crowd shouted, "So today, right now, you're really about to unleash your fury on us." He'd been doing his best to stay out of her way, but still, by her hands, the former 5th Squad leaders were down and beaten, and the MC just muttered that this was a wildly energetic morning. Zig walked off and said, "I've seen Spinoza's power, now go check out hers." Then he shrugged it off. It's just tactile contact, and straight up asked if touching her like that would really cost several lives, right? She leaned in and told him not to stress, because these contacts were they were all for him. And when MC said it, it sounded like she was warning him about his death's timer and how fast it was ticking. The soldiers figured fam was there too, so he demanded, "What's going on?" And then he asked the real question, "Is it safe to stay here?" Zig didn't even blink. Right then, Sarah showed up with Bolton, and she lit up the second she saw everyone buzzing together again. Bolton immediately apologized, sounding genuinely sorry. Then boom, bad news hit him. The scouts said the Legion of Woe with their undead swarm is already creeping right up on their city, and they could strike at any moment tonight. Everyone blinked in surprise when a soldier suddenly said that. Last time they actually had a chance to regroup and stack the odds in their favor, but it still wasn't enough. This time, there's no tomorrow. This is the real end. The story finally stopped, and MC shot back. "So who's the Legion of Woe?" Bolton answered. "We went up against them a year ago, right? And that's when the hunt for the ball of light kicks off. No matter how they claw at it, losses keep stacking up, and the fallen end up rising into their undead army. So tell me, Zig, are they going to strike tonight?" That doesn't sound easy at all. One soldier snapped that they can't stop them, and another fired back. "So what about the knights? Are they actually sending reinforcements?" Astan said they were ordered to guard the royal and every noble family, no choice at all, and that they had to build a wall between the monsters and the city. Then the soldier stared in shock and asked, "So what would we even?" Bolton breathed out and said, "Sure, everyone's going to die, so the scariest job is standing guard at the front gate." The soldiers froze in disbelief, because they honestly swore it was impossible. They couldn't shut them down. Then right in that moment, the MC shot to his feet. He snapped up and said, "All right, if that's how it is, then you'd better clear out because the front gate is ours." The Lick and his army huddled in battle-ready silence, poised to unleash hell on the city. He said the sun had vanished behind the horizon, and night had swallowed everything whole. Everything finally kicked into gear. This was it, the moment they'd strike. How long had he been waiting for this moment? Watching the Demon King finally break free from that blinding ball of light. Soon they'd wipe everyone out, seize that ball, and then humanity would meet its destined end. And he'd claw his way into the Demon King's right-hand position. His right hand tightened. He couldn't wait for that day to finally hit, because they had to ride. His undead flesh warriors, they've got to become him and storm this city. Break every last piece of Asterodos. They've got to snatch control back from the Demon King, photos or not. Meanwhile, Gregor, the captain of the Knights captain, stood tall inside the royal compound, like he owned the whole place. He stared up at the city's inner walls and wondered, what kind of monster was the Grand Lick really, commanding the undead like they were nothing? Legion, once, he was a kind-hearted sorcerer, until the craving for power and immortality twisted him into something monstrous. Gregor stared at the protagonist's squad, and shock hit him hard. Surprised, only 4 men were holding the main gates in Bolton, What was he even thinking? Didn't even bother him. This was only the first hour's wall. Meanwhile, Bolton stared at the undead army. All felt it. This was the moment. And as he stared at the outer wall and the looming main gates, he noticed that the Legion of Woe came in insanely strong last time. And this round they even more. They wouldn't give up without a brutal fight. The Lick would claw its way to the bitter end, and their insane strength would only stay alive until night. So if they can just last through the night, they'll win. Until morning, wait, no, it's not just how many defenders show up, it's what kind they are. And the man stared at the protagonist with his squad at his side, had put all his hopes on him, thinking he'd actually come through. Even he had to slow down. Those knights leaned over the wall and stared, razor-focused in a pure shock hit the MC team as they fought tooth and nail against the undead army. Then they saw something that literally blew their minds. Saw and those 4 from the 5th squad were nothing less than unstoppable. Just beasts. Spinoza clocked it when he saw their leader, and with a snap of his plan, he'd pulled the undead straight to him and stared in shock like, how is this even happening? Amazement. Wow, she couldn't even process what she was seeing because this guy had drawn He yanked all the enemy's focus onto himself and ate every hit meant for someone else. That's why they were so helpless, so exposed to their strikes. She lunged forward, sword swinging over her shoulder, and smashed the undead to pieces from behind. All the while he just kept thinking. Everyone kept underestimating Sieg, and he knew why. Yeah, that weird defensive style of his. Watch how fast his opponents get wiped out. Sarah, teaming up with Spinoza, couldn't stop gushing over MC. He's insanely strong, and that cool aura is unreal. The Legion of Sorrow is built to unleash pure destruction, and since her gear is mostly all about offense, she turns every hit into a threat. Built for quick, savage strikes, she's basically defenseless. So when she has to fight a swarm of weak enemies, this could have turned deadly. She felt her whole world compress. Like every sense got squeezed into one terrifying moment. He fused strength into one blazing line, yet still somehow kept it under control. The entire situation. At this point, Fam has already. He couldn't stop admiring the protagonist. Then he somehow manages to seize control of everything around him. Sieg is in. An unwavering shield locks them in place, and then she'll turn into his shark blade. Because he's the one who eats every last hit. That's exactly how his power works, and yeah, he's the kind of guy who uses it to protect everyone around him. The girl spots the undead charging in with their pikes, and she fires first. Fam loaded. With her bow drawn and arrows knocked, she shouted, "May the enemies forgive me, but only I get to shoot." And then she opened fire on them, right as she called out again. He rushed to him. "Are you okay?" The protagonist shot back, "I'm fine," then kept slaughtering the undead, and the knights watching the fight couldn't stop admiring him. He was juggling every enemy, snapping into intercept positions while still keeping his allies in sight, and that coolness was unreal. No matter where they tried to go, they just get in his way. Bam shot him a proud look, and suddenly she couldn't wait to know him better. Bolton leaned in and asked her what she thought. Then the girl shot back. The protagonist's reliable right admitted he was right, and the commander stared at MC like, "You only just joined us, yet the 5th squad already runs with discipline." Then he clamped down on those selfish, stubborn girls, and with his special ability, he lets them unleash every last drop of their skill, hitting a full 100%. With those skills on his side, the commander made the call and chose to trust him. Because it was the right move. Sieg had just crushed one undead wave, so he exhaled hard, lifted his gaze, and checked his allies. This was their first real massive group fight, and somehow it looked like they'd already nailed the teamwork. Even if the girls acted wildly, strange as can be, their strength was unstoppable. It's like it never stopped. They weren't just there. They were a force everyone had to respect, and together they struck the perfect balance, and they trusted his power with their whole hearts, then charged in without the slightest hesitation. This lit a spark in him, and handed him the perfect chance to make it happen. He spotted a chance to fight without a single doubt, and it looked like his moment had finally arrived. He tracked down some real allies. Then once they joined his team, He fully believed they'd stand their ground and defend this city to the very last breath. Gregor stared at the palace and realized they didn't give a damn about the city being shattered, or even the fact that it was falling apart. The horror of his people's deaths crushed him. Now he'll do anything to guard the queen and the orb of light, no matter what it costs. Costs piled up, but this was their main job, full stop. If they kept pulling it off, then not one sacrifice in the city would ever stand a chance. The effort would be for nothing. Those main gates wouldn't last a moment, and the undead would crash into the city like a wave. As the panic hit, he turned to the knight who hurried up to him and demanded, "So how bad is it?" They were heading out when the warrior snapped, saying the undead legion had tried and failed to crack open the city. The fifth squad kept shoving them back, and Gregory couldn't believe what he was seeing as he asked, stunned. He grabbed the instrument and demanded, "What did you say?" Because this was unreal. How in the world could 4 men even guard the main gates? 4 against a whole legion. How in the world was the ground even holding up for them? The Grand Lick was completely baffled. What in the world was happening and why? Only 3 men stood before the gates. No, wait, there was one more guy above them, and he instantly smelled a trap because they'd sent way too few men. And he thought that the first legion alone would be more than enough to wipe out the enemy, but his legion kept getting shredded, and if he did nothing, the second legion would get hit with the very same tragedy. So tell me, how could these 4? And he's smashing his legion to pieces like this, even knowing he could always rebuild it. Their attacks tore through everything with brutal, ferocious force. Something's definitely wrong with this guy leading these 4. Watching the battle crash into place only poured more fury into him. He sent his immortal soldiers over the cliff, because once they hit the river, they'd be finished, and if they wiped out these girls, they'd slash their fighting power in half. Then his legion could have surged even farther, but for some reason, his immortal soldiers weren't moving like they always did. It was his, like something was yanking them straight up toward the sky. Could it be his doing? Was it the influence, or was it his raw skill? Either way, one thing hit like a hammer. The real problem was his immense defense. He took blow after blow, yet somehow he still didn't break. The Lick realized one brutal truth. No matter what he built, his legion wasn't going to last a second against him. He had to get rid of him. No excuses, no second chances. He couldn't fail now. If he crushes them now, he'll never reach the ball of light, and he'll never rule this world. And somehow, all of this spiraled right back to that one guy. Because of him, everything crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, the protagonist stared straight at him. He smirked arrogantly and kept mowing through his army, so the Lick's rage exploded even harder. Was he really looking down on him? Yeah, he and all his comrades were staring him down, and he'd had enough. He wouldn't stop until he snatched that ball of light, and the Lich shot his hand up and roared, "It's time. Time to unleash his power, no matter how strong." Nope, his defenses won't pull off a miracle, not even close. Then bam! A thunderous crack tore through the air, and the whole crowd heard the Lich's call. He summoned his Legion of Sorrow and forced their bodies to fuse into one, while the allies and warriors froze in fear, right in front of the MC, and the girls watched the undead close in. As the wreckage they left behind started to fuse, it swelled into one monstrous, massive creature. Then the Lich roared, "Now you writhe in agony," and demanded he accept his fate. His death, ripped apart by that giant immortal soldier, made everyone vanish from the world in an instant, while the conjured undead swung their arms, and the allies. He snapped into a fighting stance, and the undead drove both hands into the ground, detonating a burst of force right where it hit. With a terrifying force, his blow landed. Right then Gregory, posted at the main gate with binoculars, burst out. He stared in pure shock. What kind of monster was this? A giant undead was charging straight at them, and his mind screamed, "It can't be asterisk." Only the undead legion was coming for them, and Gregory snapped out an order to draw the knife. The knights slammed into training, sharpening their defensive magic to seal the inner wall. Then every single one of them braced for the incoming clash. Meanwhile, Fam, wide-eyed and panicked, stared at the protagonist as he struggled to hold back a monster-sized undead. Undead fist crushed through them, and the warriors instantly panicked like they'd seen the end of the world. So what insane power was that? They just get wiped out for good. Just as the protagonists, allies sprint in to save them, everything turns because when they saw him block a crushing strike from the undead, Spinoza burst out, stunned with admiration. He'd managed to. Sarah stared at MC through tears, clinging to the only way to stop even a hit that unbelievable. Her eyes burned with shock, because the lick was absolutely furious, like it couldn't believe this was happening. This happened, there's no way that's possible. What kind of monster is this guy? It's straight up absurd, and if this keeps going, he's going to become a brutal problem for the Demon King. The lick must be destroyed, right now. It spun on the protagonist and barked, warning him not to get too smug about stopping this strike, because then it said, first, let him try to fight it. Those words snapped out, and magical power erupted from his left hand, morphing into a massive ice sledgehammer, only for an even more terrifying undead monster to crawl out and rise. Spinoza fidgeted and begged MC, will it be okay? And MC answered her, yep, at this point they just need to duck. The lick tore into Sieg, but the protagonist clung to that same attack, and Sarah gripped it tight too, like her life depended on it. Even her allies' staff could barely spit out the words, what a crushing weight. Spinoza leaned in, awe on his face. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they could barely stay on their feet right here. And he kept the true attack sealed away. What defensive power could possibly stop this? The undead hammered the protagonist with blow after blow, but he held his ground. He stood his ground and took every hit head-on, blocking blow after blow, until even the warriors were fighting back tears. They stared at the MC, panicking like, we can't take this anymore. No matter how tough he was. Bolton let out a chilling threat, stop it, Sieg, because he was moments away from turning to dust. Even if he fought it with everything he had for as long as he could, this monster still crushed his hopes. He couldn't win, had no choice. Then the commander slammed the order down, get ready to fire. The protagonist stared at her leader, worry gnawing at her like something terrible was coming. Dennis looked the monster in the eyes and warned him about the attacks no one saw coming. He couldn't beat it with brute force alone, like the thing was built to chew through strength. With those words, he slammed the brakes on the undead's charge and smashed them with a brutal, crushing strike. While the warriors just stood there, stunned, Bolton roared with pure, triumphant victory. Finally, Sieg pulled it off. He shoved that giant's brutal attack back, and the whole crew finally exhaled, joy and relief hitting all at once. Fam sighed in relief. Spinoza and Sarah beamed too, and that grin felt downright impossible. This was more than unbelievable. Suddenly, the undead started to crumble right before their eyes, utterly unbelievable. But the protagonist stayed on guard, because the lick was absolutely losing it beside him. How did he pull it off and drive back his own soldiers' attack alone? He remembered the Demon King's furious words, right on cue, saying that he was nothing but a failure. Over and over again he kept letting them down, and the lick sank into grim, sour thoughts. They'd used him, then tossed him aside. They tossed him aside like garbage. Yet this guy was an incredible mage. He controlled his body so perfectly it felt unreal. He'd milked every useful person he could find to claw his way to the top of this world. Then he'd finally turn around and wreck them all for revenge on them. But how is this idiot still daring to block his path? After all, the second the Demon King comes back to life, his power explodes, stronger than ever, exponentially. Then right in that instant, the MC launched his sword flying and plunged straight into the undead's body, and his weapon slammed through the lich's forehead, right where the monster's life flickered out. The monster yanked at his own head, totally baffled, like he couldn't believe he was. He was moments away from being perfect. This was the future he was destined to become. In the ultimate sorcerer, the most powerful demon alive, and even crazier he could become the Demon King. Sieg, hearing him mumble that, snapped back. As long as he stood guard over this city, no, not a single invader was getting through these walls. While right before his eyes, the lick crumbled to dust and breathed out his final words. If he hadn't stepped in, the orb of light would have landed on him. But then, finally, the lick crumpled, and everyone was left scrambling to recover. Their amazement snapped into roaring relief, because they'd done it, and they'd made it out alive. Sieg somehow survived, and the warriors erupted in loud cheers, because they'd never witnessed a defense so ruthless and a victory so clean, with not a single escape in sight. Everyone immediately started throwing apologies at the protagonist, furious with themselves for ever looking down on him, because he was just an adventurer. He stared at the soldiers, mortified, and Bolton stared right back, caught in the same awkward heat. He grinned like a kid in a parade, then turned his eyes straight to the inner gate. He clenched his teeth and brooded in silence. Those idiots had ditched them and left them to fend for themselves, as if fate had finally spoken. Once the chaos died down, Bolton turned to the guards and thanked them for doing their jobs so well. Then the commander spun to the protagonist and praised him like he just earned it, saying he'd done especially well. The protagonist stared back, and the commander, and then boom, his final strike landed, absolutely unreal, and he still can't wrap his head around how he kept his real strength hidden this long. They were insanely lucky to have him. MC blushed and replied awkwardly, and Spinoza bristled like, "Oh please, what a blatant flatterer," while everyone kept insisting it was all because of him, and Bolton burst out laughing at. Her reaction sparked instant resentment as the girl snapped, "What's so funny about that?" The captain shot back, "Come on, he's just shocked she'd compliment anyone." Spinoza hissed, fed up, "Make him stop, that wasn't a compliment." Sarah blurted out, totally fired up, "They fought with everything they had, and it was only because of Sieg." Then the protagonist scratched his head and sheepishly admitted, "You're just flattering me. He really is a reliable shield." Fam laughed, leaned in, and asked him like, "Dude, you really can't take a compliment, huh?" She threw down a bet that he never hears them. He nodded sort of, and then Fam mocked the whole thing way too loud. "All right, she'll do it then. Sieg is unstoppable, all cool and legend tier, and the protagonist's fury is blazing. Stop teasing him." Right then, Gregory came tearing in on horseback with his knights and demanded, "What happened? Where did that giant monster vanish to?" The warriors snapped in shock. "Wait, isn't that Gregor, the knight captain? He didn't just show up, he rushed in to apologize for abandoning them at the main gate." Gregor haughtily barked, "Gates, what are you even talking about? Why do I have to apologize to them? Protecting the outer wall is their job. His whole job is to guard the palace and everyone in it. The royal family, the noble aristocrats, and even the blazing ball of light." Bolton snapped at him in fury. Then with fortification magic, he just wanted to use them as human shields. He wanted to throw them away, and the whole room stared back at him in pure, disapproving silence, like even that nightcap could judge him. Captain Gregor fired back, "Everything I'm doing is to shield the inner walls. Tell me that isn't reasonable." "Reasonable," the warrior commander snapped, then told everyone that the whole city and its people wouldn't be dragged into the capital. Gregor scoffed like that was supposed to mean something. "So what? Where's the Legion and that giant monster?" Bolton flicked his hand over the outer walls and snapped, "Look for yourself." And there it was, the wreck of the undead Legion and the giant too. Spinoza shrieked as the giant bore down on them, and it all came down to the 5th Squad's commander, until the protagonist snapped at her to shut up. The whole place fell dead silent. Then the knight captain blurted, totally baffled, "What nonsense is this?" He nodded to himself, stared at the MC, and fired off the question, "So he's the commander of the 5th Squad. What's his name?" The protagonist blurted his answer on the spot. Then Gregory pushed on, demanding what weapon he was talking about. When did he used to beat them? The protagonist said he swung his shield, but he never fought solo. Gregory studied him closely. Then he whipped his horse around and rode off muttering, "Fine, whatever." Because he didn't come all this way for talk. He came to make sure the undead Legion was wiped out. He leaned in and warned the MC that from now on, he'd be watching him. Then the warriors erupted in furious outrage at the knight captain like, "You're done coming back here." Bolton snarled at his own warriors to look past him, because he'd always been nothing but rot. Then, after that, the commander told Sieg and his allies they were worthless in the fight, so they handled the rest, let their heroes finally rest and gave them something to trust. After a while, the warriors and villagers erupted into celebration, clinking full mugs and yelling, "We'll celebrate our victory tonight." Then the fifth squad got the praise because they killed it, and the protagonist flashed a shy smile. Shyly and his allies stumbled back, and after the drinking started, the warriors raved that it was all because of them that the city was saved. Villagers and merchants shoved food and drinks at them until they couldn't breathe. Spinoza burst out laughing. Free booze was the best thing ever. Sierra snapped back, glaring like a storm, saying if not for her, this store could have gone bankrupt today. Then she spun toward the protagonist and hissed, "So many people are." She's thanking them with a grin so bright it practically saves the day. She's just over the moon they managed to rescue their hometown. He shot back, "Yes," and then he added. He realized she even wiped away tears when everyone began thanking them. Then the girl ducked her head, shyly lifted a hand and said, she was basically the most useless person around, but her feelings were exploding out of her like a storm. And when the protagonist told her, "You did great," it somehow hit her even harder. She shadowed him into the chaos, then fought like a beast while everyone else froze in terror and couldn't even move. Sarah stared at him in shock, because he just kept going, like he could never possibly take on that many opponents. He was alone, but they had no choice. They had to win or their city would fall. Everyone had backed him, so he refused to let her shrink her part in the victory. The girl burst into tears and thanked him, and right then, Fam suddenly appeared out of nowhere and he blurted out, panicked, asking Sarah what was wrong. She was crying so hard she couldn't even catch her breath, wiping tears away as she said, "It's nothing. No one's ever talked to me like that before." Then Commander Zig blurted out praise, and she totally lost it. MC clocked just how shaken Sarah was, whipped his eyes to Fam crouched under the table, and demanded to know where she'd come from. She admitted she was shy, so she'd vanish into shadows or tuck herself away in quiet corners. Then Zig yanked her out from under the table and snapped, "Shy people don't sit between other folks' legs." Fam stared, asked him, "He always puts his friends first, right? You wouldn't guess he used to be an adventurer." Sarah blurted it out, convinced all adventurers were selfish to the bone. The moment those words hit the air, she started crying all over again. "I did it," the protagonist muttered, sheepish, and then she did it again. Again, he told Fam so she'd know too. He's a former adventurer, and wow, these guys act like they've got the whole map in their heads. Fam answers him. She wanted her reward, so she went straight to him, burst into laughter, and the protagonist shot back, "Yeah, there's no way he can afford that." Then she leaned in close and whispered, "So she wants him to run his hand through her hair while he praises her. Right when the MC is thrown off guard, can that be enough?" The girl just smiles and tells him, "Of course." He grinned and gently stroked her head, praising her archery as truly superb, and Fam giggled bashfully, confessing she loved getting compliments from the guy she liked. That bliss hit her like lightning, pure, perfect joy. Then, out of nowhere, Spinoza suddenly blurted out loud. Zig, stunned out of nowhere, clamped his arms around Fam's head. Then his ally slid in 2 mugs of wine, and she told him it was time to settle the score. He blinked in shock. Then she grinned and said she wanted a drinking contest. Cheer and confidence hit her voice like a spark as she answered, "Yes, indeed, I'm going to beat you today." And the protagonist was about. Chuckled, "All right then." He'd take her challenge. Spinoza burst out, "Excellent." And then he turned to Sarah and Fam, what about them? Sarah shot back, confused. She doesn't drink. Fam declared she'd stay totally sober, but drunk people are comedy gold, so Spinoza Grahamist. "How boring," she groaned. Right then, the villagers rolled up to join them. They pushed their way in too, craving a shot at the competition, and after a bit the villagers snapped, spitting out what was in their glasses and shouting, "What kind of drink is this?" Spinoza shot the protagonist a sarcastic look like, "So you don't mind this drink, huh?" And the protagonist nodded, "Yeah, it actually tastes good." Then the warriors moved in, shutting him down. "See, you can't outdrink her. She's the real pro, and in this competition you don't stand a chance." Now gas them with the surprise, "Wait, what's wrong with them?" The warriors said sadly, "His liver's gone." Spinoza burst out laughing at him, like he always does, and yeah, he's unbelievably strong after it. After a bit, Sieg leaned in and asked if she was okay. Then she snapped bright red from head to toe, and the girl just grinned and told him, "This is only the beginning." After a while, Sarah bared her cravings and shouted for more drinks, then suddenly clung to the protagonist and softly told him, with all her heart, that she was trying her absolute best. Hard, right? The protagonist shot upright like she'd been burned, then snapped back in outrage. Because what was she even drinking? And with her so exposed, it didn't feel safe at all. Horrible right now, so she needs to breathe and get her head straight. The girl kept clinging to him, and he couldn't stop thinking she was insanely hot. Fam laughed. Afton said it's obvious she mistook a glass of water for ale. She spat the alcohol out right away, but the damage was already done. Job. MC spun toward Fam and asked, out loud, if she could keep an eye on Seer. When he noticed Fam was already dead asleep, he gasped. Did she really mix up the glasses too and barely even move her tongue? Told him to forgive her, then she finally gave in and whispered, "Good night." Zig stormed out of Seer and started shaking her up, screaming that she couldn't sleep here. Spinoza told them to sleep here, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was just the two of them left. He can still drink, right? The protagonist. The dentist snapped back with a confident, "No problem," like he'd already solved it. Once a bit of time passed. After a while, the totally tipsy girl leaned in and dared him. Said she could outsmart him if they kept pounding the same drink. And he went straight for the jug, chugging like his life depended on it. Crazy, yeah, but it was still a blast to drink together. With those words on her lips, she dropped off to sleep. He burst into laughter and said, "Got it," he said, and wow, she really held her own too. Now the protagonist stared at the sleeping girls and muttered, "All right, what am I supposed to do with them?" After some time, one of the adventurers broke away from the group and cornered Nahat, asking like, who in their right mind wouldn't want to? He'd rather join a squad that botches every mission. And the second adventurer shot back with a laugh. Why won't he just obey the leader? That was exactly what it looked like he wanted. Nahat's response crawled out of his throat. They don't need weaklings. Because he could see their team sliding downhill, and no one could replace the ranks they'd just blown up. They botched the mission and shattered their own name. How could this happen? Hannah snapped, and she fired back. If you're leaving the front lines, doesn't that make you a lousy leader? Nahat erupted in anger as he answered. Did she really want him to take on all those monsters by himself? They could have dodged this mess if she hadn't been so stingy with her magic, she countered, and you could tell it. The magic went through just fine. No one even bothered with him on the front lines. The leader let out an irritated sigh but clammed up. Irene snapped that if the rear guard got hit, that was on the vanguard, not them. Nahat spat a curse and seethed, "Damn them." The enemy used to have weak spots, but now it was too late because he couldn't read their moves anymore. Someone had distracted them before, so he finally got the space to dodge and strike, because there was someone ahead of him, clearing the path. Suddenly, he caught the adventurers, conversation drifting right into his ears. And just like that, the rumors weren't rumors at all. Sieg got himself a guard position, and in a single month, he climbed to squad leader. People swear only 4 fought to hold those gates. From an army of undead, seriously, how is this even real? If only Sieg was on his side, then the whole thing would be unstoppable. Nahat snapped at them to shut it and stop spouting nonsense. Then one of the adventurers shot back that if he couldn't take it. The leader was seething, but he still wouldn't stop, because he was saying it on purpose, loud enough for the whole crowd to hear. The adventurer burst out laughing and hit him with, "So your team leans on Sieg, huh?" And Nahat snatched A young man grabbed him by the collar and snapped, screaming that he'd better never say that name in front of him again. The moment those words left his mouth, it was clear. He'd better not think he'd skate by after saying something like that, because the adventurers immediately surged in to split them up. Break them if you have to, calm them down. Yet the leader kept burning with rage. His opponent clocked him right in the face with a brutal punch. It all boiled over into a brawl, and Hannah lunged in to stop the leader before things got worse. But once the heat crushed him, Nothing he did could save him. Then he crumpled to the floor, flat out beaten. Hannah closed in on him, snapped her staff toward him, and poured healing straight into his body, and told him to drop the hero act. Maybe it was time to hit reset, because he'd grown up. He groaned, snapping at her to shut up, while the thought of those guild snobs looking down on them made his stomach twist. They all kept sliding deeper downhill, so he sprang up, ready to move. Hannah pressed him for where he was headed, but the leader went stone-cold silent, then slipped out without a word. Seconds later, he stormed into the guild and demanded an A-rank mission from Esther. Hannah seethed. What was he thinking? They were B ranks, so they'd D-tank for sure, and he was out here spitting nonsense. Esther straight up told him they didn't think an A-rank mission would fit their team. An S-rank job is tempting, but a D-rank mission would hit them perfectly. Nahat seethed. Was she seriously joking? That girl claimed they couldn't refill the team's ranks, and then tried to stack it on top with their recent mission success rate. Straight left, everything felt lacking. She figured it was the fairest call they could make. Once they finally crushed their problems, they'd sit down and talk again. Nahat snatched the mission sheet out of her hands like a threat, snapped at her to shut up, and when Esther tried to stop him, he just turned to his team and ordered them to take it. Irene tried to talk him down, but that red ogre was a nightmare too big to fight. And Hannah snapped, furious. Do you even realize this is how we die? The other adventurers just burst out laughing at them. Idiots. Because everyone knew they were going to get killed for sure. Nahat seethed to himself. This can't be how it ends, not yet. Rank D, that's the vibe. Did it happen because of Sieg, because he'd climbed up and up? He'd never say it out loud. And trust me, he's nowhere near finished. Next day the protagonist told Spinoza, sleep is great, of course, but don't be late. She yawned and replied, but he'd already clocked. How much she'd had yesterday, he said, then snapped that she couldn't drink anymore. She burst out laughing like, if you take away my drinks, what am I even supposed to have left? And the protagonist shot back, dead on she. She wielded monstrous power at will, while he ditched Seer and Fam, ordering them to set up everything for the transfer, hauling and guarding the prison himself. Prison, yeah, that's where they're headed today when they finally start descending into the... They stormed into the dungeon and found Seer chained to the wall. And when the protagonist called out her name, she said. He froze in surprise and blurted, "Are you okay?" Then he demanded the key to the handcuffs. She snapped that it was Gazelle's job and told him to forgive her for being. So listen up. He snapped back that it was his fault for dumping everything on the two of them. But then he demanded, what about family? Sarah shot back that she'd already chased Gazelle down. Good thing the exit was upstairs, because the floor below was a total dead end. Bolton mused, almost like he could see it coming. Maybe she just wanted out of this nightmare. Either way, he could feel a headache brewing. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon's other wing, the bound guards corner Ramuda and demand, "You sure you can handle the..." The criminal flashed a cruel grin and yanked the cells open with the... He flashed the key and set it straight. Of course they were stuck in prison, because no one could match him. He finally got to the main lever and slammed the button. Then he blasted every cell open at once and roared at the prisoners. "You're free. Now go on if you're lucky." Lucky for them, they'll finally get to bury that fresh, insolent guard. Now let those bandits charge ahead. Right then, Fam showed up. Appeared, MC shot her a worried look and asked if she was okay. She nodded and said, "I'm fine." But that guy just yanked. Ramuda shattered the chains and freed every last prisoner, so hard that everyone just froze, staring at her in shock. Bolton muttered under his breath like he couldn't believe it either. Who'd have guessed? Zig snapped his head toward Spinoza and demanded she call in reinforcements, and she bristled, because she was convinced she could take them down herself. Alone, the protagonist leaned in and told her they needed more men. Like, right now. They couldn't let a single prisoner slip out. If she learned her lesson, she might think she could leave, and that was not happening. She should. Spinoza let out a heavy sigh and nodded. Yeah, fine, just this once. As she bolted away, she hurled her weapon at him and snapped, "Here, use this for now." Bolton said it again, totally baffled. He could only pray they wouldn't get fired, and right on cue, there they were, already coming for it. Criminals bore down on them fast, and Ramuda let out a chuckle, telling the protagonist it had been way too long since they last seen each other. It was all because of him that they were trapped in this prison. But that chapter is done now, because nobody's stopping them again. MC told him, and it still did nothing. He was stuck in that rage, and Remuda stepped in with a command. Zig and the criminals launched their attack. Zig seized Spinoza's weapon and slammed it into action with a roar of iron. Iron Might slammed into the attack and shattered the bandits. Then he barked, "All right, it's time to start," and kicked the thousands into motion. With blade skill blazing, he cut down the criminals and yelled, "Hold on, your time isn't done yet, so don't you dare die." Bolton grinned and told the protagonist, "They'll haul them back to prison, one by one, like it's a game to them." After a while, it looked like he was having the time of his life, while the criminals around him started to lose control. Clothes were piled up, trapping them in place, and the protagonist hurled Spinoza's weapon away, then smirked, "That's a fine hammer, Sarah." Letter 1E1M yanked her free from the handcuffs, and she gasped in awe, staring straight at MC and Bolton. Together, they wiped out every last bandit in the blink of an eye. So, when the criminals finally came to their senses, they were already too late. Like how? They finally clocked what was happening and begged for permission to march back to their own cells themselves. Right then, Zell stormed into the dungeon and muttered, "Ah, so that's the trick." They couldn't crush it with numbers, so she flipped the whole situation. She ran up to the MC, apologized through the cracks in her voice, and swore she never wanted to hurt him. Sarah's hurt, but before Saig even thinks of staring at her, she snaps a warning. Don't look her in the eye because she's got a special skill. Gazelle shot the protagonist a brutal glare and snapped, "Men are nothing but simpletons." The protagonist wanted to run, but it felt like his body was locked in place, and Bolton couldn't move either. Then the MC clocked it and started hiding her true skill, until Gazelle looked at him and blurted, "You know, with just a smile she'll blow a hole through their heads." Right then, Sierra stepped in front of the allies, threw her body between them and the danger, and snapped at her in pure fury. The criminal leader snapped, "No, she's not falling for this again. Trust me, it turns ugly when other women show up." Caught between men, she tried to move. When Gazelle spotted her, he stepped in, greeted her, and demanded to know what she could do. "Yeah, no," the archer snapped. She had zero plans to talk. He kept talking to her, but she could still speak to Spinoza. Fam stepped aside, and her ally surged in from behind, and Delcazel smashed her with a brutal strike, sending her straight out cold. Bolton blurted, "Thank goodness, finally I can breathe and this tension can let go." Leaf. Spinoza beamed like he'd just won a medal, begged for more praise. Then, once fortune finally ran out, the commander shot back with a sarcastic, "No, no way," the girl snapped. But it was already too late. Bolton spun to Ramuda and ordered him, saying he'd keep serving his sentence behind bars. He whirled on the guards and snapped, ordering the criminals back to their cells, while Gazelle, the cruel leader of those outcasts, they were about to drag her straight to the execution chamber. And the city paid the price for everything her group had unleashed. They slid back into this place they hid a year ago, right after an undead legion unleashed an attack. They were running low on guards, so she seized the opening, until her and her group eventually turned one slice of the city into. He marched into the base and let the lawless chaos roll on, then stared down the criminals and warned them, "This is what gets you when you ignore him. So listen close, because you've got to make them remember this." Then Bolton whirled on the protagonist and warned him. These criminals weren't satisfied with just stealing the gold. They went on a full rampage. Human trafficking, murder, robbery, the worst of the worst, and before long, their sights locked onto the ball of life. The light flared, so the knights swooped in, shutting down the criminals before they could grab the relic. Then Gregor snapped at him that they failed their guard duty, and boom, a full-out battle erupted inside the second wall. So was he finally going to own up to it? Then he shot back, "Gregor, if that's the plan, you should have been on the front lines too." They'd seen bodies pile up in the battle against the undead. He couldn't believe they used the guards as human shields. Scratching his temple, the commander kept talking, And the story only got wilder from there. That only poured gasoline on his feud with the knights. So next, he set his sights on wiping out those bandits. At that time, men were in deadly short supply, so he raced around and grabbed who he could. Right when the Ice Queen snapped, she hated one of the bandits, and with a brutal hail skill, she wiped out about half the crew. She's just as complicated as Gregor, so he better tread carefully when he meets her. Because even then, the other. That means the second half of these idiots is still around. Yeah, it won't end with a single mess. He'll let it slide since he's stuck cleaning up after him again, but not today. Today, they're wiping the tumor off the city. So he leans in and tells him, see, to lend him his strength. Then, sometime later, every last resident packed into the main square as Gazelle was dragged out for execution, and the crowd erupted in cries. She snapped with pure indignation, demanding her children and wives back, like she had the right to them all. She was a real nightmare. Gazelle still lay out cold, and Bolton yanked her back by splashing a bucket of water across her face until her eyes finally fluttered open. The crime clan boss scanned the crowd and snapped, so many witnesses. While the protagonist leaned in and warned her she was yapping way too much for someone he was about to execute. She flashed a grin and dared him, want her to break down, cry, and beg for forgiveness. Like every other one she'd just slaughtered, he stared at her in pure confusion, because right now they're going to laugh. She laughed and teased him, asking how he couldn't make his face look even simpler, because her sweet subordinates were set to arrive here today. Today they marched out to greet their leader, her, specifically, because they'd been under her control for a long time. Did he really think he could stop them? The protagonist answered like it was nothing, because that's what he gets paid to do. Gazelle erupted. She'll find out just how he handles it. When the gang leader barks orders at his men to surge straight into the crowd. Crowds surged in and drowned them all in their own blood. People screamed, and many broke. They slipped out from the crowd and pushed straight toward the warrior. Warriors, Sieg blared that he'd wipe every last one of them out, every single one, if they could just get rid of them all. From that moment on, Gazelle's bandits were getting wiped out, once and for all. And for all, his allies surged forward, ready to strike. Sarah snapped at him, hand it over, leave the rest to us. Spinoza burst out, she'll crush every single one of them. Fam told him, grab that criminal, drag him straight to the guillotine. In just a few minutes, the bandits dropped their weapons, every last one disarmed. Their assaults crushed the fight. Instant silence hit the village, and in the blink of an eye, every last bandit was hauled away. Could this be the fifth squad that crushed the undead army? Gazelle snapped, furious. Wait, what is happening? So that's why every prisoner got wiped out back then. Good news, she's still alive. And that means she's ready to hunt down fresh subordinates. At that exact moment, the protagonist yanked her to a stop, grabbed her tight, and dragged her down to the... He dragged her to the guillotine and slammed the truth down. She'd never escape. She thrashed to escape, yelling that he was dirty and screaming that she refused to die. The protagonist leaned in and told her he believed she already knew what was coming for her, because of what she'd done and the danger it hinted at. Terrible actions. She'd be killed, no mercy at all, because even when she cried and begged, it wouldn't change a thing. Mercy, she got none, and that was the cruelest ending she could have faced, but she still fought back, trying to stop them. They screamed their guts out and twisted in agony. Then, just like that, she ended it. Colton stared at her battered body, then snapped to the MC that they'd turned her into bait, because without him, they couldn't. They nailed every single bandit, and not a soul got hurt. Not even once. Honestly, there's no way they could have pulled that off unless they were absolute legends. Because of everything they'd been doing, their name spread through the royal capital overnight, and the crowd snapped into chaos, shouting at them as they dealt with the Gazelle. Giselle's bandits move so fast they're more dependable than the knight's orders. One man even hollers, Sieg, we'll keep counting on him. Every villager backed him up, cheering him on. Then Bolton chuckled and told the protagonist he'd heard all those wild rumors, but that chapter was done and buried, and it was time for what came next, because he had. He pulled off the impossible and kept everyone there safe, and the warriors erupted into thanks, right before they turned on their commander and reminded him that they had to dig the outer moat, because the protagonist couldn't shake the thought. Did he seriously forget how Nahat and the others were holding up? After a while, the allies patrolled the city, and Sarah beamed about how gorgeous the weather was today. Then the protagonist snapped back that nothing happening was driving him crazy, and it made him feel. I'm getting sleepy, she snapped back, but honestly it's kind of nice when everything goes quiet and calm. The guy couldn't really argue with that. The guards threw them a good luck, and the MC said Sarah, still a little uneasy about them. He couldn't shake the feeling she might be spoiling them a bit too much, and yeah, he still remembered how they used to. Right then Spinoza whined. She was done patrolling, sick of it, and all she wanted was a drink. Spinoza shot back right away, saying, "Yeah, you just gotta take a breather. Give them a minute and they'll recover." And when he saw her light up with joy, he knew she finally understood. Zig watched her bolt to cover somewhere, and suddenly he remembered the first time he'd seen her in the tavern, clinging to a wine barrel. Then the captain marched up, grabbed his attention, and told him he was depending on Zig as one of the squad. That's how he snagged his spot. Long before Fam and Spinoza even showed up, Fam leaned in and told Sarah she had to track someone absolutely fascinating. Maybe she should just leave it all here. Sarah was curious, so something truly unusual was at work, and honestly good she could count on it. Sarah should at least ask him, because for Fam, stalking wasn't some hobby, it was everything. And anyone who ended up in the reach of Sarah's maternal love and kindness got lazy too, and now Sarah's like, he's usually so kind, but the moment he starts swearing, it turns into scary. He leaned in and warned her to lay down the rules when it mattered, because if she didn't, her subordinates would start coasting and get lazy. The girl blurted out that she wanted to learn it too, and the protagonist leaned in, asking if she was ready to give being a commander a shot. Commander? Sarah blurted it out, buzzing with anticipation. Yeah, I'll try. Then she snapped on a stern face, grilled him about how his patrol was really going, and warned him straight up to answer her honestly. Honestly, the protagonist told her she couldn't keep grinding nonstop. She needed real breaks, and the truth hit hard, so she backed down immediately. Down, yeah, he was right. The MC sank even lower, mumbling on with a crushed vibe, calling him a slacker, and Sarah's face burned with outrage. Why is he saying that? This is totally wrong, she insisted, then slowly lowered her voice and asked him sheepishly. Wait, how'd she do that? Zeke blurted, stunned. Did she really want to work P? Worked properly? The girl stuttered out, no, it backfired. And the protagonist had no idea he'd been played, because what he thought he was doing. Her raw, naked suffering still struck him with fury, because she was just a little child, and her kindness was turning everyone around her into a bunch of laid-back freeloaders. After a bit, Spinoza shouted to him, and the protagonist blinked in shock. She wasn't just hanging around, she was patrolling. Fam leaned in and told him straight. Once she came into the bar, they wouldn't sell her a single drop of alcohol. She'd blown her last coins gambling at the casino. No money left to her name. So when Spinoza exploded in anger, he yelled, "You're a real shadow trader. This is wrong, you shouldn't." She never should have spilled everything, turning herself in with all those secrets, because she lunged at Fam, and the archer just danced out of the way, giggled, and mocked her moves like it was a game. No matter what she tried, she couldn't land a hit, and Sarah stared in shock, realizing they definitely weren't getting along. Held together perfectly. At this pace, there wouldn't be a single patrol left. And yeah, the MC knew that was true. Right then, a kid's scream cut through the air. The allies snapped toward the noise, and there it was, ugly as sin. A little child was on his knees, begging a knight for mercy, while the knight raged and barked. How dare you mess with the mark? The March of the Order of Knights. Tell me, who does he think is standing watch over all of them? The knight hopped off his horse and closed in on the child. Swore to him he'd beat the nonsense out of him. Rage exploded out of him and he kicked him hard. Right then, the moment the protagonist tripped him, the knight hit the ground. Then rage exploded in his voice as he snapped. Do you even know what he's doing? The MC stayed cool and said, he's a guard, his whole job is to protect this city. He refuses to look away when someone in this city is in danger, so the knight snapped. That guard is challenging me. And now this is straight up outrageous. Sieg just stays calm and shoots back. You'll see your place, so he's the one wrecking the peace. So the knight snapped to his feet, snatched his weapon and charged the protagonist, screaming that he'd slice him clean in half. Right there. Right then, a fierce, furious woman's voice exploded. A leaner burst into view, all annoyed fire, and she snapped at the knight until it fell silent. Enough, she planted herself between the protagonist and the knight, and her subordinate blurted out, stunned and confused. MC couldn't believe it. Why was the second in command here? This had to be the Ice Princess, the real one. The girl snapped a glare at her subordinate and demanded he name her worst pet peeve. So he stammered, untidy rooms, and Alina clocked it like, sure, that's seventh. But then she snarled, what she hated most were people who couldn't rein in their feelings, so she demanded the whole story. Then the knight spilled it. He tried to grab the intruder, and the child said it was just his ball. The ball sprang off the ground and landed right in front of the knight's horses. And as the knight kicked, the guard rushed in to help him. The guard wasn't at fault, because that's exactly what went down. The knight snapped back at the boy, and the truth was brutal. The guard was just as guilty. They both defied the order of knights, and that's why they had to be punished. Alina said, he's right, and the thought of punishment slammed into the room right that night. The knight let out a wicked chuckle and leaned into the protagonist's ear. Tell me, did he just hear that his bright the future is slamming shut right here, right now? And Alina snapped her path into existence in that exact moment. He raised the weapon and shoved it at her subordinate, and the knight shot back, baffled. What does that mean? The girl snapped, and then she went right for the question, does he even know? She knows exactly what she hates most. What about the boy? He asked, totally thrown off. People who can't control themselves, control their emotions. The Ice Princess snapped back, no, that's the second. He protested, wait, didn't you say it was the first? Alina cut him off right away, saying she hated fools most of all, the ones who ditch their knightly pride. Knights don't just wear armor, they carry noble hearts, and if someone forgets that and starts acting way too arrogant, you shut them down fast. The subordinate gasped in pure shock. Why? He's a knight. The girl smirked and said she'd train him in real chivalry, so he better brace himself. Alina dropped into a crouch by the child and said, tonight's coming for you, and then she snapped back, that's right. Then the Ice Princess grabbed his hands and blurted out, I'm sorry. She just hadn't had a second to get everything under control. She knew sorry wasn't going to fix anything, but it was all she had. And then Spinoza said the kid got first aid, so he's okay. Sarah backed it up and confirmed the same thing. Staring straight at Alina, the protagonist murmured that she was unlike any other knight. Then the Ice Princess cut in, asking him if they weren't the legendary fifth squad everyone kept whispering about. She'd still heard the rumors about that undead mess, but she'd been stuck on an expedition. Then she said she'd finally want to see his abilities up close, and the MC asked her, so did she want to? He couldn't wait to throw down. But the girl cut in and said she was sure this was just a skit, like an apology for that poor kid. Sieg figured the royal guards loved putting people through the ringer, so he leaned in and out loud asked her if Alina couldn't tell if she was certain, because if she lost, the whole city would gossip for days. She let out a chuckle, but was he scared to lose, or did he just hate the idea? Like shows, the protagonist said he wasn't doing anything dramatic. He was just scared for her, but he stepped up to take her challenge, and she couldn't help thinking, wow, what confidence. He was absolutely deadly at what he did, and then the knight fell. The knight started buzzing with worry, because the Ice Princess stood no chance against the captain of the guards, and before anyone could stop it, she became so early to be a vice-captain of the Royal Knights. Alina fired off a heartfelt thank you to the protagonist before he could even fully step away. Then she stepped forward, introduced herself, and flashed her authority, vice-captain of the Knight's Order, before snapping into a ready-to-battle fighting stance. She told him straight up that she was about to strike. Then the Ice Princess flew in with a savage lunge, but MC stayed ice cold and calmly shut her attack down. Boom! He couldn't believe it. In all the swordsmen he'd ever faced, None moved with her precision and graceful control. Watching her strike, he baited her by leaving a real opening. Alina took the trap, lunged forward, and screamed, He's caught." Then Sieg snaps into motion, parrying her strike so hard she stumbles, eyes wide as her balance finally gives out. He leans in and asks if they can finish it now, and she grins, reaching out as she fires back. Does he even know what she absolutely hates? He couldn't stand the rest. Those awful jokes. And then the girl snapped into action, triggering an ice flare, but he cut her off, stopping the attack cold, and his mind raced. So that's why they call her the Ice Princess. Because the second the truth hit, the protagonist realized his hands they were freezing, so he grabbed her and shoved the danger into her face. Alina stared at him, baffled, and burst out, "Surprise." Stunned by that reaction, the knights went completely numb with shock. The princess grinned like it was destiny, absolutely loving every second of their fight. The protagonist leaned in and asked, "So you're a knight mage?" And the boy watching their clash blurting out, "Amazing," while Alina answered right as, "Wait, how is that even possible?" He told her swordsmanship and magic are totally different worlds, yet she somehow mastered both, absolutely flawlessly. And then the girl leaned in and said, "See, it's simple, you just gotta put in the work." And then she laughed because she hadn't faced a real opponent yet, so she could pour out her full power. After what feels like forever, it's finally time. Everything ends right now. She lunges at him with everything she's got, fires off her skill again, and screams, "You're not escaping me." Sieg twisted aside, barely dodging her strike. Then he curled up and launched his next move. She kept believing the curse meant she was chasing him. The protagonist tried to move, and then he realized he was trapped, surrounded by her magical ice. He cursed through his teeth, then realized her whole mission was to stop him from. Alina refused to let it end. She flipped on her physical enhancement and shot up into the air, escaping at full speed. Breathed in, then screamed, "It's over, now he's going to get it," as the protagonist braces for what's coming. Dragonus figured he was trapped for good, and the worst part, he had no shield to protect him. He effortlessly snapped her punch out of the air and barked the next words, like he'd already won. The girl stared in disbelief, thinking that if she'd only unleashed ice magic, he would have been the one to fall. Lost to her, the kid looked totally stunned and blurted, "Wait, what just happened?" Sarah couldn't believe how fast the fight ended, and Spinoza just grinned like it was nothing. MC kept going, because his defense would hold. Alina stared in disbelief, completely stunned by what she was seeing. He couldn't believe it. He noticed his defense was stronger than her attack, and when the girls broke into smiles, they thanked him for spending his precious time on her. Then she added, Spinoza had never lost so badly. She'd remember it for ages. And Sieg couldn't help but respect her because she was a real powerhouse. Then Spinoza grinned and joyfully demanded a duel, and the kid burst out, shaking with excitement. Sarah's jaw dropped. He was just that cool. Alina felt like pure magic. Even Fam couldn't help but say it was something. Was awesome. Then, after a bit, every warrior started whispering about it. Those arrogant knights had gone so quiet. So what? Did the Ice Princess issue some kind of decree? She de-changed in a way no one could miss. Like Sieg's fight with her had flipped something inside her. So the one who didn't know what happened just stared, then asked his comrades in shock. Did he go and mess up again? The warriors froze in shock. He didn't even know, and they all scrambled to shout him the details. Then it hit. Right at that moment, the door swung open, and Alina stormed into the room, leaving the warriors staring in shock, whispering, What's she doing here? This is the first time a knight has ever stepped into the guards' barracks, and they couldn't believe it. She was still standing there in a dress, like nothing was wrong. She clutched her surprise, stepped forward, and demanded where Sieg was. Then every warrior pointed to the same place, without a single hesitation. The protagonist snapped irritably. They're all traitors, and Alina, right in front of the guards who'd gone deadly quiet, told MC she was coming. Come to tell him something. Then he asked her, and what happened? The girl spoke like a whisper, calm as if she'd slipped right under his skin, but she said one thing that shocked him. He doesn't want to marry her. Zig just stood there completely. She lit the whole thing with her question, And not long after that, Nahat's group. This group blundered straight into a monstrous foe, the huge ogre, roaring with terrifying power. The allies huddled behind cover, but the monster tracked them with touch alone, and with every breath screaming danger. Hannah snapped into motion and began casting. The leader couldn't take it anymore. He burst out from behind, driven by pure panic. Hannah covered her stance and prepared to strike the enemy, then warned him in a shaky voice that the spell wasn't ready yet, but he shoved her off and cursed it in. He snapped into a fighting stance and the girls went wide-eyed with pure disbelief. What on earth was happening? Then, out of nowhere, he surged in to shield someone for the former Nahat. Could any of that even make sense? Nothing mattered to him, until this, the one thing he took deadly seriously. About to explode into action, the leader clashed with the enemy in the middle of battle. Because right when Sieg left, he thought he'd gained the upper hand. They'd been botching missions for ages, and the other adventurers kept sneering like their entire crew was doomed to fail. The whole team was betting everything on him. If this mission failed, their confidence would crash, and they'd probably be kicked out of the guild too. Their name and rank were on the chopping block, and this was their final shot to prove they had what it takes. Strength, the hot one already taking hits, dropped into a crouch right then. Hannah surged forward and screamed at the monster that he was moments from getting it when her magical attack finally hit. And somehow it didn't even work on them. The ogre slammed in. She figured if she swung with everything she had, she might break through, but the clock was brutal and she didn't have time to refill her mana. At this rate they'll get wiped out, no doubt. She spun to Irene and ordered, "Get a movement spell ready. She should see." "Cover her," her companion snapped back. "It'll be done." Nahat seethed. "Are you kidding me? Who said we're retreating? She wants them to fail the mission again." The girl snapped back. "Then what are we supposed to do?" And he gritted. "At this point we're just marching toward death." The leader cut in, annoyed. "If we run, we're finished. They'd bolt with their tails tucked, and then they'd end up looking like absolute fools." Hannah fired back. "She wants to burn it all down and lose everything all over again." The leader snapped, furious. "They've got no other choice. She wants our whole team gone and we can't let that happen. You can't retreat, that's an order." Irene froze, totally lost. Hannah told him to forgive them because they didn't want to die, because he was an absolute idiot. Irene snapped her bow up and kept it trained, ready to back her comrade the second things went south. Hannah snapped onward, because the second Sieg walked out, their whole team vanished on the spot. Inhot roared, angry at. He ordered her to cancel the spell. No debate, no mercy. This isn't the end for them. They still had a way to fix their name, but the girl ignored him, because she just stayed locked in and finished the job. Then, not long after, they were finally safe. Ahat seethed. What the hell is going on? Her wild, out-of-control behavior blew up everything, and that's how they botched the mission. The girl answered with ice-cold confidence. If someone can't think about the group's safety, they don't deserve to lead. Then he was about to. He lunged at her in a rage, but Hannah snapped her arm up, blocked his strike, and flung him aside. Then the leader dropped down by a tree, and she snapped. Listen, sure, they tracked him down, but his selfish choices wrecked the whole team. The girls started to walk away, and Hannah blurted, "One last thing, now the team's gone, he's alone." I read. Irene snapped that he was awful, and Nahat hovered there, staring in stunned disbelief, swallowing regret. Because he was the only one left stuck on the team. What kind of sick joke was this? He yanked off his armor and unleashed a brutal curse. Foully. Right then, Irene twisted around with a crushed look at Hannah. And Hannah, seeing the regret coming a mile away, stood her ground and said she hopes he's satisfied. He should have used that empty head way earlier. Alone time would have finally made him see what a total idiot he's been. Irene called her name again, but Hannah snapped in and told her to forget about him. Did her cheek still sting? Irene whispered, "Yeah, it still hurts." The mage sniffled, swiped at the tears pouring up, and muttered, "And that's it, our once-proud team is gone." For a while, Sarah kept watching with a bright smile as the protagonist laughed, until Elena finally blurted out her feelings, love for him. So why on earth hadn't he said a word earlier? His answer, He muttered grimly, and she's been buzzing with cheer since this morning, so something's gotta be up, right? The girl blurted out, all excited and delighted. Did something happen? She practically lit up at love stories, so she couldn't wait to hear his tale. In the middle of the story, the protagonist fired off a question. Who told her that anyway? Fam cracked up and said, duh, it was me. It was her again. She always trails him like a shadow, and yeah, she totally watched Alina confess to him. He told her to quit popping up from weird places, but Sierra just grinned and asked how it went. So what did he say? Sieg stalled for a second, then blurted, wait, how do I even say this? And he wondered if they could really get married. He demanded answers, and she confessed that her heart had fallen for him. In love with him, yeah, that's the setup. So the protagonist just admitted, I don't know what she loves most, but he did know what she can't stand. Alina locked eyes with him like it was a promise and whispered, more than anything in the world, she loves men who are stronger than her. After she gets taken down by him, he won't leave her mind. One thought of him and her chest clenches, like unease is crawling under her skin. So she figured it would be easiest to grab her subordinate for advice, only for him to reassure her that there was nothing to worry about. She ducked out of the night they were talking about, and the subordinate blurted, they say this is how love begins. And her surprise hit like a punch. But in that instant it hit her. She was really, truly in love with him, and then came his answer. MC confessed. Her honesty jolted him, and the only thing he could think about was what to do next, because he wanted to. She locked in on protecting the city and even admitted he was right, because she wouldn't brush this off for a second. Fine. She'd wait as long as it took, and Sieg made it clear. That was a hard refusal. Refusal. Alina snapped that she's thinking of transferring to the guards, and the protagonist shot back. What happened to your pride as a knight? The ice princess shot back. Her pride won't touch her love at all. She'll follow him through anything. He snapped in outrage. No, she knows exactly how knights and guards are supposed to move around each other. He's betting these two can become the bridge that finally mends everything. And then the ice princess blushes, hard, muttered he's too close. Then she snapped back, fine, I'll stay the night. He's right, he insisted. We have to change the city, after she said goodbye, she stormed off, and the protagonist wiped his sweaty brow like, yeah, I pulled it off. But the knights exploded with outrage. Asterisk, how in the world did he actually beat the ice princess? Damn it, after a tense beat of silence, the protagonist finally blurted out Seta, or something close, and she sounded genuinely shocked, like her resolve didn't even budge. So he's not planning to date anyone. Bam, straight up. And it even hit me like, whoa. He blinked in shock. What did that even have to do with her? She shrugged and told him, if you start dating, I'm stuck watching you guys make out, and trust me, that's no grand show. Then leaned in and said it'll all tumble into something way too indecent for her taste, and she's not ready for that. The protagonist, her mood sinking fast, demanded how far her surveillance had gone and left the question hanging in the air. So who are they really? Is there anyone in here who's actually special? Girls stared at him, then shot worried glances at each other like, wait, what just happened? After that, Sarah hesitated for a second, then admitted she loved hearing everyone else's love stories. Because the truth was, she didn't have one of her own. She's shy, and you know that, right? So romantic adventures aren't her thing. She's like a shadow, the MC swore. So that's why the fifth squad got stuffed with singletons. Sarah blurted, but Spinoza still hadn't said a word. They tracked down their rebellious ally, only to find her slumped drunk in a tavern. The protagonist leaned back and thought, yep, Spinoza's totally in their lane. And then the fifth squad's bond level jumped by 0.1. After a while, Nahat pushed on through the F***K. The forest swallowed the silence, and he clutched his pounding head like a curse was drilling into his skull. His head, suddenly, a woman's voice snapped into the air. A woman's laughter burst through the air. He darts toward the source, pulled in by the sound, and he blurted out, stunned, what are the harpies doing here? Then he rage-slashed his sword through the air at them, snapping with irritated shouts as he swung, shouting at them to shut their mouths. They drove on like a chase was already underway, driving him completely unhinged. Then the harpies burst off in every direction, scattering like chaos itself. Every direction closed in on him as he kept laughing. And then they started. They surged in and started tearing into him. And the leader, waving them off, kept cursing again and again, and couldn't believe how it all spiraled into this, because it had been going so perfectly, right up until now. He snapped back to every single member of his team, and his mind latched onto the protagonist. Everything started crumbling the second they kicked the. So what, you're telling me it was that idiot's fault? Right then, the harpies shattered his sword, the very thing that held him together, and he stared at the wreckage like it was proof he was next. He drew the weapon in shock, and it hit him. MC had handed him the sword, swearing it would be perfect for the leader of their unstoppable team. He'd always been furious at himself for blurting out whatever popped into his head. Then the harpies slammed him straight to the ground, and then launched into cruel torment, laughing non-stop in his face. He muttered, "I feel it, this is the end for me. Let them laugh while I'm down." Suddenly, the aura around him shifted, like the air itself just snapped into danger. A dark entity burst out of the air, tore through the harpies without mercy, and Nahat stood there watching. Hot from shock, he blurted, "Who are you?" And the thing replied, "Your ally," then went in and squeezed the harpy's blood right into his mouth. The entity demanded he drink it, so Nahat didn't hesitate and obeyed. Then the entity's voice slithered out, cold and ominous, talking about the ones who humiliated him, the ones who dared to look down on him, the people who laughed at him and hated him. They don't get to keep doing that, because once it's over, he'll finally have the power to hit back and get revenge on every last one of them. Those worthless wretches, and Enhat knew it. Yeah, it was brutal, but only if he'd had the power. And once he could finally prove it all, he'd go straight for the ones who tried to make him look like an idiot, drag it to the guild, even reach out to his old allies, and he would. He kept thinking he'd prove to everyone that he was all his crew needed, just like that adventurer said, "It's good for the team." They could fight at full strength, and if Siegs's shield was real, he could stop every enemy alone, right? So why not grab it for themselves? Did they even need a pillar like that? Nobody else but them could. Phew, he could barely even finish the thought. Protect him. Then the protagonist, coming closer, demanded what they'd been talking about, and Nahat shot back with a gloomy truth. Carrying that burden was brutally hard. The protagonist muttered, "I'm embarrassed," then spotted the leader, and realized the sarcasm still didn't land. They pushed straight into him, screw them all. Fury boiled in his veins. Meanwhile, Irene and Hannah stormed back to the guild, begging Esther to forgive them, because they'd grabbed the quest by force and still managed to blow it. Came up short. But the girl laughed it off, said everything was fine. The only thing that mattered was they'd made it back safe and sound. So Hannah, after a beat of hesitation, she finally blurted it out. She knew this wasn't the right moment to press them, but could they please wait and hold off on punishing? Within their group, Nahat cared way too much about the team's name. She figured he'd snap out of it sooner or later and finally understand everything. Esther opened her mouth to answer, then, right as her aura suddenly shattered into something real, solid enough that Nahat burst out of it. Hannah couldn't believe it, gloating like a villain, and then she blurted, shocked, "Oh my, what a wonderful feeling. This power of his. Listen, there's no beating him if you don't have more than you can handle. They've got to get rid of all three of them. No questions, no delays." She thrust her hand forward. She tried to blast the dark force back with magic. Then her hand suddenly flared, blazing to life and swallowing her in. Black smoke curled up, and Irene blurted her name in sheer panic. Then Hannah crumpled, falling fast. It felt like someone grabbed her by the soul and yanked her forward. She fought to break free and screamed for Nahat to let her go. But when their old leader suddenly stepped into view, her mind blanked. She barely recognized him, and confusion drove her to ask again, leaving Nahat. The boy looked like a demon walking around in human skin, and soon after, the protagonist and his allies took their posts guarding the capital's main gates. Sarah stared at the weird shift in the air, stunned. Why does it feel so different today, and where are the monsters? Up yet, the protagonist scoffed that this was just how it always went. If they were serious, they should have struck 2 hours ago. Spinoza drawled, all lazy and calm. "Guess it's fine, maybe we should grab a drink," he muttered. Or maybe the monsters got bored of attacking the. Inside the city, Pham sprawled with a book and asked her, "So, are you judging yourself now?" She tried to act normal, but a strange feeling still wouldn't leave her, and MC totally noticed. Did she feel it too? Or were they just chasing shadows in their own heads? Running wild, Zig suddenly froze. Sarah shot up and yelled, "There's someone here." He whipped his gaze where the girl pointed, then gasped, "It's Hannah and Irene." Hannah looked completely worn out, and Irene had to help her walk. Then Hannah spotted him and practically gasped, saying it was such a relief that he was here right in front of them, and when he demanded answers, confusion crushed his face. What happened? They stared, totally stunned, and then, shabby, Hannah opened her mouth to spill the truth about Esther, then caught herself and chose to tell him instead. Tell him the whole story from the start. When the heat finally surged and grabbed her hand, she demanded to know why he did it, and right then, bam, Irina snapped the trigger and started blasting shots. They peppered him with arrows and roared for him to let Hannah go, right now. He snapped at her, furious, "What are you doing?" But her arrows were doing no damage. Then, right then and there, the adventurers burst in and drove their swords into him from behind. Swords flashed, then the boys rushed up to ask the girls, "Are you okay? Was that Nahat? Don't worry, they'd handle it. Now get out fast." Hannah screamed, and she knew it was her fault, barely. The girls fought to lift her up, and right then Nahat lunged in and grabbed the two. And with a brutal snap, he torched them, shouting, "No one asked for small fry." After wiping out the boys, he spun to Hannah and Irene and demanded them. Told them, "Come on, bring them back. You've got power now, and now they're gonna be noticed for real. Now they're about to reclaim their group's name. And not one fool is going to dare speak a word about them again." Esther grabbed the girls and told them they had to head straight to Sieg. She definitely could protect them. So she thrust her hands over their heads and slammed her power into action, activating her. She channeled her magic and blurted, "My power barely reaches far enough to yank us out of this city." She was desperate to make sure they'd be all right. Then, in the blink of an eye, Nahat snatched Esther's head. He snapped at her, furious, and demanded to know why nobody had bothered to get permission from her to interfere. She stared at him and begged him not to. Then the former leader tore her down too, and the girls just stood there stunned, their minds spinning with pure confusion. He whipped around and snapped, "Where do you think you're going?" And they charged straight toward him. Sieg let them run, because he could only hope that idiot would somehow soothe them, since Sieg was about to torch them all and reduce every last one to ashes. He cackled so wickedly that the girls bolted from the place, and his evil black magic swallowed the world in darkness, turning everything black. Right then a shocked Sieg blurted, "Demon, did you really trash Esther?" And Hannah snapped back, "It was my Esther's fault, because the Crimson Lotus vanished, and that left Esther and everyone else there staring at nothing." He told her he was proud of the group, and she didn't need to carry any blame. Something else had to be behind it. Reason he flipped into a demon. Because he was clinging to the wrong things, way too attached to let go. Clinging to the group, she blurted out loud, worry flooding her face. She was certain it wasn't just them. He was coming for him too, so he had to bolt fast before the trap snapped shut. He said, voice steady, that he was the guardian of this place, so yeah, he wasn't running and she didn't have to worry. They were better off staying right here, and he'd stand guard and protect them. Besides, and man, the whole area was crawling with monsters. These things lived for battle, so the shock hit her hard. They pointed at that whole thing and said, "They treated me like trash, absolutely terribly." He just stared at her calmly and asked, "You're still worried about it?" Like he couldn't possibly admit he'd already moved on. But they were just doing what they had to, protecting their team, weren't they? They were. They stayed silent together, and then he finally spoke. No, he hadn't forgotten a thing. Forgotten every lesson they drilled into him. And after she joined the groups, she could. He couldn't get close to anyone, kept calling out to him, and swore he was the last one to join Crimson Lotus. Then she recalled the day he came in and started telling her how. Oh yeah, something like that had happened before. No doubt about it. Irene always clocked when they'd start a fight. Then later marched straight to Nahat and lit him up with a scolding. Then it hit him. Every moment before came crashing back, and he realized that at the start They genuinely respected each other and were grinding side by side for the same dream: fame, fortune, and everything we've been chasing. The more they fed into that group, the uglier it got, like they were rotting from the inside. Because he couldn't shake the feeling that if he slipped out of the picture, they'd finally be able to laugh again. Laugh again like before. He admitted it too, saying he was to blame for stopping just as much, trying to mend things with him. Because if he shows up here, he's coming too. To stop him, will they actually step in and help him? Hennep. Hina slammed into a bow and demanded his forgiveness out loud, because worry was chewing at him. She was freaking out, then snapped that he was right. Still, he was demanding way too much. She shouted back that she didn't mean any of it, and she begged to apologize for everything, including the part where in the end they kicked him out. She never expects him to forgive them, but she's desperate to apologize anyway, because they're the ones who messed everything up. Blame. He spoke in a steady, calm voice and said he'd forgiven them. Everybody messes up sometimes, and he's no different. Still, he's downright thrilled, because he gets to talk to them like this again. She grinned again and told him he was just as kind as ever. Irene called him up and said she brought it up that day because she'd caught him staring at job postings. She said maybe he should ditch his job and switch it up, because staying there forever was only going to hurt him. She lunged to cut her off and said, "I promised I wouldn't tell him," then pressed, "So, isn't this the perfect moment?" She replayed that day in her mind, realizing this was exactly how she'd been hearing every single thing he said. So they should start talking more. She nodded, and he shrugged that they were probably wiped out, because right now they just needed a real rest. Bolton asked, "You're his old friend, right? And if that's true, then there's nothing they can do. Same deal as always for the Knights. To keep Astaroth's defense standing, you're gonna need serious firepower. Someone insanely strong has to step in, so they should rush and call for reinforcements." And he let out a laugh. He said, "Stop sprinting like that, you don't have to rush." Then, just a little later, Alina was crouched outside, scratching a cat's head, and she told him, "Slow down and sip, don't gulp." He rushed up to her and blurted out that he'd finally found her, her asterisk, and she was just standing there. She froze in shock, spun toward him with a blush and blurted, "Why are you here?" And if he'd really seen it all, he still stayed calm and asked what she was talking about that sweet look on her face, like she was a totally different person, and she would. She blushed even harder, and he cut right through it by telling her there was nothing to feel embarrassed about. Her face still stuck there. Her face lit up with pure maternal love, so charming it made her blush hard, and she immediately snapped that she wouldn't fall for this flattery. She struggled to steady her breathing, calmed down just a bit, and snapped that it looked like he'd been searching for her. He nodded and said he had a favor he needed from her, as she was the deputy, and she swore she truly had clout in that order. Sure, she couldn't round up every night, but she wasn't powerless either. But before he could even say a word, she cut in, and it came with one strict condition. Knowing this, none of the knights dared touch the guard's request. One wrong move and her position in the order could come crashing down. He still pushed himself to ask for her help, closing the distance, gripping her shoulders and nodding like, "I know you can do it because I believe in you, only you." The blunt confidence left her flustered, and she couldn't find a way to refuse. So she finally said, "Since you asked me like this, I'll help." However, if she got kicked out of the Knights, he'd have to own it. So he swore she had nothing to fear, that he'd stop it dead. But she blushed and admitted, even if it happened, she didn't bat an eye. Spinoza heard it and shot back, asking if she'd fallen that easily. Fam told them to check that face, and they stared in disbelief at the ice princess standing right there. Sarah hushed everyone and demanded to know what was wrong. MC figured that when the heat finally hit, something would come charging in to greet him. He never guessed. That's how it all ends up. Then 2 days later, the guards, from the top of the wall, he shouted at full volume that the demon invasion was here. Everyone better get into position right now, because the moment has begun. Dozens of guards and knights marched in the same direction, led by Alina. Spinoza spun around and demanded they really were certain, because standing at the front meant charging in, not fleeing with their tails tucked between their legs. The soldiers grinned like it was nothing and said, "We've already battled those undead, so let us fight." They'd waited forever for this. Then she flashed a smirk and warned them to try not to lose any limbs. Hannah and Irene said, "There are way too many of them here. Seriously, I'm dying to know where he scooped up all these people." C pulled them aside and begged them to slow down and not go hunting for trouble. They snapped back that none of this would have happened if they hadn't been the ones involved. But if danger came, they'd throw up a shield and take the hit. He didn't have to worry at all. Spinoza lit up and told them to have fun and end it all. Then Fam burst in with her apology, promising that the title of Best Warrior would be hers, and as a reward, he'd get to pet her. Sarah fired back that she'd do her absolute best too. Bolton called him out and told him straight, "Clashing with old comrades from the past isn't anything close to easy." Easy? He leaned in and told me there was nothing to worry about, then stared it down like he was born for it. He spun around and stared down the horde of monsters tearing through the air, flying straight toward him. The city, Enhot, was soaring through the skies with the demons, and he flashed a huge grin as he said that. So yeah, he should have done it the second it happened, because now he's finally ready to kill him. He remembered the creature's warning, go to Astaroth and smash the orb of light. He didn't even know what an orb was, but if they wanted it done, let them have it their way. He clocked Hannah and Irene and snapped, "You two really sprinted over to complain. Because if you did, the demons are going to." He'd seize the whole city and make everyone in it pay attention. Then he'd turn the streets into his playground. With that orb of light in their hands, they can do anything they want. He burst out loud, called the protagonist by name, and demanded. He looked like he'd stepped into the role of a guard, so now he had to protect it with everything he had. At least one person stood up, because those demons were about to slaughter everyone. Humans with evil grins demanded to know what they could do to stop them, like they were ready to ruin everything. People always do the same thing, and, stupid, of course they need to grab the orb of light. Irene snapped her gaze upward and said he'd even grown. Bolton shouted at the top of his lungs that he needed them to throw their full support behind him, right away, all their might. The demons swooped in fast and screamed so loud it rattled the air. They blared out that everyone should shove the soldiers aside and ignore them. If they managed to grab the orb, victory would be locked in, until the twist hits them out of nowhere. Respectively, he unleashed his power and yanked a crowd of monsters surged straight at him, and the crowd started to scream. Then the sound cut off midway, and they surged forward, clashing their weapons and smashing into countless. A whole swarm of demons swooped down from the skies toward them. The guards stormed the attack, shouting loud and clear that they were coming too. Nahat couldn't stand by forever. She stared at him and demanded. The second he realized he'd made new friends, a huge smile hid his face. Turns out he was finally enjoying life. Sarah rushed to MC, asked if he was all right, and he nodded, while Spinoza barked that he needed to hang on a little longer. They promised they'd try to finish them off in the next wave, and MC swallowed his fear, saying he'd been counting on them. Fam swore that because of him, she could calmly aim and slam the demon right between the eyes. Then he told her to keep going, leaving cover behind so she'd have room to strike, while the guards blared their orders at full volume. They swore not a single monster would set foot in Astaroth, and the demons rushed to their master, shouting that he'd arrived with a report, only for the attempt to enter from the west to fail. An ambush was waiting right there, and their entire detachment got wiped out instantly. There was no point in fighting. The whole city was sealed up tight from every side. At this pace, their army was toast, and the thing wearing Nahat's body sneered that they were nothing but worthless trash. Would he really let trash take the win? He blew up on them, yelling they were idiots and demanding to know if anyone had ever taught them how to fight. One of the demons barked, "Forget that idiot, wipe out the rearguard right now." It felt impossible, like he was yanking their strings and steering their minds, even while they fought to attack someone else. Just like everyone else, they get pulled toward the guy with the shield, and every single attack comes charging straight for him. He was blown away by what he heard, and he couldn't stop asking when it all changed. Because at some point their teamwork suddenly clicked. The Crimson Lotus surged forward, and ever since he joined, The enemy kept locking onto him so his team could strike without restraint. Until they always clocked only him. The exact spotlight he'd been chasing so desperately was handed to him alone. Now the demons, the women snapped that it was pointless. There was no way they could win. If they keep going like this, they'll just die for nothing. Vayne, why doesn't he just go punch them himself? He remembered it all clear as day, what Hannah told him. And the moment he realized they were staring at him like that again, he whipped his hand forward and slammed into them with his. Spinoza caught it instantly and blurted out, "Wait, did he just?" Nahat yelled at Sieg, demanding, no, daring him, to just slaughter his own comrades. They insisted it had to be handled face to face. No pulling other people into it. No interference from anyone else. Fear gripped him as he snapped out loud, voice sharp with disgust. So this weakling's really talking to me. He dared to think he could get away with it, so he underestimated him, and swore he'd wipe him clean, right out of this world. He met his eyes calmly and told him to shut up, then get moving and attack already. Already he shot up to him and snapped that someone like him was nothing, an absolute idiot. Nothing meant anything to him. He was about to die right now. Hannah and Irene stared at them with scared, worried faces, and he swung his fist and roared that he wished him dead, then absolutely slammed him with a bone-jarring punch. But he slammed his shield up, crack, and got tossed backward, and the whole arena gasped when they saw it. So he pushes him away, and right then, did he really manage it? The protagonist stared into the shadows and thought, is this it? Is this the real power of darkness? Then he spoke. He told them, don't panic. I'm not the one who strikes first. First, he looked down and realized, somehow, he didn't feel human anymore. Nahat slammed into the fight again and shouted. Trash like him didn't deserve to breathe. First, he'd tear off his arms. Then he'd rip straight through to his legs. He locked eyes with him, realizing, right in that moment, this was the first time he'd ever fought back. He barreled right back into it, swinging again and then shouted, demanding how long he planned to keep hiding behind that shield. That's why he'd always been a weak little nothing. So he hurled his shield. He slammed the shield into place and shattered the blade of his sword. He boomed, swearing that something so dull would never, ever touch him. A dull blade. He hauled off and started pounding him then, and shouted that he was sick of him, slamming down and continuing, I'm done with you. Right as the fight cut off at a few, he threw strong punches, then kept wondering why he couldn't stay down. MC stared at him stone calm and asked, so that's it, this is all you've got? Rage exploded in him, and he snapped. He shouted, don't push me. What the hell are you anyway? He sprinted straight at him, and they slammed into each other, attacking with everything they had. They both thrust their fists at the exact same moment. Then suddenly, Nahat's arm shattered into a brutal scatter of pieces. Everyone froze in total shock, and he lunged forward and grabbed his shoulder. And then he demanded, how dare he? But he just stared back calmly like nothing could rattle him. He stared him down and demanded, do you remember how much it meant to you? Does he remember how insanely much fun they had back when they were brand new adventurers, just starting their careers? Remember those times when Hannah smiled at all of them? And Irene always pushed, how are you guys doing on the team? Does he still remember that? Remember those times? He burst out and demanded, shut up. But he just wouldn't. He ignored everyone and snapped that if he hadn't left, none of this would have happened. He swallowed his regret and knew it was time to stop what he was, before it all went even further. So what did this power even give him? Because rage hit him like a truck, and he snapped, yelling at the top of his lungs. He'd already snapped at him to shut up. Then he loaded pure power into his fist and slammed him with a brutal punch. He threw that punch, and it didn't even leave a scratch. Yet he blared that he always looked down on him. And then, now the power crushing him was on a whole other level. Seek felt his body scream that it couldn't hold on anymore as he called out to him. He shouted at him to stop, then barked, do you want to die? Hot ignored him and blasted, you're gonna see my strength, whether you like it or not. Strength surged through him. He charged at the guy, snapped a punch forward, and roared that their squad did. God didn't need him at all. He paused mid-swing, then spoke in a calm, steady voice. Nothing those attacks did could touch him, so he snapped to it and stared hard, thinking, am I really doomed to lose, even with the power of? In the grip of darkness, he swore he'd never bow to that nonsense. because everyone in this cursed city acted like their squad's success happened only because of him, like no one else on the team even mattered. He snapped that it was all a lie, and then the whole squad proved him wrong, pulling off the win. Did it all because of him. Hannah and Irene, too, somewhere between everything and that moment. They were the ones who threw their lives on the line, battling monsters head-on, while he only wanted one thing: keep them safe. So that's why he kept leveling up his defenses, and why he picked up the aggression skill that lures enemy attacks straight to him. They slammed into him, and that's exactly what forged his strength. So now Nahat hollered that he'd always looked down on him. That's why he turned into this, because of him. He told himself he shouldn't even compare them. He insisted they were equal. He stared at him, eyes wide with shock, then snapped that he'd better stop staring at him like that, just like the protagonist looked at him. He stared him down and swore he'd been swallowed by darkness. Comrades, through it all, nothing had truly changed. He blared it out that this was the one thing he despised about him from day one, because he always decided. He ignored everyone and never listened to a word they said. And no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't make himself hear a thing. That's exactly why he despised all of this, because he understood it better than anyone, and only he could make sure they fought at full power. Strength, yet he felt like a walking eyesore, the only one everyone's eyes snapped to, terrified to admit that he had nothing left. Besides the squad, that's why he always snapped back at him, and when the moment hit, he crumpled to his knees. Knees, they called him, and pleaded for forgiveness for everything, and he met their eyes with pure calm. Nahat nodded, voice steady as he agreed to forgive him. Then he bowed his head low, and he shot back that he'd always loathed that about him. Then he asked. He rushes to ask if he can pass his apologies to the others. He's crushed. Esther can't be brought back anymore, and the weight of that loss still hits him hard as his. His body started to crumble into dust, and somehow he realized he was actually glad about it, and he managed to stop it. MC noticed. Look, she bolted up to him and yelled his name, but his body crumbled to dust right there in front of him. Hannah and Irene showed up. She caught herself thinking of him again, remembering him when he was already gone. He choked up and started to cry. After what felt like forever, the guards finally spotted a massive crowd closing in. He grinned like a menace and blurted that the demons were his own gargoyle scouts. He shouted that the real problem was their defense. Those heavy, slashing hits barely even scratched them. They needed weapons that could slice straight through in a single strike. So they got it, locked in, and charged these monsters head-on. Fam perched on the wall, loosed her bowstring, and then cackled, claiming none of them would ever wriggle free from her arrows. She spotted a bunch of demons snapping their heads toward her, and she blurted that they had no right to look. Rage surged in her. She'd never been hit with a tension that intense. They wiped out every single one. Monsters swarmed in fast, and he said it like always. There were way more monsters than people. That glowing orb pulled them in way harder than they expected, because it could even rattle the heavens themselves, and right there, he spun around. She blurted that she'd done an amazing job and thanked her straight up. Then they wrapped everything up in a flash. Seriously, she burst into laughter, thanked him, then asked if he'd keep watching her even with chaos roaring around them. So tell me, did he by some wild chance have the gift of clairvoyance? Because he swore she made a real, undeniable impact. So he decided to shower her with praise, and she smirked like, "Yeah, you really know my weak spots." Then she proved him right. No whip at all, just compliments, and she got even better. He kept the carrots coming, patted her on the head, and told her he was genuinely impressed by how good she was at bringing her best out. Bolton stormed up and blurted that he sprinted here the second he heard about the monster attack, yet it looks like it's already done. Where are the others? Who got hurt? Sieg shot back. Spinoza and Sarah are out patrolling the city. With just the two of them, the gates usually held. So he let out a tired sigh and went, "So you're slacking again." She immediately called the captain and insisted the accusations were totally baseless. He blinked in shock, because he swore this was the first time he'd ever seen her stand up for them. Then he flashed a grin and basically declared it was impossible, because those two were definitely slacking off again. Only Spinoza stepped up. He swore he'd go hunt them down himself. It was finally time for the changing of the guard. Then they rolled into the city. He stepped into the city and ran right into members of his old squad. Then Irene leaned in and asked if he was still breathing out answers. Patrolling the city. Guard duty fits him like a glove. He even asked if she truly believed. Thought so, Hannah nodded fast, saying he looked awesome. Then he spotted a mark on her hand and asked if the healing magic still hadn't worked, and she nodded with a grin and said it looked like some kind of curse. Yet it didn't sting even a bit, so yeah, everything was totally fine. He spotted the bouquet in her hands and shot. "Is that for Nahat?" She smiled and nodded. "Yeah, we won." He fought to stall it with everything he had, insisting it was the right move, because at least some kind of funeral still mattered. And she said that. Honestly, knowing him, he'd probably shrug and say he didn't need those flowers. Then he'd look at her and think, "You've known me the longest, so yeah, that must hurt." And still he'd swear he'd be happy. She smiled, really, truly happy, and said she hoped so. Then he shot back asking what they were doing next, and she declared she'd stay under Bolton's command. So he stepped in and invited her to help install the barrier. He invited her to come with them, and Irene said she was thinking about joining the guards, because if anything went wrong, he'd be right there to protect her. Fam slipped out from behind him, blurted out that she was really, truly sorry. But it didn't look like she'd be able to. She'd be right in the same squad with them, and they weren't short-handed at all. Then she looked at her and thought, "No way, you're from his squad, aren't you? So this is the squad. Wait, is that the top-tier archer everyone's hyping?" She asked, and then she stared at the fear in her eyes like, "Are you really scared you'll be forced to take her spot?" They look alike. So she panics that she'll lose him, and then she lets out a shaky chuckle and says, she snapped back that she had zero clue what anyone was talking about. Then bragged that she's the mascot of the 5th squad, and nobody's beating her, because she's utterly irresistible. Irreplaceable, she murmured with a tiny teasing smile. Like, does she honestly think she's just a mascot? He started to walk away, and Hannah snapped his attention back, telling him how grateful she was. Relief flooded him because he'd protected Nahat. Then without another word, they took off. With their hands waving, Fam blurted out that they'd gotten insanely attached. He let out a quiet chuckle, spun toward her, and told her flat out there was zero reason to be so jealous. She snapped that after everything they'd done, a normal person would have hated them. Yet they still managed to hurt him with their behavior. Him long ago. He spoke in this calm, steady voice like it was the only sound that mattered, and he said he was finally glad they could. Finally, they moved on. And when she glanced over, she smiled and said, just like always, he was way too kind to everyone. But one day, it might hit him out of nowhere, and that could be the moment everything ends. He grinned and said that, as long as he keeps standing there, he stayed grounded with his feet planted firmly, and somehow that was all that mattered. She flashed a grin and admitted, he's still an interesting guy. She heard something and snapped like, wait, there's no way this isn't going down. At the Spinoza Tavern, right where Sierra was trying to stop her, she climbed up on a table and shouted that she was paying the tab, daring them to drink as much as they wanted. Fam stared at it and instantly called it a jackpot. Everything was lining up exactly like they'd expected. She lunged in to stop her and blurted, "This is work," insisting they had to get back right now. Then they finally clocked them, looked totally baffled, and he called her to say she looked like she was in a great mood. She said she'd snagged some money from someone around here, like, can you believe it? She was already glowing in a great mood, and honestly, that's just amazing, right? Then she went even further, swearing that once the alcohol kicked in, everything would get even better. Fam said she was sure that. She was buried in debts at other bars, so were they paid off. She grinned through it all and said, don't worry. She just went again, and then she asked, so what about? Was it just her imagination? Or did she truly see a man in front of her, slowly tearing himself apart? He called out. She called her over and demanded to know if she finally realized she was on duty now. Then Spinoza snatched a mug and started chugging while she asked, life's fun, right? And pushed her to admit she could see Seder was enjoying life. Then Fam blurted out that demons had smashed the main gate, and she wondered if she'd really heard that bell before she spun around to face them. She flashed a grin and asked, "Come on, they were tiny anyway, right? If the demons were truly strong, she wouldn't be sitting here with alcohol in her hands." With a dead serious stare, he said it didn't matter one bit whether the demon was strong or weak. The guard must always stay nearby. So when she didn't show up, it wasn't because she didn't want to. She kept downing shots, then swore that next time she'd be way more careful and pay back the money. When she won, he headed to the bar. Then Sarah, visibly panicked, called him and blurted out that there was nothing she could do. She apologized, but before the words even landed, boom, there was a deafening bang outside. That got their full attention. Then the protagonist burst out of the tavern and shouted, loud enough to rattle the street, "What's going on here?" They watched terrified folks bolt from the straw man like it was pure nightmare. They stared at his face and blurted. He didn't even look like he'd had a drink. And that's exactly when her attention snapped too. He raised it to his eyes, and he nodded, saying they were golden just like Mahab. Terrified, the resident blurted, "What happened to you?" Then snapped back, "What do you know about it?" He admitted, "We were drinking together, but you changed." And Spinoza just stared on with this chilling calm. She flat out didn't care if he was a drunk or anything else. Either way, they had to deal with him now. She flashed the chief a grin, promised she'd handle everything, and vowed to deliver him the absolute best service. He asked if she was really sure she could handle it, warning her to be careful, and she answered in a calm voice that he had nothing to worry about. Everything was under control. She strode right up to him and stood in front like she owned the moment. He lunged in and swung that huge fist at her, but she calmly shut him down cold with one hand. He was stuck with zero options, while she beamed and lifted her. She lifted her other hand and demanded, "So, is there anything going on?" That punch felt way too weak. Now it's her turn to hit back. Before you know it, she'll land her fist, and he'll get a taste of it. Right after that, she unleashed a brutal bone-crushing. She landed a brutal punch on his stomach, and with that single hit, she hurled him straight into the building. And he slammed a brutal hit into his back. She spun around, grinning with pure joy. He called the commander up and demanded to know how he felt about it. Then he prayed. She beamed and praised her for it, and pure joy lit up her face. Then everything started to spin from there after that. They stormed up to the scientist, who finally confessed he cracked the reason why. Rage exploded in him, because demon blood was coursing through his system. He tore into the knocked-out guy's body, hunting for any traces of a demon. Demon blood was discovered in his body, because once demon blood gets inside someone, it spreads through their blood. Then they lose their minds. Demon blood is poison to humans, and MC said that. So that's it. Someone spiked his wine with demon blood. And Sarah immediately demanded to know who would dare do that. He finished, then studied the room with a thoughtful look, and asked, "So tell me, can a person really keep their personality no matter what happens?" The scientist said, "If someone keeps their mind and still turns into a demon, it means they truly wanted it. Then horns push out, their eyes blaze gold, and a mark gets carved into their body. Some people even come with antibodies that can fight demon blood. And it happens because that demonic blood slips into their system in the very beginning." Sarah basically asked, "Half human, half demon, right?" The scientist nodded and snapped back, "Yep, and it's absolutely incredible. In an incredibly rare case, it only happens when someone carrying antibodies and a demon fall in love." She insisted interracial love was wonderful, but he shot back that it wasn't romantic at all, because humans and demons are opposite, you know. If they ever have a child, humans and demons will both turn on them. Total hatred, no escape. Demons? He'd heard of a case where those parents got dragged away and executed by demons. And the kid got killed by humans, so brutal. They come as either demon or human, never both, and that rule makes everything feel impossible. Surviving out there is brutal for kids like them. And she snapped back that none of this is their fault. Spinoza even said she doesn't care whether they're half-breeds or not. They just have to survive. He got along with them just fine, and he said, "Trust me, this is a long story and I'll add it. People hound the investigation team to trace their route, and they've got no choice but to keep protecting the city." Later, The fifth division finally rolls back and delivers the warning. Watch out, this matters. Bolton stared at them with a scowl and snapped, "Were you slacking off again?" They could have stayed away. Sarah fired back in confusion. "Wait, what does that even mean?" Spinoza. She blurted, "So they finally fired us." And panic hit. Her voice cracked, tears poured, and she kept begging, "Did you really decide to fire?" "Fire them," Fam said, like this was totally coming thanks to her attitude at work. MC then called and warned her not to back it, and she snapped. "Are you?" She pleaded, voice shaking. "Hold on, Ms. Spinoza never shows up on time." And then added, "Yeah, she drinks on the job, but she's still damn good, honestly." Honestly, he couldn't believe someone could sound this fake, and Bolton made it crystal clear. Words alone weren't going to shift their attitude toward work. She got even more rattled and blurted that they could still hunt for new jobs. But then it hit her. She couldn't shake the fear that a sociopath in every sense might never land one. So she demanded he rethink his decision, even as her mind tangled over what she was even seeing. She froze on the words, then answered back by calling him, straight up asking if he really meant it about her. He let out a weary sigh and told her to breathe, to calm down. Even with all that horrible behavior, losing their veterans would still be a gut punch for the guard. Nobody was about to fire them. Sarah took a breath, then blurted, "Okay, why would you even say that?" He grinned and told her not to worry. This wasn't as bad as it looked. Because of them, they crushed the demon and shattered the undead army the royals unleashed, earned them a reputation as heroes. So yeah, he was ready to honor the 5th Division. They split into a guard division, medals glinting on their chests, and now they're heading straight to Astoroth Castle, where a royal welcome awaits them. Siga nodded and said, "Listen, you should really watch your manners." And then, right in the middle of it all his life he was just some ordinary adventurer, clueless about etiquette. And he said it all so calmly, like he was totally sure everything would work out and they'd earn way more respect than before. Because if he asked, she'd step in and help him like it was nothing, since that was exactly what she was great at. Fam leaned in and asked if Sarah came from some noble bloodline, but she shot back that she didn't. She'd learned it all from books, and he nodded, impressed at how hard she worked. But first, they had to figure out just how far Spinoza's alcohol stretches went. After what felt like forever, they finally burst into the castle. Then he claimed he'd heard this was strange behavior from the guards, while Sarah just shook her head, sure they couldn't pull it off. Spinoza stayed cool and said she'd rather chug free beer than put up with this, then stared her down and snapped that the gap in degrees between them was just too massive. Fam nodded and told them there was one more gap between them, education. Then they slipped into the castle and she immediately warned, "We're being watched, way too closely." No doubt about it, they didn't trust them at all. Sarah pointed out that the place was guarded not just by the forces of light, but by a priestess of light too. It had to be perfectly safe here. So that's when Spinoza's eyes locked in, and she demanded to know who this priestess of light was. And they were so shocked they just blurted, "Wait, doesn't she even know who she's dealing with? So she's guarding this whole city?" No way, those didn't look like guards at all, and she demanded, "Why?" So the protagonist finally blurted it out. "I mean, come on, I don't look like any guard." And Fam swore the whole city felt the same. So Sarah called her and spilled what she'd learned, that the demon lord is sealed inside a sphere of light, and Spinoza nodded, saying you can't trap something that's strong with anything weaker. You'd need power just as overwhelming. At first, that glowing orb could have held the demon lord by itself, but as years piled up, it slowly started to fail, because that whole plan meant, she said, if nobody stops this, then I'll go along with it. Because when the Demon King breaks free, it's all over. That's why the Lady of Light can't be replaced. People believe she locked him away inside her own body. She finally reclaims her strength after that brutal, painful training, then refills the sacred power so the seal around the demon lord doesn't crack. But if the Priestess of Light is killed, the seal's power starts to crumble, and the demon lord's resurrection draws near. But honestly, that's got its perks. The only other priestess of light left alive is Lady Astoroth. He said, as long as the priestess stays safe, Even if the light orb gets snatched, the demon lord won't be resurrected. Spinoza shot back, "Can't they find more priestesses?" Sarah answered, "I've heard nobody in the princess's family, except me, has ever shown that gift." Fam blurted out that's why the priestess mattered more than the orb. He said they couldn't risk losing humanity's only trump card. They burst into the hall, and the king shouted for the fighters of the 5th Division. Spinoza knelt, "Gets left out. Everyone else gets divided praise," and the whole crowd roars. He whirled toward her, called her over, and declared she was right here before His Majesty. So she froze for a heartbeat, then dropped to her knees just like them. He sank into the throne and declared, "I've heard you fought off a horde of demons not long ago, and because of you this royal city is still safe and standing, so yeah, I'm genuinely grateful." MC said his kind words made his heart soar, convinced things had gone perfectly so far, until the bards leaned in and asked, "Do you smell that?" And yep, the stench of alcohol was blasting straight from them. He was on edge, but when the opening hit, everything felt almost totally normal. But out here, that smell won't be hidden. He even drenched her with huge amounts of water to try to sober her up, and it still did nothing. The knight demanded, "So you're telling me you showed up to the ceremony drunk? Because if that's true, that's a straight-up insult to His Majesty." Sarah shot the claim down fast, saying it was only a trouble at the bar, and somehow that meant they had no choice but to drink. Then she called Spinoza. He stared at her like, "Really? You're already ready to sleep?" Vam started to say if they fired her, they'd better just cut her loose, and she refused to make a move that could expose her. Of her, he nodded along, then shot a quick question. "So, is she hiding behind him?" She admitted that, honestly, she doesn't like being seen out in public like this at all. Gregor barked that it wasn't polite to lurk behind someone's back while His Majesty stood right there, and when pushed, he swore up and down it wasn't the case. She hadn't meant to insult the king at all. She kept to herself pretty much, and the king spoke in a calm voice like, "Look, this is a wonderful occasion, so let's drop the rudeness and enjoy it." It wasn't fear that froze them. It was confusion, like they didn't know the rules, because they were living in totally different worlds. The knight finally calmed down, clicked his tongue in pure annoyance, and snapped that they were lucky. Sieg had a few worries, then it hit him. If he just spoke up, everything would click into place. Spinoza leaned in close and said that if something felt off, she would probably. Maybe she should sit down, because everyone looked terrified and then you could see it. Her face had turned blue, and we're right on the edge of this bombshell, because she vomited something and it's about to get very, very intense. Violently, and Gregor's rage just exploded. So they resigned themselves to it and started thinking. He swore this all went down right in front of the royal family. The family was done for. Then he snatched his sword, and with a grave voice, he admitted he was no longer able to swallow their repeated insolence, because the king's name is on the line, and this is it's over, at least, that's what he thought, wearing a calm face like he already knew. They'd long since stomped past, just a little rude. And they didn't even bother to tone it down in front of the royal family. They stormed in for a medal, but it looked like the only thing waiting for them was punishment. Knights closed in from all sides, swords leveled at them, and the ladies stood so. Sonya told them to sheathe their swords, step back and chill, because they hadn't done a single thing to offend her. So yeah, let them be alone. He opened his mouth to argue, but she snapped that he was being way too arbitrary and needed to stop. Then Sira dialed Spinoza and told him she'd been saved by the Priestess of Light. The protagonist stared at her, thinking, that lady alone carries the Demon King's seal, and don't let it fool you, she's unexpectedly kind. Gregor Bode begged for forgiveness and ordered them all at once. He told them to drop their weapons, snapping that they'd completely overreacted. She snapped her command and sent the knights packing, calling the fighters of the 5th Division to take over, and declared that their valor in the last battle deserved real praise. And since they refused to make a scene, they suddenly found themselves right in the middle of her plans, so she snapped a decision into place. From this day forward, they ditched the city guard and become her royal guards. Politeness got crushed the moment that unstoppable force hit. This was exactly the kind of unstoppable power humanity had to have to stay safe. Gregor roared her name and blasted. Privates have never become royal guards. So do you think I should just bend to the world's rules and not fight it? She didn't care about any of that. She just called him out and snapped that she'd heard how, in the last battle, they'd simply spit on those people's feet. He was about to open his mouth, but she cut in with a serious look and told him she didn't want his excuses. They had to pull in stronger, sharper people. She was convinced it was the smartest, most logical move. If they had any complaints, she'd snap to attention and listen. But then, she couldn't shake the fear that she'd still bulldoze through and do it her way. Then they locked eyes and held on. Gregor bowed, shot her down, then turned right around and said, "Of course, I agree with you completely." And Sonya's smile said it all. Then that's exactly what they do. MC lifted his hand and said, "With all respect, I'm truly honored you'd say that, but I can't agree." Rage boiled in him after what he heard, and she just stayed calm, asking him why he'd say something like that. He said, "I'm part of the city guard. I'll protect the residents and Her Highness with the same sword. But if I become a royal guard, I'd lose the chance to do both." She snapped that he was wrong, because sure, city lives can be swapped out, but hers, never. Can't. Her life matters just as much as every soul on this planet. Got it right. Whose life is really supposed to come first? He swore he respected her, but then she crossed a line, because Gregor's rage only climbed higher. But he brushed it off and snapped that every single life mattered, Her Majesty's included, and every citizen living in the city too. He held it just as close to his heart as everyone else. So she leaned in and asked if the 5th Squad felt the same way. She spotted their smiles and told me, "I get it," like the words finally clicked. Then she shrugs and suggests they drop the whole medals thing. He burst into loud laughter, so angry it almost sounded like a scream, and it kept cutting off mid-exhale as the sentence died. The look on his face practically screamed, "They're tempting fate." They had the nerve to speak like that to the lady, and he just can't let it slide. He barked orders to the knights to tie them up, and the moment they did, he blasted out aloud. She blared that they'd be executed on the spot, and right then and there, that lady decided their fate. She even stared at the chaos, confused, and demanded, "Why are these people tied up? Untie them right now." Right then, shock hit him, and he blurted the question out loud. She flipped the question right back. "So you're saying I didn't want to punish them, or did I actually say something like that?" And then just like that, they broke free and untied themselves. He apologized and leaned in, asking if they had any idea what the role of the Sieg pointed and said, "The Priestess of Light, she's the one." He admitted all he'd heard were town rumors, and I asked, "Have you heard the Priestess of Light is leaving Astaroth to pray?" He blinked, then said that was the first time he'd ever heard it. She told me it was a secret. On the goddess's full moon night, she slips away to a sacred spring to purify her body, and that spring is way out past the capital. And just like that, monsters always burst out along the road, no matter what, and her guards can't stop it. They can stay in the guard corps, but she's demanding they roll with her to the spring. So what's their answer? He was caught off guard when she finally caved in. And then he asked why she was so willing to help them, even as things went farther than he expected. Even with all that rudeness, she just gave a small smile and admitted she didn't mind them at all. Honestly, she only liked them, and she had no problem with his sacred belief that he will. She vowed to save every last townspeople, still believing in his power from the last battle. She just couldn't stop there, and she likes strong and true, yet she still can't figure out their names. He pointed them out, then announced, loud and clear, that every single one of them had their own little quirks. But those guards were rock solid, and Sonya swore she'd never forget their names. "Are they ready to roll with her right now?" he blurted. Even if it meant looping the whole world just to shield the city's people, he'd take her offer with honor. Gregor bellowed for her to wait, because ordinary guards don't get pulled into a sacred journey ever. "Aren't we good enough for this?" she pushed back, saying traditions and customs were just a relic from the past. She didn't need rules like that, she needed protection, not customs. There was no. He refused to let them win, dared to contradict her, shouted it was a lie, and when she pressed him, he just froze at the question. Then what was the problem? He shot them a disgusted look, like it was still a total mess, and the protagonist almost convinced himself everything was fine. But deep down, he could feel a grudge burning for him. Spinoza just chuckled, like it was the saddest joke in the world for him. Could he really not enjoy their execution? And yeah, he'd gotten the order from the mistress. Rage boiled in Gregor's veins. He demanded that she shut up right now. After that, Sarah shot out an apology, promised she'd calm her down later, and then they finally left the castle. He let out a breath and said, "This is incredible," and she, walking right beside him, nodded, saying, "Then we'll follow the princess herself." It was a lot. Honor 5 days later, right on the eve of the full moon, Alina sat astride her horse and warned them that there was zero room for mistakes. Yet her words still felt surprisingly encouraging. The MC clocked those restless, bitter nights, pulled her aside and blurted, "It's like you're the only one here who can't get any peace." She sighed in pure annoyance, glanced at them, and snapped that they were nothing more than slaves to herd instinct. He didn't have to stress. Once she decided she'd wean them off what he'd said, it was clear she was already on the road to pulling it off, and she turned. She shot him a shy glance and whispered, "Did you just compliment me?" And suddenly she didn't know what to do, because that feeling was hitting her so hard in the best way. After all, this was the first time they'd ever gone anywhere together. So tell me, was this mission basically their honeymoon? Gregor surged up to them, shouted for him, and declared he had zero hope for them. He didn't care if they died on the road. He can't let a single mistake slip. Lady Sonya stays safe no matter what, no matter the cost. He just has to keep pace and make sure she never gets slowed down. This mission isn't just important, it's life or death for the whole human race. They'd better listen to every word of the plan, because first, demons might come for them. And if it's them, then this is where the priest gets targeted, killing the priest, before the danger fully breaks loose. The Priestess of Light isn't just a title, it's a lifelong quest, and you've only got 2 ways to reach the Holy Spring. The first path cuts right through across the coral plain. They'll get swarmed, the second monsters spot them. Then there's the second route, the Valley of Pity. The Demon King once scorched it to nothing but bare earth, so packed with miasma and choking heat that you can barely breathe, where even demons won't dare to tread, so of course they'll pick the safe route, the coral plain. That's why Alina's squad is going in. While they draw the demons' attention, they'll keep the team as small as possible. They'll crash straight through the Valley of Pity. Lady Sonya gets shoved into the second carriage, and he's stuck in the first, so the confusion will hit even harder. He strode up to Sieg and told him, "Don't get cocky. This isn't happening because you're that damn good. He just wants to finish the mission. So why won't his nerves shut up already?" She said, "Then we go first." And he spun toward her, begging, "Just be careful." She pulled the same move and blurted, "After this mission, I'm marrying you." And he just stood there asking her. He stopped her right there for saying stuff like that, and then, like a weird gut feeling hit him. He insisted that somehow it just felt like. After this, his chances of surviving plummet fast. She turned to leave and said she was looking for. They push on to their meeting at the source. But after a long stretch in the Valley of Pity, something inside them curdles into bitter dissatisfaction. Spinoza grumbled about the crushing heat, and snapped that this place is absolutely wrong for the human body. Sarah insisted she wanted wine, but Fom snapped that if she drank alcohol, dehydration would paralyze her. Then Sarah waved her down, asking if she wasn't burning up in those clothes, and the girl just stared back, saying she hadn't even broken a sweat. The protagonist shrugged and said there was nothing shocking about it. She'd been cooling herself with her tongue this whole time, and Spinoza blurted in shock that she was just like a dog. Sarah insisted they just had to chug more water, because the princess needed it too. Sonya thanked her and said she didn't need it, then made it clear she wasn't so fragile that she'd start whining about those conditions. She met her gaze and offered a seat, and honestly, that was a win. Fam turned around and asked if she was willing to go without getting paid, and it hit her. This girl had zero instinct for self-preservation. She just smirked, then laughed. "I live how I want," and made it crystal clear she says exactly what she wants. He grabbed the power and warned her he'd boot her out, wages included. She dropped to her knees on the spot and begged for forgiveness. Right then, right in that instant, the guards outside blared a terrifying warning. A monster attack was on the way. Spinoza leaned out of the carriage, shouted at the grumpy man, and insisted, loud and clear, that this wasn't what they ever agreed on. Gregor couldn't believe it. He snapped, "Where is he? Where did they even come from?" The MC stared at it like, "This looks straight up like an A, like a trap snapping shut. Were they really gearing up for their arrival? They looked dead certain they'd make it through this way." Then the diversion hit a wall and crashed. Her squad was only there to escort them, never to throw a punch. She stared down at the monsters and warned them to brace themselves for what was coming. Then Sarah blared, "You guys can." They couldn't dodge a single attack on that cramped road, so the knights immediately started to panic. Sonya snapped at them to calm down, because they weren't here to panic. They were here to protect her, and nothing else mattered. Spinoza flashed her a grin and told her, in the smoothest tone, that it was way too easy for her to talk like that. She said it all calmly, that she wasn't asking for the impossible. And with a bright, wide smile, she insisted she loved the idea and they'd get it done now. Siege shouted that he'd toss a boulder any second now, and she totally got what he meant, sprang onto his shield, and launched himself sky-high toward. She shot upward toward the monster looming above, then soared straight into a massive boulder smashed through the stone with a single, crushing blow. She raised her weapon, snapped it into position, and thundered, "Did they?" Sarah blared her voice at them, shouting like it was urgent. Lee warned that a fresh boulder was charging right in. Famine snapped, called her careless, drew the bow, and shattered the stone in front of her. She pinned the stone with one arrow, then flashed a small smile and said, "Everything's got a weak point, find it, and even a boulder can be shattered. She hits the ground and the sky at once, flying while she moves, and the way she feels for those she can't save says it all." Who couldn't pull that off? Gregor was completely thrown off by. Spinoza saw what she did, then ripped her arm through the air and swung hard. He slammed the hammer down and shouted that she wasn't about to lose to her. Side by side, they ripped into the boulders the monsters hurled, and Sarah suddenly saw the blasted fragments streak straight toward them. Then the protagonist scrambled onto the carriage roof and swore he'd handle it himself and shield the princess no matter what. He slammed down the iron shield spell, and the stones started raining down on them, one brutal hit at a time. But then out of nowhere, for everybody, it didn't scratch him. He realized the spell had carved out a protective pocket around his body, swallowing every incoming hit before it could ever land. Because they pulverized the stones, he could shield the whole carriage without a single crack getting through. Gregor's eyes widened in shock at what he just saw. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Then he demanded, was the carriage still standing unharmed? The knights erupted into loud screams of terror when they saw a massive boulder hurtling straight for them. And Sarah clocked it, then smashed the boulder into rubble with a single blow. She spun toward them and demanded, "Are you hurt?" They shook their heads, then snapped back, "So why'd you save us?" She said, "Nobody's beyond saving, because they're all out there, protecting the princess together in the dead of night." The knights flushed in embarrassment and demanded what that warm glow was. Like, could she be a goddess? He feels his filthy soul get washed clean. And just like that, the monsters are gone. And Fam swore it looks like they're out of ammo. So he shot back that there's nothing else they can do to them. Sonya called the 5th squad and straight up told them they'd nailed it, because this was the first time she'd seen them move like that in a real fight. And yeah, it was pure skill. He thanked her, then admitted he was just as stunned by how calm she stayed in the middle of everything. He fretted that if he said it, it might come out rude, and she burst into laughter, saying that as a priestess of light, she had nothing to fear. He's exactly what you'd hope for, an absolute standout. Death isn't some far-off nightmare for her. It's right there in the air, so even when the world turns terrifying, she doesn't flinch. And just for a heartbeat, he swore it looked like she might shake, but she didn't, telling him she'd finally shown her true self. No fake bravery in sight. She looked like the god of death had been shadowing her every single day. And then the question hit. Was she really ready to die at her age? Spinoza let out a disgusted sigh, snapped that the heat would finish her off, and admitted that a monster attack was pure terror. Couldn't they have just crossed that whole plain calmly? She basically just kept going, so I had to ask, Did she think everyone didn't already know, or was she doing it just to rile people up? Then she snapped back, loud and clearly annoyed, like it was all because of their dumb plan. Someone lied and sold them an easy ride through the valley of pity. So lock that deceiver up in jail before he keeps strutting around like he's important. MC snapped. Why are we wasting time on what's already happened? We've got to figure out what we're doing next. Next, right then and there, everything cuts off mid-sentence, and a deafening blast erupted right beside them, shaking everything in its path. Gregor spotted it and blared, "This can't be happening." Because they were striking again, and he couldn't stop worrying that they might. They could be shoved right off the cliff, and then someone would blast, "Hang on to the car, all of you." The blast hurled carts and debris at them. One explosion rocked theirs so hard they started to tumble down, the whole ride going into free fall. The Knight Commander's worry surged, so he barked for the mistress at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, Sieg held Sonny tight. Bonnie apologized and told them they'd have to wait a little longer, so they agreed, calm and steady, no panic at all. She flashed a smile and told him she was counting on him. Right as he gripped that iron, he used the shield skill, and it saved the cart from getting smashed when it hit the ground. He scanned his squad one by one, demanding to know if everyone was all right, and his guys nodded, confirming they were. He nodded, snapped his gaze to the side, and asked Her Highness if she was okay. She nodded and he lit up, saying he was absolutely, unbelievably glad. Relieved she was safe, she instantly flushed red with pure embarrassment. He harassed her, then brushed his fingers to her forehead and asked, straight up, if she was pregnant. If she'd been sick, even the idea would have hit her hard, and the embarrassment exploded, so she shoved him away. She pushed the words away and snapped that it was insanely rude. "Everything's fine, so get out of here." Sarah asked anyway. He just shut her down and covered every angle. Then she blurted, "Is he okay?" He nodded, agreeing. Fam said it was a good thing he'd ended up with them, and before she could even blink, he snapped, "Where are Gregor and the others?" She swallowed, shaking her head. The monsters were just pelting their carriage with stones. "So they're fine, it seems they're okay." With a careful, searching stare, he asked, like he was planting the idea that a priestess of light might be riding in their carriage, and she said it like it was already true. "They claimed we knew way too much, like someone had spilled every secret." Spinoza started rolling the cart over, and he warned them, "You won't find them here anymore, head to the source. They totally get it themselves, but first, she's got to smash through this mess." She glanced sideways, smiled, and said it like it was nothing. Not a single second to breathe. He had to keep watch over the priestess of light non-stop, and the monsters just kept coming. They thought they were trapped with nothing but a blood wolf, no way to retreat, a gray ogre crashing the scene, and a death slider closing in. This crew of monsters is absolutely brutal, and now 4 of them have to guard the princess. He snapped that he'll handle the defense, and then they'll gotta lock in on the attack. No distractions, just the charge. They nodded in agreement, and he sprinted straight at the huge monster that was dragging itself forward. It still got, in a single brutal blow, the spider. Later, it let out a web that snapped around his hand and yanked him. Right there, caught. He spun on a dime and dropped it in one brutal strike. One brutal blow. He snapped his head to the side, and there it was, the blood wolf. Wolf strutted in, feeling as nimble and untouchable as always. A monster clamped down and sank its teeth into his hand, and he demanded to know what his hand tasted like, then promised he'd trade up his own head. Sarah sprinted right up to him and ended the wolf in one clean strike, right to the head. One single blow. Then she snapped her head toward him, panicking, asking if he was hurt. The protagonist stayed cool and told her he knew exactly how strong he was. He was okay, so you didn't have to stress, because now they had to thin their ranks and push through the next stretch. Spinoza battled those monsters head-on, shouted that it wasn't working, and kept cutting them down. No matter how many there were just more monsters crowding in. Fam drew her bow and loosed her shot, shouting that it all came down to timing. He felt his bones getting heavy from the brutal fighting in the Valley of Pity. He barked that they had to pile into the car right now. They'd smash right through them from inside that car. They all scrambled into the cart, and he threw himself in right after them and ripped the cart's reins. steering it hard as they finally started breaking free from the monsters. She shot him a look and said, "We're was going to catch up fast." He couldn't help but feel a jittery dread, and he kept thinking that. The iron shield swallowed every last hit across the whole area. But it wouldn't last. His shield would hit its limit any second, like the breaking point was right there, waiting to hit him, right as the moment slipped out of the line, almost if they could just climb this slope right now, the monsters would never get through. Because this was their territory, the territory of the divine powers. He roared for Sarah, then pointed ahead and said they were charging straight for the slope. She can't stop, no matter what happens, and Sonya watched in horror as he climbed onto the cart's roof. He snapped the question, "Do you want to die?" And he shot back, furious and certain, "No, I've never even thought about it." Spinoza read his plan like a book, and then he kicked into motion, becoming. He snapped with worry, and then he fired off the iron target skill. He leapt off the carriage and shouted that he would detain them here, and he trusted the princess to handle it, while his comrades shouted back. Chiming in with worried voices, they rushed toward him. Only the princess followed. Jesus told him that she demanded one thing. He had to come back alive. He whipped around with a grin and said, "If that's how it is, then he." And he had no choice but to follow the order, because once he did, everything would be fine. He refused to let them through, plain and simple. His comrades dared him to prove how stubborn he was, insisting they'd hand over tribute to that resolve and still deliver the princess to the spring. He figured if he was going to shield the priestess of light, his comrades and the entire world, then nobody, absolutely nobody, was getting past him. The demon was sent to end him and shouted, "Do you really think you can take out all of us by yourself? That's hilarious." He just slammed a shield right in front of him. He stared at himself and swore he truly believed in his own strength. Later, he blasted through every last monster and crushed the demon too. The demon swore it couldn't be done, like there was no way one lone person could take them down. He said the pain they're feeling right now is proof that it's possible. The demon snapped that nobody ever warned him about a monster like that hiding among the guards. He demanded answers, because someone was leaking every last detail about them, and he wanted to find out who. Then who was it? The demon rasped out, "Time up," and told him to start throwing his comrades under the spotlight. MC dropped to the ground and kept staring, convinced the monsters had finally vanished. Now they should be safe. But in a valley this hostile, even him will have to strain, claw his way up. Alina shouted his name and he shot back, asking why she was here. Then she told him there weren't any monsters in the Coral Plain, so they tore off early. Then they spotted the knights charging in to stop his comrades, and he blurted, "So that's why she came." But she just stared back, looking away. He scanned the room and demanded, "Did you handle everyone solo?" And honestly, it hit her. She knew him for a reason. Still, he was probably rattled to the core. So he climbed onto her horse, agreed right on the spot. Greed thanked her, and the moment it hit, embarrassment flooded her face. So Greed immediately demanded to know what was wrong. She blurted out that it was nothing, while her heart slammed so hard it felt like it was going to burst. It was just unreal how strong that person was putting all his trust in him. If he was slowly falling for her, he'd hold her. She clung to the reins the whole ride, trembling at every step. No matter what, she couldn't break away from him. She blurted it out like it was embarrassing as hell, but she didn't care. Then he called her, apologized for interrupting her, and announced it was time to move. He had news to spill to everyone, and he couldn't wait to see his comrades fast. She fought for a second, then nodded and calmed down, and told her they had to hurry. So they climbed onto their horses side by side, and she cringed, realizing she didn't really want to. They pushed harder for speed. Then the knight's camp came into view, and Sarah She called them both by name and lit up with relief, saying she was so happy he was safe. Then he slid off the mount, and then he said, "I'm glad too," like they'd crushed it. And they told him they'd already set up some. They said it right away, "It's the knights." And the sheer audacity of it made everyone recoil. He grinned, relief exploding in his chest, because everyone had finally made it there safely. Sonya marched up to him, praised his work, and then she swore she should praise him. He shot back that he was only doing his job, and then he couldn't disobey the princess's orders. She said it softly, and somehow that still crushed him. She flashed a small smile, and for some reason, she suddenly valued him way more than she ever had before. He clocked Gregor striding right toward him, and he couldn't stop wondering, had he come back to complain again? Out of nowhere, he dropped to his knees before him. Gregor did the same, kneeling before the pretender. The protagonist dipped his head and spoke for the head of the knightly order, telling him to stand guard over the queen and survive her darkest hour, because without him, they might have crashed into total defeat. The protagonist stared at him in shock, then snapped his command, "Bow your head." And moments later he demanded, "Now raise it." He only did what needed to be done. Then the head of the knights grabbed his hand, thanked him again and again, and swore they were forever in his debt. MC stopped mid-thought and blurted out that he had to say something, because after the last battle with the demons, it was crystal clear. A traitor was hiding among them. One knight snapped back, "Don't spin nonsense. Everyone here has known each other for ages and trusts each other, so nobody can be tempted by the dark side." Sarah cut in, but the truth still stood. Spinoza snapped that the enemy had been tracking their every move, and of course the 5 of them were the ones getting hit worst. Then she stared down the knights, finger flying, naming one after another. Was it him? No, maybe it was that one. The soldiers blew up in anger. You can't just start accusing people like it's a game. She wouldn't tolerate rudeness one bit. Sonya snapped that even if a traitor was hiding among them, she wasn't backing down. Among them nothing would change, so she told her straight up, "Everyone get some real rest. If you keep protecting her, that alone will be more than enough." Enough time for the ceremony to kick off after a quick break, and then Her Highness. Sonya retreated into her tent, and Sarah caught it instantly. Sonya must be absolutely terrified. So tired too, but she didn't let it show. MC said she was holding up strong after spending. They kicked off the moment night fell again, and Sieg turned to Fam, asking how she was doing, only for her pale face to scream that something was seriously wrong, because the archer admitted she wasn't feeling well. Spinoza snapped, "Are you already exhausted? Like, what kind of sickly kid are they raising?" Femma snapped back, irritated, "Don't compare them, she's got muscles where her brain should be." Sita turns to Fam and growls that she has to. She was totally worn out and desperate for a drink of water, so she grabbed a cup and pressed it into her hands. Sam snatched it, grinned, and said, "Thank you." She wouldn't back out. The archer drank the life. He clutched that life-saving liquid and said, "There, everything's okay now." Then she suddenly stumbled, hard, and the protagonist shot in, catching her tight so she wouldn't hit the ground. He stepped in and started guiding her steps, telling her she'd pushed herself past her limit. "Go on, let her haul herself onto your back." The girl didn't argue. She scrambled up in a blink and hopped onto, and it hit him. She was as light as a feather in his mind, the smallest one of the bunch, which totally explained why she looked wiped out. Exhausted, he gulped out an apology for wearing her down, and Fam snapped at him to quit talking like that, because he's embarrassing her. Then she pressed herself against his back, and weirdly enough, she felt calm at last. Sieg grinned and said, "I get it," and Spinoza squealed, "He wants me too." "Of course she does," the protagonist shot back, "but she can walk on her own." Sarah snapped back, and Sieg's tired too, so don't act so capricious, and so he just strode along, cool and calm, while the protagonist thought, warm heart or not, you two are stubborn to the bone. Racing down the stairs, Sonya barked at everyone else to stay put. "We're not leaving. There's a holy spring up ahead, and one guard is all we need." She jabbed a finger at the MC and declared it would be him. Gregor snapped, stunned. "Wait, what are you even talking about?" he blurted. "You can't swap in just one guard for the ceremony. Tell her to come to her senses, Your Highness." She warned him, "Demons can't step onto these sacred grounds, so if anyone dares attack me, they'll regret it. He'd take care of them himself, no doubt about it. And if demons really were hiding among them, letting outsiders slip into the ceremony was a disaster waiting to happen. The ceremony was just too dangerous to gamble with, but she was sure, 100% sure, that the protagonist's intentions were clean. If he'd risked his own life to save her, there's no way he could have turned traitor. So they had nothing to fear. Gregor opened his mouth to argue, but her sharp glance snapped him shut. As the captain of the guard, he couldn't shake the feeling that it just wasn't easy to admit someone had earned more. Sonya shot back that they needed more trust, then demanded they start, but Gregory just glared at MC like he was ready to explode. Then he told her. She said she was ready and told Sayre to keep a close watch on Fam, and Her Highness promised. I've got it. When Sieg and Sonya showed up, he spotted a huge angel statue carved from stone waiting right there in front of him. Before him sat a holy spring, its presence like a warning, and the protagonist slammed on the brakes right in front of it, stopping at. Sonya's sign flared, and she strode up to the statue, stripping off a piece of her clothing as she came. Along the way, she threw him a question. What would you say if you saw my skin? And the protagonist just froze, completely dumbstruck. But she didn't mince words. She said this body had been forged through brutal training, so there was nothing to be ashamed of, and the best part, he wasn't embarrassed in the slightest either. Without even glancing aside, the protagonist fired back that it was downright unbecoming for a royal guard to look away from the queen. Sonya cracked up, laughed so hard, and went, "Don't be fooled, he's not that simple. He doesn't even try to hide what he is. But still, he's amazing, and losing him as a guard would be a disaster. And she desperately wanted him all to herself, only hers." He thanked her for the flat, sweet, flattering words poured out. And then the girl leaned in and told him to ditch the titles and call her by her first name. MC's eyes widened in shock when she dropped that bombshell. She demanded that from now on he call her Sonya, and only Sonya, and nobody else gets to touch it, so let him try. Sieg muttered, cheeks burning. "All right, Lady Sonya, the girl of." The girl snapped back. No manners needed, and the protagonist told her to let him off the hook. The other knights would have ripped him apart, and Sonya didn't flinch. She answered like a boss. "So yeah, he totally deserved it. Now they're coming for. We'll begin the ceremony and let him watch. Then lock eyes with her the whole time, not even a blink, and promise her without doubt that he would. He'd make it happen, and he'd lock it down tight so nobody dared to interrupt him." Toward the ceremony, Her Highness clasped her hands in prayer. With shaking hands, he slipped a prayer into the holy spring with total care. She lets the spring air linger, then strolls up to the statue, eyes shut tight, lips. MC caught the lips whispering a secret without sound, and he instantly figured it had to be a prayer for the saving the world. Nah, more like a dream. She woke up inside, and then just like that, she said. Her body had to build up the power they needed, so she needed a little time before the break came. Shatter the dull silence with a conversation, because she's absolutely hooked on people like him. Why was he so ready to gamble with his life for everyone else? And why did he draw the line at protecting her? All the inhabitants of the city, what lit a fire in his chest in those moments? A grate. Was he truly fueled by a love for all humanity, or was he just clocking in and doing his job? She had to know, because this wasn't some choice of her heart, it was pure obedience. He was about to reply, stunned. Then the queen cut him off, because the one who'd inherited the Maiden of Light's blood had no choice but to keep going. She survived endless trials to unlock this power. She didn't do it for fun. She did it because it was the only way. She didn't just refuse to protect people. She straight up hated them. And some days she even wished the Demon King would be resurrected so he could burn this world down. Sonya's words hit like a bomb. Yes, it's true. But she swore she'd never tell a soul except him. The royal family and the nobles act like pigs, stuffing their faces and caring only about their next meal, while the lower classes are left to suffer in silence. Meanwhile, they only know how to toss blame at everyone else for their misfortunes, and sink into endless complaining about their terrible lot. Countries, knowing they're treating their own lives like disposable fuel, just to keep the seal that holds back the Demon King, she'll live it up, dumping the whole burden onto them. Because in the end, for her, she couldn't think of a single person worth guarding. But for her, stepping away from that duty isn't just hard, it's pure, impossible nonsense. Throwing away her life for people who don't even deserve protecting. But what about him? Does he keep fighting for himself too? He pushed his own limits and gave her every chance to get her answer. Because tell me, are this world and the people in it really worthy of him? What kind of protection makes you gamble with your lives? Why is he going quiet? Let him talk." The protagonist stared at her, the priestess of light, and she kept wrestling with her feelings by herself, night after night, until he finally declared out loud that he'd become her guard, because he'd been kicked out of the adventure. Before all that, he stood guard at the capital's main gate. But deep down, all he really knows is how to fight. So being a guard is the only life that fits him. And at first, he told himself he'd work for the paycheck and nothing more. But today, it hit him hard. He needed to protect the ones he cared about. She echoed it in pure shock, and he went on. "The people close to me, my co-workers, my old comrades, and every resident of this city that took him in when he lost his home. Yet some people don't make sense to him, and some things he just can't see. Sometimes he can't help but wonder, what if protecting them is the key, not just for them, but for humanity as a whole, and if he lets the enemy slip through, these people are finished. But once they capture the orb of light, the whole world is about to end, and he'll never let that happen. Is guarding the main gate the same as saving all of humanity?" Sonya snapped back. "Of course it is." The protagonist clocked it immediately, and somehow he handled it perfectly. Her Highness flashed a smile and said she finally understood she'd protect humanity. And honestly, that reason hit hard. He'd blown past her expectations again and again. So I just had to ask. So did he just fire a question at her, like, "Is she one of the people you need me to protect? And if the priestess of light decides to leave her for a while, will he still protect her, not the priestess, not the princess, but this girl?" Sonya, still called by that full name, asked the MC one clear question, and he didn't hesitate. "Yes, I will." If she wanted it, he would stand between her and danger, even if it cost him his life. She stared him down, then tore her gaze away and murmured, said, "I see." Sonya grabbed his hand and whispered that. Then she swears, right there, that she'll protect humanity, no matter what, just to keep the people closest to her safe, like him. While Gregor hurried to report everything to a demon named Guido stepped in and told him, straight to his face, that the whole thing was way too complicated to explain. After all, he swore he'd wipe out the priestess in the Valley of Pity, and the head of the knights rushed to apologize, then started scrambling to justify himself. Then the unexpected hit. Guido seethed, furious that it was really so hard to kill her outside the palace, and Gregor finally snapped. "It's all because of the princess's new guard." When the demon chuckled, he said it was clear the priestess doesn't trust him one bit, but they still need the commander of the knightly order. So he goes and places his hope surged in him. Now he had to finish this fast. If things turned ugly, he'd use his trump card, so he'd better not even think about turning on him, because Gregor swore he'd always stand on the demon's side. Sieg keeps throwing everything off, and while that chaos rages on, Sonya takes the protagonist to the holy spring, splashes him with water, and orders him to wash his face. The protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that maybe it was too much. And the very next day, after finishing the ritual at the holy spring, they tore back toward the capital, only for the journey to grind them down, with the road through the Coral Valley sat in peaceful silence, until Sonya finally leaned in and told him. He told everyone that without him, she'd probably be dead already. Then he leaned in like, "But thanks. Because of what he said, she gets to keep serving as a priestess of light. And for that hard-earned teamwork, they'll earn a nomination." He got nominated for state awards, and when she spoke, her words hit like a prize. He answered, and the girl broke into a smile. After everything he's earned, that worthy effort better get rewarded. No questions asked. This time, Sarah stared in shock, then rushed to the queen and told her everything on the spot. Sonya's eyes widened. Really? Her sudden shock faded as the girl leaned in and explained it all. Her stare had completely changed. Maybe it even looked kinder now. Maybe Fam had finally managed to get them to talk like decent people. Sonya watched Sarah's words light up the moment, and Sarah blurted out her love like a vow. Just like that, for example, to Sonya. The protagonist stared back, utterly lost. Then her highness snapped, fury flashing as she demanded, "What are they saying? If she hears that kind of thing again." The girls murmured, confused, "She'll chop off our heads. What kind of monster is that? What fam fired back, and Spinoza pressed the protagonist point blank. You're overreacting, right? And the MC snapped, I was with her, was I? Nope, everything that went down at the Holy Spring stays locked between them. A real secret. And his allies were absolutely hooked. Now that Sieg finally understood Sonya's feelings, he vowed to go harder than ever, pouring everything he had into guarding this city, because only he could truly read her heart. And after the mission was finally cleared, the 5th Squad got a rare weekend break, and Bolton practically burst with joy. While he hammered away at his training, he honestly believed he had zero hobbies at all. First he adventured, then he became a guard, but training swallowed every weekend and somehow he never even noticed. Plus, there wasn't anything else to do anyway. Spinoza was on cloud 9, cheering at the top of her lungs, shouting that every single day she worked was going to be pure fun. No doubts at all, the protagonist kept spiraling, stuck on one terrifying thought. Was he missing the entire human part of himself? Not having a hobby at that age felt brutal, like he'd somehow become the most boring guy on earth, and yeah, he was only 20. At 25, he had zero hobbies and no soulmate. Until the day he finally realized he had to shake up his whole life. Fezar told him, beat me, and you'll get all my chips. Then I'll even hand over enough so you'll be set. He picked out the ships he could actually afford. MC shot back a reply. He got every word. And then he just took the challenge, hands him 50. Zig stared at Spinoza, sprawled on the nearby table like she'd been shattered, grieving so hard it hurt to watch. And Zig couldn't stop wondering how anyone could have survived that. Spinoza's obsession with gambling dragged them straight here. So they stormed into the first casino they saw, and right away, a guy named Fezar started showing off, handling the cards with deadly. He'd already beaten her at poker, but now he'd have to cough up what his comrade lost. She'd warned him. Fezar could read emotions off the air around him, so the protagonist had to stay sharp. Because once he announced the amount, he kept pushing, betting it all like his life depended on it. The guy stared back, stunned. Everything. Like he genuinely thought it'd be harder. He might try to hide his tiny feelings, but his eyes give it away every time. They cut straight through to the very soul. With these words, Fezar threw back a laugh, like fate just dealt him the wrong hand, while MC snapped that he was bluffing and told him, nice try, but you're not backing out. He wanted to clap for his own courage, but he wouldn't back down, nope, not even for a second, all in. The guy flipped his cards on the table and swore he had quads. Only 2 combinations outclassed that, and he didn't even have them. He still won. Zig answered back like a punchline. Then he hit him. He couldn't believe what he just pulled off, his own insane move. And then he laid out the cards like a threat, saying, with these words. Honest laid his cards out, grinned as Fezar's face twisted in real time, and the guy burst out. What? A royal flush landed. His jaw dropped so hard it almost hit the floor. Spinoza exploded up from the table and barked out something wicked. And with that, Fezar is done playing for good, because he just shoved everything he had into the bet. Everything was going too perfectly. Zig was just that kind of great guy, until a casino player grabbed his head and shrieked, "It can't be!" Because he was convinced his opponent had to be dealt a bad hand. How could he stay that calm? The protagonist poked his own head and said, because I can read emotions, and he knew he had said that himself. And yeah, he just played, zero stress, not a second spent sweating over poker rules. That was it. Fezar blurted it out, his iris blazing. I was fuming. How could anyone play like that? MC called it straight-up recklessness, but he still came out on top. Isn't that the whole point of gambling? After getting hit with one last wave of grief, Fezar finally snapped and admitted he was beaten. Because, yeah, he truly enjoyed the game just like his opponent, and with a grin, the player congratulated him and handed Zig every last cent he'd won. Then, as they walked out of the casino, Spinoza beamed and told the protagonist he couldn't believe how lucky he'd been, and they told him to play again, so he'd better grab a drink too. Then he shrugged and said it was just beginner's luck, but he still wanted to take a stroll around town. Spinoza promised she'd keep the peace until her next payday, because the protagonist told her to just steer clear of trouble on the way. And then they spotted a group of children, smiling and playing in the street. One girl accidentally bumped into the MC. Zig shot forward, bowed, apologized, and asked if she was hurt. Sarah would show up in a heartbeat, grab the kid's hands, and apologize for not keeping a closer eye on her. He kept a sharp eye on them and quizzed her. Who were those kids? She shrugged and said they were just little ones, who studied at the church. So the girl leaned in and asked if that man was her husband, and if they'd kissed yet. Sammer was crushed with embarrassment, blurted out a denial to them. No, it wasn't that. And then he trailed off because they just haven't. Everyone goes in for kisses, and our protagonist can't help but grin as they watch. Yeah, these two totally get along. Well. Then, out of nowhere, a nun slid into view beside them and said Ms. Sarah always swings by to look after these kids, and he just, Mr. Zig. Sarah told the story with a huge grin, and the moment she said it, the girl's cheeks flared as she pleaded with the Holy Sister. Please don't bring up stuff like that. Then the protagonist blurted out, shocked, Sister, the nun replied, and insisted that she'd even pitched in a donation to them, calling her an incredible woman. The MC couldn't believe it and pressed Sayer, asking if she had the money to pull something like that off. She shot back that she lived in the barracks, so food and shelter were handled. Then she shrugged and said she didn't mind handing over her money just to see these poor kids smile, and the girl crouched down in front of the child. She hugged her like she'd known her forever, clinging tight as if Zig were family. So hard Zig just froze, staring in shock like, is this some kind of new goddess rebirth or something? Too wild to believe. He shoved his casino winnings into the nun's hands and demanded she take them off his back. Then he stared at her like, is this even allowed? The poor woman looked totally lost. All right, the protagonist shot the kids a look and said, let this money go straight toward for the kids' education, instead of wasting it on pointless junk. The nun beamed and thanked him from the bottom of her heart, and the kids waved him off, cheering as he headed out, joy spilling over. Late that night, the protagonist finally collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling, muttering that he still hadn't found out a hobby. Then he spotted the fam perched on the ceiling beam and snapped, wait, have you been watching me all day too? She already showed up again. He couldn't stop counting every time she popped out, because fam knew it all. He could see right through her, and he even said that if she hadn't been hiding, they could have had a great time together. She said it with a sad little sigh, because she was still way too naive to see the truth. If they told her no, she'd twist and turn all night, swallowed by shame, pressing her face hard into her pillow like it could hide her. MC asked herself if she was just pretending to be tough, or if she was secretly weak-willed after all. He ruffled her head and told her, at least he won't turn her down. Her fam blushed, clapped her own hands to her cheeks and said that somehow, he accepts all her eccentrics. She'll probably overthink it later because words are supposed to be lies. So she slipped under his bed, then snapped, I'm tired. Fed up with watching him, she finally climbed into bed, and the protagonist blurted, where are you going? Fam snapped that she couldn't sleep in some lonely place, like her own room, and he immediately asked, want to sleep here with me? Maybe she should come over. She said it sounded tempting, but there was no way she'd sleep out in the open. Too easy for enemies to come crashing in. Zig let out a heavy sigh thinking, this is gonna be tough with her, and then he told her straight, if she's truly at peace, then that's all that matters, and told her good night, then drifted off, and right before sleep swallowed him, he started panicking about how he could somehow stop crushing her. Her Hannah got smacked by another nightmare, their old lead. The leader bellowed curses, spat out the protagonist's name like a threat, and screamed at the top of his lungs. He's about to wipe everything out, and it's the protagonist's fault he ended up dead. That's the end, everything's about to collapse. She forced her eyes open and thought. She swallowed her doubts and tried again, shooting Nahat a silent apology as time dragged on. Irene snapped awake and caught Hannah tying herself up to leave, and she blurted, are you going to Esto? Hannah's cheeks went bright with embarrassment. Baristan apologized and asked if he'd woken her, only for Irene to snap back that she didn't want this, that he shouldn't go, because a doctor had already told her not to. Told her not to step anywhere near the ruined Estel, especially after that demon contact, because no one had a clue what it could do to her mind. Hannah said she got it, but she still couldn't stop herself. Irene couldn't take it anymore. She sprang out of bed, grabbed her hand, and begged her to go with her. Hannah lit up with gratitude, thanking the girl for her generosity and kindness. When the allies finally arrived, all they found were charred ruins. Nothing left standing, just ash and wreckage. Irene couldn't stop wondering, had Hannah's hat burned there too? She burst into tears and choked out, "It was all a hot mess. I did it." Did it all? Irene stared at her like she pitied her deeply, and then she thought Hannah always put everyone else first, like her own needs didn't even matter. She kept going. She was the only one who clocked the change in him, so she snapped back to herself and did what she had to do. She pushed him away, and Irene snapped, "No more," because they were about to wipe the slate clean and start over from scratch. Who in the world could have guessed a demon would come for him? Hannah stared, then whispered, "Wait, what in the world happened?" That's when everything went off the rails. He was stranded there, totally alone, while Esther K's Vujit just stood by. They were all swept up in it, every last one of them, Irene drawled. Even then, Esther still pulled it off. Somehow she got her way to her destination using transport magic before she died. Esther sat under a tree, hat pulled low. Hannah stared into the far distance and he laughed. "It's just starting, Mr. Zig. Wait till morning." The moment the protagonist jolted awake in the morning, he shot his eyes open and looked, rushed to the bed, peeked underneath and asked her friends, "Y'all, is she? She had to be okay, right? Had she already slipped out?" Still, the space under the bed was bare, no one there, just a lonely blanket and a pillow. Then he started getting dressed, and his mind raced. You couldn't even guess what everyone else was doing that early in the morning. After he straps on his gloves, he hits the training hard every morning. Then he realizes one of them is missing. He stared at his nameplate, shocked, then figured he'd dropped it somewhere and bolted off to practice. And after that he took a shower and went too. As they headed to work, minding their own business, he and his crew suddenly heard a familiar voice, and he snapped. "What the hell are you doing?" Gregor stormed into the building, flanked by his knights, his face burning with fury. Bolton couldn't help but wonder, confused as the knight commander's words echoed. He'd claimed right away that the orb of light was stolen, and now I couldn't figure out what kind of mockery this was. Stolen? Sarah and Spinoza erupted in disbelief. So that orb of light had been snatched, and no one had a clue why. Gregor told everyone the treasury guard still hadn't made contact this morning. Then by the time he reached the ground, that orb of light had already vanished. But they spotted the clue right there on the floor, so Sieg's getting hauled in under arrest, because they swear he stole the orb of. Sarah spat with indignation and sprinted straight at Gregor, but the knights slammed in her way. She snapped that Sieg couldn't have stolen the orb, calling it a cruel joke that trashed everything he'd fought for. Spinoza made a solid point, right? And honestly, those guards are to blame since they keep bragging they're the strongest, Gregor snapped, before the night finished. So why would Don's armor, prisoner to his own unbreakable loyalty? Spinoza whipped around to face the protagonist and demanded to know what he'd done that night. He stayed cool and just said, "I'm sleeping in my room and fam's right here with me." And when she added, "So that's your alibi," the whole thing clicked into place. The protagonist swung back, "Wait, that isn't fair." Sure, Fan was with him, but she straight up fell. Before she could even be used as proof, he hustled her out early, and the girl muttered under her breath. Muttered with regret, he asked, "What's he even saying?" Then Gregor's face darkened with rage and he thrust his hand forward. "So you were sleeping." After that, he showed her the same missing tablet again and snapped, "See, he's got proof." That glove must have dropped right in the chaos of his fight with the guards, wasn't it, Sieg? And carving his own name like that, total madness. The protagonist just froze, struck speechless. Bolton erupted in fury. This had to be a total lie, a cheap imitation of their hero, no doubt in his mind. The knight commander cut it short and shut down the guessing. First, Sieg has to get caught, detained, and grilled. MC raised his hands and ordered Gregor to hold him. Pain exploded through him as cold handcuffs clamped onto his wrists. Then his allies surged in and he barked, "Stay back," to halt them. Stay back, he knew Gregor already had him, and he still tried to push through with the plan just to save face. But then it all fell apart. If that was true, then he had to hunt down the real criminal who framed him and prove he was innocent. Because in prison, he definitely wouldn't get to move around freely. But he had no choice. So the protagonist faced his team and said it was fine because he was innocent. And then Sarah spoke for all of them, and they believed every word. He grinned to himself. Comrades, you can trust me. Their very presence alone starts building the evidence over time. They marched him straight into the torture chamber. Tiara was already waiting there. Tiara was there, grinning as she stroked her whip, and the moment she saw him, she said she'd been waiting. Because her name was Tiara, and she ran the torture, and today, she was ordered to torture him. Then the protagonist stared right at her, shocked, and realized something was wildly off. Tiara smiled a little too politely, and he realized he'd totally pictured her wrong. Then she giggled, admitted she came from a noble family, and said that's why she could keep her composure and speak with real dignity. They stripped away his dignity with cruel tortures, and as he was hauled toward the torture chamber, the knights jeered that Lady Tiara was a monster, claiming she dressed naked servants in collars and leashes and made them march through town like props. She didn't want to waste time waiting for her fiancé, so she'd already set up a meeting with the prison warden, meaning he should brace himself. Then Tiara marched right up to MC and yanked. He grabbed his shirt collar and told her she didn't mean to get so carried away, because now he'd locked up her freedom, and that meant they were about to be stuck together in a very close, very intense relationship. She's dreamed her whole life of taking down a man built like that, and she's right there begging him to entertain her, until the knights start laughing, saying, Tiara snapped, "Well then they'll just leave them." Her torture was brutal beyond words, and Tiara couldn't help but sigh, "What a shame, this would have been way more interesting with them here." After she sent the guards packing, she turned on Zig and whipped him hard right in front of everyone. Whip and blurted, "All right, here we go." "No one's keeping secrets from her," he snapped, totally stunned by how fast and sharp she moved. She sucked in a sharp breath, pain and shock ripping through her. Then she cackled with menace, licked her lips, and she pressed into him and asked, "Tell me, does it hurt like hell?" She knew exactly how the human body worked, and she'd picked the worst spot to land the pain. Tiara kept hammering him with fists, screaming that it'd be better if he spilled everything. Yet even if he did, she still wouldn't stop the torture. So why did she get off on hurting other people so much? Every part of her body buzzed with joy. But was he choking on pain so bad he couldn't even speak? The protagonist, bracing himself as her blows rained down, thought she had fully surrendered to the. They tortured him, sure, but the real punchline was worse. His glove had been in his room last night, and someone snatched it in the dead of night, while he slept. It was 100% his fault. He forgot to lock up and his friends came over. If Fam could have spotted the thief last night, then he had to reach her somehow and get her to tell. Tiara snapped at him to scream like a baby, then kept the cold blows coming as he stayed silent, squirming in pain. He figured Gregor would shut it down hard, and even Fam would struggle to make it here just to meet them. Tiara snapped, demanding if she was torturing him for nothing. Why wasn't he even screaming, not even a pig squeal? Squeal as they should. He answered her with careful thought, letting her have the quiet she needed, and then he was thinking, let her torture in silence. Tiara was just plain stupid. She finally heard his answer, and the second it landed, she erupted into a furious scream, like he'd totally forgotten his. In his place, he was trapped like a prisoner, and she shut him down so hard he couldn't even argue with her. The warden. The girl slammed into him again and again, fists flying harder with every second. Then, after a while, exhausted, she lashed him to a wooden cross. Cross burst out laughing and asked, "So tell me, has he finally got it?" This is exactly how he'd ended up trapped in this mess. MC shot back, "Yeah," and right after she said it, the warden walked out, laughed with smug satisfaction and blurted, "Why's he gone so pale, dude?" Friends right before his very eyes. She'd happily sprint in just to torture them. She tears into them so viciously with these words that they'll be begging her to end their lives. He glared daggers at her, rage burning hot in his eyes, and tensed so hard his outerwear ripped into tiny shreds. He yanked his shirt open, baring his torso, and Tiara just froze, staring at him, utterly lost, because she had no clue what he was doing as he started to show her his. He had a completely unhurt body, and with a chilling voice he told her she'd never kill him. Didn't she get it yet? She couldn't even land a real hit on him. He ripped the ropes apart with one brutal move, then snatched her by the throat and spit out that she could torture him all she wanted. No matter how badly her heart begs, if she even tries to lay a hand on his friends, he'll shut it down fast. Forgive her. He breathed the last words into her ear, barely a whisper, leaning in so close their faces almost touched. Then the protagonist. He asked if she understood, and Tiara, drenched in fear, nodded furiously, barely able to breathe as she stretched. With a grimace, he checked his body and rubbed his shoulders, then snapped at her to call the guards, because he was heading back to his cell. The warden, slumped on the floor, she sat there in stunned silence, too wrecked to even rise, while he started drifting back to the cell, kicked into exercise, and he couldn't stop picturing the look on Gregor's face when Fam was proving. She was proving her alibi, and that's exactly what people with evil schemes look like. So what was he up to when he locked him in here? At that exact moment, Fam's voice cut through the air. She marched up to his cell and said, even behind bars, he was still forging himself through training, and he burst out, "I'm surprised, Fam, how did she slip past the guards?" She snapped, told him to underestimate her, then them like it was nothing. Guards? When he froze in shock, she leaned in and said, "We'll talk more later because there are. Demons are tearing up the city," and the protagonist, totally clueless, blurted, "What are you even talking about?" Then Fam shoved in. Look, it looked like they'd timed everything, kept the prison quiet just to make sure he was gone. So she slipped in to pull him out, and MC Muse paused, thinking harder than the story of his. A brutal false accusation sparks the Knight's rebellion, and then the monster invasion crashes the whole world. It was for sure someone behind all of it, and yeah, I just couldn't look away. But they had to get out. So he snatched the bars, yanked at them, and the girl blurted, She picked the lock. Right then, Zig shoved the metal bars aside. He tore the bars apart with his bare hands, then stepped out and yelled, "Great, now they can go." Fam stared at him in shock because he then beat a dragon in arm wrestling right. The protagonist snapped out that she was massively overhyping it. First, they had to hunt down their gear again after. Once he finally shoved on his gear, the protagonist grinned, "Perfect, this is it." Then he grabbed a nameplate and Fam asked if he wanted one too. MC nodded and said, "Yeah, there's a commemorative engraving on this glove, and Hannah's name is carved into it, like it's been waiting for the right moment." Hot kept needling him about it, and Fam swore he cherished his old friends with all his heart. So wasn't that proof that he'd gone too far? After his own comrades turned on him, Zig swore it was safer to be friendless. He'd already decided to take the path of solitude, so she couldn't save him now, right? Fam shot a shy look his way, then blurted it out like she couldn't stop herself. "She thinks if he'd stayed off on his own, they never would have dragged him into prison." He had to agree with her on that. Maybe she was right, so yeah, let her ask. Escort him to the exit. Then boom, guards slam into their path and bark orders at the top of their lungs. Escape? No way, let everyone swarm him and try to stop him. This prison is impenetrable. So they catch him, and he has no choice but to tear into them in a fight. Fam snapped at him. If he couldn't hide his trail better, it'd be like waving their exact location to the whole world. Then the protagonist stunned another Knight and cut her off, saying not to talk. Nonsense, he's got zero stealth, not even close to her. The Knights were screaming like they wanted them caught. Nobody was allowed to slip free. So the protagonist unleashed his power and knocked every single one of them out in one shot. Right at the exit, the allies sprinted up, only to find the drawbridge slammed shut behind them. MC realized they'd shut the door to trap everyone, because that blockage was made to stop any escape. They had to drop it fast, just so they could finally get out. Right when Fam was about. He was about to admit that even he couldn't break through this structure. He slammed his weight on the bridge, and it started to sink down right as the girl cut in. An absolute shock, she snatches it back at once. Wait, are you sure he's human? Zig reassured her, no doubt about it. Now with her eyes fixed on them. From the observation deck, he peered down at the city and blurted out in pure confusion. What the hell? How did the whole city end up in ruins like this? Cracked sidewalks and smashed pavements lay everywhere as colossal monsters surged through the streets. At that very moment, the fifth squad was getting ripped apart in a desperate brawl with the demons. He destroyed another enemy with a blood-curdling scream. Sarah swooped in and saved another citizen, then asked, "Are you okay?" He grabbed her and thanked her for saving his life. Then she bolted forward like the chase was calling, while Spinoza took a. Pausing for a quick breath, she realized how impossible this was without Sieg. She couldn't keep fighting. Sarah's grip on power started slipping, and right then she shouted a warning. Danger was creeping up behind her. Spinoza snapped into action, surged straight at the enemy and ripped out. "Tell her to." Sarah felt the pull to look back. Then she spotted the monster stalking her and was seconds from striking it, when their opponents. Blood erupted everywhere, blasting onto her like a wave. The monster crumpled onto the pavement, and with his weapon slick in blood, the protagonist stood there as he told the girls to finally forgive him for making them wait. And Fam stood right behind him with her bow drawn and ready. The girls beamed as they greeted him, then they sprinted to Fam and wrapped her in a tight hug, because she'd saved him. Spinoza burst out with joy, and she just proved it again. She can do it whenever she wants. Only she could pull it off. She's seriously amazing. Fam blurted it out with a sheepish grin, and yeah, maybe they'd pushed it a bit too far, but she totally earned that hype. Encouragement, because right now everything is terrifyingly real. The girls confirmed it and the knights had. Their mood snapped overnight like they'd gulped demon blood. And the guards kept yanking back, trying to stop that demon blood lust from spilling out. The demons swarmed, but they still couldn't stop the knights from smashing straight through and crashing into the palace. "Sonya, she's in danger too, and it hit you all at once." Suddenly, a blinding flash ripped through a window in the palace's main tower, where the princess had vanished to. Then the allies snapped into panic, staring around like they'd just missed something huge. Right before the whole chaos erupted, the knights marched in, led by their commander, charged into the throne room. Alina stood between the princess and danger, sneering at Gregor. "You betrayed her." He smirked and snapped, "Betrayed? She's talking nonsense. He's got a bad case of it. It ditched her too. An arrogant little brat who'd do anything to dodge punishment. And then tossed away this worthless royal city, like fate itself was laughing at how ironic it was that such a cocky and this domineering girl acted like the world's guardian, but he was sick of babying someone like her. So he slipped into the demon's side, spinning a glowing ball in his hands, then told Gregor she'd hand over her life the moment he sealed her inside that sphere of light, and he'd step right into the demon's ranks, like Her Highness had just spotted him in shock, because that little ball of light was him, and Alina couldn't help but throw out a sarcastic remark. She could tell he'd never once been proud of his knighthood, because the princess finally saw the truth. He wasn't loyal to her at all. Gregor let out a chuckle and said, "Knightly pride and loyalty, what do they matter in a dead, deserted city? Status and money. That's all he lusts after, and Alina can't hold back. He's a shameful, greedy man. Does he even realize what she hates most? Men." Then just like him, the girl snapped her ice magic to life. She lunged in and attacked him, while the knights who tried to keep up got trapped in her magical rush. A brutal strike came. He snapped out of the way and launched himself high into the air. The air crashed down around them, and when she struck, he didn't hold back either. He drove his blade straight through the princesses. His icy defense. The blade's tip clipped past Sonia's by the skin of his teeth, and Alina snapped in a flawless parry to stop his strike. She lunged at him, snapped the blade to his throat, and snarled that some worthless wretch like him could never survive her fencing. He'd better not think he can betray the princess and slide by, because right then, after her magical attack got beaten back, the knights regrouped and snapped back into formation. Gregor leaned in and demanded, "Did you really forget we're outnumbered?" Alina kept her gaze on the knights, and a jolt of surprise hit her as she realized they'd finally broken her. She didn't just stop there. She snapped together a fresh ice shield, way stronger than the last, and it slammed in front of the princess as a blinding burst of light exploded into the air. Gregor spotted them again at the window, like a siege closing in, and he knew it. They wouldn't last long. That was their fate. Ellen meets a cruel death as the knights tear her down, and her knightly pride turns into something you can't stand to look at. Eleanor, there isn't a single worthy woman in this whole country. The knights are in total chaos. The guards are battling monsters, and somehow nobody. Left with nothing, their final hope was locked behind bars. No rescue was coming, just the slow, crushing spiral into despair and death. At that exact moment, he ripped open the air and summoned a massive demon that looked like a flying bird. Then it slammed through the ceiling like a meteor. And then he tore into the girl's ice shield, shattering it piece by piece, and Eleanor braced herself, telling the princess to stay behind. Behind her, the knights shattered the final layer of the ice barrier and stormed straight for the girls. Illinois snapped her sword up and roared for them to stop. How dare those knights raise steel against Lady Sonia? They had to stop right now, but those knights kept slamming her barrier like it owed them money. So she stared in stunned disbelief, trying to figure out what secret powered their impossible strength. Their blades could swing wild all day, and it didn't matter because the sword strikes slid off like nothing, like pain simply didn't exist. They were untouchable, plain and simple. Eleanor snatched the princess's hand and yanked her along, barking that they had to get out of here. Right now. Sonia clocked that the knights weren't just fighting. They were being puppeted by magic, and the spell had. It bounced right off her. Eleanor grinned and shot back, and somehow you could tell she was just too kind for her own good. Rage burned in her thoughts as she fumed over Gregor. He tossed aside his knightly pride and went for the princess's life. Life didn't give him a single break, no mercy, no forgiveness. Sonia's heart sank. She never thought Gregor would end up like this. So he caved into power, showered her with praise, and indulged her every want. Then it hit him. People were selfish, deep down. And even the priestess of light, the bulwark of humanity, is. She's betrayed without a shred of mercy, and they try to kill her. Yet somehow, everyone else only cares about themselves. She questioned what she'd been fighting for, her own safety, her own rank. Because her own people had already shattered her trust, and she couldn't help but wonder, who was she even surviving for? World after world, assassins tried to kill her again and again, but she had absolutely nothing left to lose. She used to feel fearless, but now fear slammed into her. She couldn't stop trembling, so tell me, is it worth it? Without Eleanor stepping in, she'd be dead already. Because she refused to die, not even for a second, and she definitely didn't just shrug and walk away. Whether she was dead, or whether this world would be torn apart, one thing didn't add up. So why was she terrified right now? Eleanor's smile lit up the moment she recognized the protagonist. Then she screamed at the knights chasing them, because she wasn't letting a single one get close. She lunged right up to the princess and with zero fear, charged straight at her old subordinates, sword blazing in her grip. Sonia yanked her attention backward, warning that danger was creeping up behind her. She suddenly realized she didn't just want it anymore. She needed to protect her. Sonia stared into the night. Her heart clenched as she thought of her loved ones. She barreled straight toward Eleanor and launched herself at him, bare hands swinging, desperate to topple him. Eleanor burst into panic screams, shouting at her in terror too. She realized she couldn't stop it, only she could run now. The knight yanked her by the hair and ripped her off the ground. She yanked herself up off the floor, but her mind wouldn't stop racing. Pure fear hit her hard and she blurted, "I don't want to." She wanted to die. Then she turned that despair into a decision and dared herself to risk her own life if she truly wanted it. She clung to that promise with everything she had, and then, right then, her whole life finally lit up with purpose. Suddenly, the protagonist burst into the scene like they'd teleported. He burst in and snatched the princess from the knight, then wiped out the threat in the blink of an eye, shielding her as he apologized. With tears brimming in her eyes, the princess snapped, "Why are you here?" And the protagonist shot back, "I'm here because." He swore he'd guard her with his own life, and when her voice cracked with emotion, she answered, "Yes, you will." Meanwhile, Eleanor grabbed Sayre's hands and thanked him for coming to her rescue. Then the princess leaned in and told him. He told his allies Alina had protected her too, and MC nodded like, good. That ice bought them time, long enough to survive until he showed up. And the Ice Princess, she didn't just speak, she ruled the room as the vice leader of the knightly order. She craved the chance to serve, but the mission threw her off. She'd failed. Seed cut in, nope, and claimed she was holding her own just fine. Alina looked down and admitted, sheepishly, maybe it was just. He was just chasing a pat on the head. Then the protagonist flashed a grin and said, she's tough enough to joke through it. And when he heard that, he stared at her in shock. Seriously. He tried to dodge the question, but Alina exploded. What have they done to the palace? Then she snapped. Seriously, Fam decided to step in, and he fired back. For now, we've already subdued the knights. They don't stand a chance against us. Spinoza planted her foot on a pile of fallen knights and burst out laughing. So this is what you get when you stay idle. Fam shot her a confused look. Who else would know how pointless idleness really is if not her? MC snapped, okay, but how in the world did this happen? And where the heck is Gregor, the princess, now? Sieg could still picture that sphere of light in his head. And after firing off a furious curse at the knight commander, Spinoza hurriedly ran through everything with him. Sonia swore he meant to plunge the capital into chaos and murder her. And Alina snapped, he's a threat to all of humanity. So the protagonist clenched his fists and replayed Sonia's words in his mind. Was it really worth gambling his life on this? Then he slammed his fist into the surface, and the princess snapped. If that ball of light gets too far away, if that happens, their bond snaps in an instant. And even the ball's power alone won't be able to keep everything from falling apart. Hold the Demon King back. They've got to grab it ASAP. So she spun toward the protagonist and told him to order the fifth. The fifth guard squad marches to seize back the sphere of light. Because with the whole world on the line, she puts her total faith in him. Alina said, fine, let him handle Gregor. She's betting everything on his hands. Now go on, smash the nose of that worthless man who's been crawling into Her Highness's life and stealing her dignity. The knights kept pressing in and he straight up told them, yeah, I'll figure it out, while his team stood right behind him. Hannah, Irene, and Bolton went straight for the capital. As they set off, Sarah snapped that if Gregor's trying to bring the Demon King back to life, then they'd better track him down in an impenetrable forest sprawled ahead, crawling with filth. And Sieg snapped that this fight was only going to be uglier than the one in the valley. Valley of Vengeance. After a while, Fam stopped and said their journey split right here. The right path is barely there, but it reeks of Gregor. Spinoza shot him a shocked look. She's got a nose, she blurted. Fam leaned in and said, I don't care if you believe me or not. That's your choice, not mine, like a dog with the truth. Business? The protagonist snapped that, no matter what, they only had one clue, where he was tucked away from the eyewitnesses, if Fam even guessed where. Back then, the trail pointed straight to something amazing. So they trusted her and followed right behind her. Lead, the girls nodded along with him and the allies answered. All right, we're in. They took off. Then one by one, all of them slipped into their own thoughts. Silence slammed down hard, only the sounds of the eerie hush of the forest, broken only by the wagon wheels creaking like they were begging to stop. Hit a crossroads and spotted a blazing light just a few steps away. The comrades hit the ground hard and braced for a full-on brawl. Gregor himself stepped into view, and Aguido stood right beside him, both locked in a full-on fighting stance. Clutching that blazing orb of light, the knight's commander froze, because they should have been rotting in prison. So what in the world were they doing out here? What were they doing here? Then I noticed it. Behind their opponents, a tall, dark thing loomed, rock steady on its pedestal. The protagonist snapped back, thinking his pride was the real weapon against the demons. Then Gregor Grandin erupted, so he'd really back the winner, especially the one who paid more. So why was he here? Was he coming to snatch back the orb of light, or to strike down the one who took his princess's life? After these words, with a hearty laugh, he goes, "Ha!" Then the MC fires back, sarcastic as hell, asking if there's any asterisk sign that the glowing ball has finally stopped working. The demon blinked in shock, no, and the princess was still alive. Sieg said, correct. and Aguido shot a glare at Gregor, cheeks burning with tension and rage, then snapped that it seemed. It felt like he'd struck out again, until the protagonist snapped back to their words, because only the priestess knew the blade's full bloody history. They have to grab the sphere before it disappears, and since they think that's the perfect plan, they still haven't gotten to it yet. As long as Sonya was still alive, he shouted, the sphere couldn't be sealed, because they were determined to trap them and keep them from escaping. And then the protagonist snapped to Gregor's face, telling him he was going to die. The Knight Commander spat out a vicious curse, then marched right on. He could have ended it already if he just killed that woman back then. They kept getting in his way again and again. He'd interfered with his plans once more. So yeah, if you end it right here, he could. He could still save everything. So Greg rushed back to Aguido and demanded answers, asking him for, as those demons slashed his wrist. Blood dripped into the commander's mouth, and the attacker demanded he renounce his humanity and start praying. MC Surprise thought he was pulling the exact same move as with Nahat. Then Gregor hit the scene. Gregor cackled with cruel delight, then snapped that his blood was boiling. Aguido warned him it would take a while for the blood to digest, and while all hell breaks loose, he'll handle it. Right then and there, the demon snapped his dark magic into motion, blasting a black fireball into the air, and he slammed it into the opponents. Then the ball exploded, shattered it into bite-sized fragments and unleashed a brutal attack on the intruders. The protagonist saw the girls slip out of the attack and figured they were trying to use him. So he'd toss out the iron target as bait to pull them in, then slam his shield up and deflect every single blow. Once his plan finally clicked into place, he clenched his sword and got ready to strike. Then the curse hit, and he struck wrong, watching everything fall apart as his allies took heavy, brutal damage. The Guido clocked the shock on his face and leaned in. This was a lost forest, and the ground was so harsh they couldn't move worth a damn. A thick cloud of miasma choked the air. Had they really forgotten that? The protagonist worried it had slowed them down, then snapped. Are you girls okay, Spinoza? He snapped in anger. What the hell is going on? And started to wonder if the siege in the capital had left them completely wiped out. And that deadly miasma kept spiraling everything into chaos. Then the demon snapped on a brand new power and demanded. He tells his comrades to slow up. Then he takes over and handles the rest, right as the demon strikes again, but MC shoved his shield up and blocked the hit cold. Then his allies shouted his name in panic, and Aguido gasped in total surprise. Even with that vile miasma hanging in the air, he kept moving like it didn't bother him, while the miasma siege stared him down and went, "Don't worry, it works." The demon mused, "So that's the princess's favorite, huh?" And then blurted it out to the protagonist, because, yeah, pure surprise just hit. One of the guards had pushed it way too far, and the protagonist snapped, "Are you done yet?" The demon erupted in laughter and snapped, "Nope, he's got something else planned for him." Right then, the MC felt a dagger slam into their side. Something slammed into his back from behind, and he spun around in pure shock. He stared in total disbelief as the fam he'd forgotten about showed up, who had stabbed him in the back. Then she slipped aside like she'd planned it all along, and then he crumpled to his knees. Sarah looked utterly stunned, like she had no idea what just happened. Confused, he shouted his name. Fam snapped his gaze to the protagonist and said, "Even him. You can reach anyone with a knife as long as it hits." Spinoza blinked in shock and blurted, "What are you doing?" Sarah snapped, "What is this?" Fam stood right beside the demon, ruffled her head, and praised her like she just pulled off the impossible. The protagonist froze in shock and realized he was. At that exact moment, Gregor was pulling the strings and controlling the fam. She laughed and blurted, "Sieg, you idiot, looks like you still haven't figured it out." She was already ripping through the valley of vengeance, stirring up chaos like it was nothing. Where did he think his gloves vanished to? She betrayed them right under his nose, and the MC demanded answers, grilling the girl about why she defected to the demons. She snapped back, calling him an idiot, and it was obvious the whole time there was a demon-blooded half-breed standing right alongside them. Zigush. Greg's jaw dropped at the betrayal, and Gregor just flashed that arrogant smirk as he cut in and said, "She kept eyes on them for him the whole time. because from the very start, she was his secret weapon. So tell me, what does betrayal actually feel like? Because his world is falling apart, and it's pretty harsh, isn't it? Disappointed, are you? The Knight Commander hauled him in, kicked him hard, and cracked up like it was a joke, all while he said he had it coming. So now watch him tear through everything he swore he'd protect. The allies locked eyes on the protagonist, and you could tell he'd completely screwed everything up. Pain ripped through him as he crumpled to the ground. Fam watched it all unfold, knowing Gregor, it's way too early. He snapped his head toward her in shock and blurting out the question, "What? What did she say?" Fame blurted out, but she cut him off. "This is too soon." Sieg was still standing. MC hadn't defeated him yet, right when that all went down. Snatched up a blade and hurled it straight at Gregor. The Knight Commander's mind couldn't wrap around what was unfolding right in front of him. What was going on? Sieg's weapon drove straight through him, and his legs buckled. He crumpled to the ground, and Fam told him. But Hessig drove the blade through his heart. Gregory, his strength draining, begged her, "Why did you betray me?" Betrayed them, and the girl snapped, "He's a scumbag." She wasn't buying it for a second. So does he really think that? That if he's a traitor, then the others are too? Yeah, that's the protagonist's burning thought, the one people always talk about. Sam didn't betray them. She whipped her arm up, snapped the knife aside, and drove straight at him. It slipped by so smooth and sharp that nobody even saw it coming. He jerked himself upright, snatched his sword, and barked out his words to her. He'd hear her out later. Right now, he had to smash through this first. That evil spirit. Right as it reared up, Guido finally spoke, "Not so fast." In a blur, the demon fired off its ability, and then the ground split open. Long, thorny whips burst out like living traps. Sarah and Spinoza got tangled up together, and then, wham! They both screamed in shock, eyes wide, and the pain hit like a hammer. Then the protagonist blurted their names in pure panic. Arm up, but Fam stood in front of him and promised, no backing out now, that he'd have to fight her. She hurled herself straight into his weapon, ready to shatter it to pieces. Gregor snapped his command, "Make her tear him apart. Let her show everyone she's the real deal demon." Fams blasted upward and tore a brutal, thick shred through the sky. The MC was completely thrown off. 1 second he's staring at the shroud, and the next a fog just bursts out and the Fams show up out of nowhere, slamming into him. He grinned to himself, looking down from above and up from below, and then he told her, He blurted it right in her face. She wasn't just an incredible archer, she was lethal up close too. Skilled. There's nothing to suggest he'd be grateful if she surrendered the girl. She answered him. Let him not even dream about it. They slammed into each other, and Sieg clocked it. She was dodging like a ghost, and she wouldn't be caught. Beaten without a fight. The protagonist muttered he didn't have time for some long talk. Sarah and Spinoza were already at the end of their rope limit because those chains had to snap, and Fam said she did. He didn't want to admit it, but he could have handled this all by himself. No help needed. Let him ditch those two and take her on. Then he'll wipe them out without breaking a sweat. Guido and Gregor, those two complete idiots, and the sphere in his hands. He probably to save the world. Meanwhile, his enemies got thrown off by something else, and Guido told. Gregor was ordered to freeze in place. Then the Knight Commander shot back that he wasn't holding still, because he wanted to study the sphere instead. Zig and Fam crop. Steel clashed in midair, and the protagonist leaned in to ask her, "Are you really sure about this?" The girl stared at him and said he'd clearly bled out too much. His thoughts weren't lining up right, so he snapped back that he didn't want to. He wanted her to suffer for this. Then Fam stared him down and warned him straight up. If they didn't act, the girls would absolutely die. He was commanded to guard the sphere of light, and when the MC stared at her closely, she suddenly noticed. He realized she was staring at him like she wanted him to end her life. The girl lunged forward, blade flashing, shouting, "Who does he think he is?" Because she's the one ready to kill him. She'd been handed countless chances to end him, yet she never pulled the trigger. Then Fan stared him down and asked, If when he was falsely accused, he cut her off and refused to let her speak, afraid she'd only end up making it worse. Then yes, you get the whole mess. They turned on him too. He swore to her, "Yeah, I did," and she just stared. He said it thoughtfully, that half-smile curling in place. Yeah, that's it. Some people still think of others even when their own lives are on the line. And for her, that was the lesson she finally. They never let her trust strangers again. Because when people found out she was half-breed, they beat her, screaming she was a spy for the demon tribe. They dragged her into slavery for the very same crime. And as her parents were slaughtered right before her eyes, the one man she thought she could trust turned around and beat her without a shred of guilt. Watching it, she snapped into the exact same mode, because she refused to live any other way, and once her so-called comrades turned into nothing but convenient tools, nothing more. And as for Eguito and Gregor, they were just spies, raising her the same way when she was all alone in this world. To them, she was a pawn. So yeah, that's why she has no friends and she doesn't want any. The protagonist leaned in and asked her straight up if she felt the same way about him. Sam blurted it out, stunned. She couldn't believe it, because even after everything she did, he still keeps saying it. She lifted a knife and drove it toward him. She was a half-breed, she wounded him. And still, even with blood on his hands, he kept straining to reach her, calling out her name like she was everything. Her, his friend, honestly, she just doesn't get it. The protagonist snaps back and says he doesn't think she's truly with the demons. The girl finally confesses to him, and it lands like she should have said it sooner. You put him in position back at the guard post, but she couldn't land it. Now we're here, and the moment the fighting kicks off, she realized she couldn't end him. And right then, weird feelings started creeping in, and when he finally answered her, he said he was sorry. Sorry, but he couldn't pull it off. Fam warned him that a magical blade was lodged in her heart, and if he betrayed the demons, it would pierce him. The protagonist snapped, "This isn't over," and she refused to let guilt win. She doesn't have to carry it and everyone else might. She kept messing up. Then the girl finally snapped, voice shaking with fear, because she'd spent her whole life betraying other people. And the thought that she might do it again was more than she could stand. She could have been betrayed any second. So she figured it was safer to trust nobody and want nothing from anyone. Then smiled and said that somehow, this blade in her heart still made her feel safe, so that no one could betray her. He protested. But it was a lie, and she absolutely shouldn't base everything on people who don't even bother saying her name. He leaned in and promised he'd stand by her no matter what. She can't just bolt from the people who believe in her, because he's ready to take her pain and hold it with her. Suffering leaves scars on sins, on her body, on her pain. And he'll be there because Fam told him to. He would definitely die until the MC locked eyes with her and said, "No, I won't let you." She promised it with her whole heart, and she told her to trust her. She stared at him with a grin, and when he spoke, the honesty in his eyes hit her so hard she couldn't help but believe a word. She paused for a heartbeat, then slid right beside him and said, "All right, it's time to start." And yeah, doesn't he believe her too? When Zig answered her without a second thought, of course she's one of them. Fam lunged at Eguito, and he snapped back that she was nothing but a half-breed. Her blade would never land on him, and that hit like a brutal loss. She'd never want to lose him. She just chose her own road, and that girl believed that if she could take him down, everything would finally work out. Everything was about to flip. Then the demon snapped his fingers. Fingers trembling, a sharp pain erupted in her chest, and then he snapped, "It's over," but damn, closed the distance in a blur toward him. She clutched the blade tight in her hand, and the Guido stared at her like he couldn't figure out what he was seeing. Fusion, she snapped forward and slammed her weapon down with brutal force, cleaving off his head in one sickening strike. The demon was totally baffled, because that blade buried in her heart should have worked. So why was it just sitting there, thick with? The girls watched those brutal whips start to unravel and crumble into nothing right in front of them. The protagonist finally spoke. Then he swallowed her suffering like it was his own, because she truly had her blade aimed at his heart, and blood started gushing from. He didn't even wipe the blood off his mouth, and the demon, right on the edge of dying, still kept talking like he'd buttered him. So if that really happened, why is the protagonist still breathing? MC shot back, saying it wasn't even close to the torment that the fam had carried all this time. And the girl, moved by his words, looked at him with pure gratitude. Guido barely whispered, "I see." Sarah gasped, and then she realized she'd underestimated him just a little too much. I see, she echoed, still holding. Clutching the orb in her hands, she makes sure the glowing sphere stays perfectly intact. Spinoza. Gregor slumped nearby, and the dejected jerk beside him yanked him with a kick, then barked. Listen up, you're the traitor knight, the knight commander. Cursed them and sneered. They'll die anyway. And once he snatched the demon's power, nothing was ever going to matter to him again. She slammed her strike into him, yelling for him to quit, and right when she expected him to fold, he didn't, to her shock. He snapped his guard up so fast her strike never landed, then smirked and said, I've got this. He'd already told her, straight up, he's stronger than all of them now. Now he surged upright, shoved Spinoza out of the way and barked, I'll finish them off. Easily, he'll make them regret crossing his path, and then he'll kill, murder them all, spill their blood into the demon lord's hands. Then the protagonist. Brace yourself, an attack is coming, and he snaps. All right, listen, let's just let him try. He'll still be the same weak, gutless traitor. He's outmatched. There's no way he wins. And then the protagonist slams his shield into action. Gregor snapped back, yelling that he better stop acting so damn overconfident, or he'll get himself killed. The Knight Commander exploded forward, slamming straight into the MC's defense. He swung to shatter it. Then his blade skittered and bounced right off He bounced off the shield like a ball, stunned. No matter what he did, he couldn't crack it. Shield, why was this happening? He swore he'd gotten stronger. Then, out of nowhere, that idiot Sieg cut him off and stopped his attack. He should have gotten way stronger by now. Gregor swung again and again, desperate to finally reach the protagonist slammed into him again and again, but his defense held, no matter what he did. Then he snapped. How is Sieg actually standing his ground? He's just a weakling. He even thought his heart was fatally shattered. So what kind of cruel joke was this? The protagonist whipped his shield ripped across the cheek, bam. And Gregor got launched backward, grabbing his face, fighting to slow the blood pouring out. Blood splattered, and Sieg stared in total confusion. Did this guy seriously just clock him in the face? The protagonist only let out a chuckle, then fired back with a question of his own. Weren't you allowed to do that? The Knight Commander snapped his gaze around and started to. He yelled, anyone here? Is there a demon among us? Anyone got an answer? Silence hit him. MC blurted, how can? Convenient, right? He'd betrayed so many people, and now he's trying to slink behind someone else's name. Else's back, Gregor snapped with rage. It's all those idiots' fault. He'd done everything for them, and still they stared at him like he was nothing but a pig. Unable to rein in his emotions, he screamed that night, if only none of this had happened, then I would have done nothing. Sieg cut him off. He means the ones ruling the state. No kidding, he's really a man without honor, he spat, and the rage in his voice just kept growing. Gregor, he's just a worthless wretch, rotten right down to his core. Like a clockwork android. It kept hammering the exact same line over and over again. It's all of them. Then rage flared in his eyes as he snapped at the protagonist, cursing that if only he wasn't here. The protagonist stared at him with pure indifference and said, now I can too. Sieg even says you can practically taste Tierra's torture in that prison. And then he smirks that he'll finally have time to think about everything he's done. They couldn't even fathom what Sonya was living through. This fragile girl was forced to fight for their world, and he had. He didn't deserve forgiveness, so he better get ready fast. Sarah and Fam watched as the knights teamed up and hauled the wounded to the carts, dragged the dead bodies away. And then the protagonist, Dragonist dealt Gregor landed a brutal punch on his face, then snapped. This is for plunging the city into chaos. He struck him again and growled. This is for turning the knights into, turning on them, furious over what they did to Sonya, furious over how they exploited Fam, even furious enough to strike back and leave wounds, looting his comrades. Then the MC slammed him again, and trust me, he's not getting off easy. Easy, just a death sentence. Gregor, bruised to the core, his tongue swollen from the beatings, could barely move his mouth, and begged him to stop and talk. Then Sieg slammed into him again, crushing whatever he had left in him. He poured every ounce of strength into his fist, and the Knight Commander went down. He crumpled to the ground. Then, out of nowhere, sickness hit the protagonist hard. Then his hands started to tremble, and he couldn't stop himself from feeling. He crumpled to his knees and his allies surged in, rushing to his side. Then it hit him. Things were falling apart. He'd tanked way too much damage. Gasping for air, he looked at the girls and said they needed to tie up Gregor and squeeze every last secret out of him. Then the fam broke down in tears as she watched his torment unfold. The allies nodded, saying they got it, and they'd do everything they could to stop him from burning himself out. He tried to get up, but he couldn't. Fam dropped in, grabbed him, and burst into tears, begging him to stay still and say nothing. And the truth hit him hard. It was because of her that he looked like this. He wanted to tell her, "Wow, you even made." She made that kind of face. And with that warmth, that genuine concern for other people, she'd get along with everyone in no time, even with a catch like everyone she didn't stop. He swore he'd never die, and the protagonist couldn't get a word out. He wanted to tell her everything, but for some reason his voice just failed him, wouldn't listen to him. Meanwhile, Guido crouched in the shadows, thinking, "Damn, I can't even finish the Priestess of Light and I've already lost." Gregor stared back at him, getting yanked around like a sack, and he snapped that a weakling who couldn't become a demon was completely useless. "He's so pitiful, he can't even grow horns." The demon stared at his hand and lit up because he finally made contact with the sphere of light, and that was the whole point. The real question burned in his head. How long could that protagonist's body hold the line and keep everyone safe? And that thought led him straight. The fifth squad hauled Gregor in, then tore back to the capital like the hunt wasn't over yet. The royal family's personal doctors somehow pulled off a miracle and saved MC's life. Just a few days later, he bounced back stronger than ever, shocking every doctor with his freakish regenerative power. They told him it would take months to fully recover, yet he was on his feet almost immediately. The whole hospital went quiet because how could he possibly be human? Elinor got promoted to captain for one reason. She refused to stop protecting the princess, and the kingdom finally took notice. And the fifth squad was called back again, this time to hand out the awards like champions. At the awards ceremony, Sonia leaned in and told the protagonist, "I owe you my thanks." Because of that returning sphere of light, their world wouldn't have already been swallowed by darkness. And he's the hero their country counts. Sonia fired back, and Spinoza, always tossing questions like dice, snapped, "Come on, are you really going to abandon us?" After hearing that the whole country deserved a medal, she shot back a smile, of course. Because everyone gave it their all, and then she finally pointed it out. She clocked the protagonist's clothes, ripped to shreds, and told him, "You're going to have to order brand new ones." She slipped into the new clothes and lifted the medal in her hands, staring at the MC like she'd just won the whole world. Look, he threw himself at death to protect the sphere for humanity, and Sonia pushed it forward her. She shoved the medal into his hands and told him to bend just a little. Then she snapped it in place, and all she could do after that was pray he'd be okay. After she pinned the medal on him, she kissed the top of his head and whispered a blessing, like all that danger was going to blow right past him. Every single person there froze as the princess crushed all expectations. Then, once it finally hit them, the villagers snapped back into reality and erupted in joyous cheers. The Priestess of Light caught feelings for the Gatekeeper. Then the guard stole the queen's heart. Sonia, can you believe it? Embarrassment surged through her, and she snapped back, denying it wasn't true at all. She insisted it was gratitude and respect, plain and simple. Case turns out they were wrong. Let them get their act together. Mothers kissed their kids too, didn't they? And everyone felt totally embarrassed. Embarrassed, he started whispering, "Wait, is this really happening? Doesn't she even realize?" There's nothing sweeter than a love story that flares up between a commoner and a noble. So for a while, the whole city was buzzing with rumors about it. And since Sonia finally wore a face that matched her real age, the one that made the crowd trust her more than ever, everyone loved her even harder. While Elinor, in her own mind, traded places with Sonia and vanished into her dreams. Her wild fantasies surged, right into a mind-bending 500 points, just as the thrill finally hit its peak. At last the chaos finally calmed, and when evening rolled in, The protagonist kicked back and rested in his room. Then a sharp knock tore through the silence. He sprang upright in bed and snapped, "Who's there?" Fam slipped into the room like she was shaking, then blurted out that it was her. She hauled herself out of bed, flashed him a grin, and said, "It's rare you come straight to me like this." And the girl replied. She chose to be real with him sometimes, because her heart was screaming what she wanted. She slid on a fresh glove and finally admitted it. Ever since his precious thing had been torn to rags, so yeah, it wasn't really a gift at all, it was an apology. MC inspected the glove, told him she had nothing to worry about, and Fam only grinned awkwardly, like this whole thing was brand new to her. And get this, he was the very first guy to call her comrade. Zig clocked it instantly. She made it plain. Calling him a comrade was her way of showing she truly had respect for him. So yeah, the girl was fuming. How in the world could he say something like that without even blushing? She swore she'd never betray him again. Then, like his old comrade, she started acting her part. She even carved his name into it, leaving no doubt that the glove Fam had been here. Then she dragged a knife across the glove to sign her mark. The protagonist lit up with a warm smile, and there was no copying that kind of genuine kindness. The girl fessed up, cheeks burning, that from now on every single battle, he'd wear the very glove she'd handed him. She left a mark so deep it fused their souls and bodies as one, no matter what happened, even if she was gone. The protagonist froze, shocked like, wow, that's way too much. He thanked her out loud and promised he'd use it, and Fam let out a sheepish laugh, mumbling, "Let him PR. Pretend it's her and take care of her." Then, after a bit, she yawned, and her eyelids started to sink. He clocked how wiped out she was and told her it was already past when good kids are supposed to hit the bed. Then the girl looked up and asked, "Can I sleep here tonight?" MC just shrugged like it was nothing, flashing a quick, "I've done this 100 times," and then she agreed. Yeah, if that was really true, she wouldn't be hiding her shyness right there in that exact moment. Family sprawled on the bed, shut her eyes, and just like that, Zig froze in shock. She's not gonna be curled up under that bed tonight. Not after everything that's about to happen, girl. With her eyes still shut, she muttered that sometimes she craved more freedom, because under this bed you can't even stretch your back right. Then she opened. She cracked her eyes open, called him by name, and asked him to thank him for taking her in, and for calling her comrade. Red, wiping her tears away, Fam added, "and for." She threw so much at her, and the protagonist shot back with an answer after that. After all, she didn't even believe in him and didn't go all in, so he should be the one thanking her. The archer yawned right out loud and said, "When I seduce her like that, she can't help but give in." And MC shot back, "Yeah, she's hitting her limit." She finally let her drift to sleep, told him good night, and then, whoa, Fam passed out, while Ziggy stared at her, stuck in his head, thinking he couldn't trust anyone after everything she'd been through. He'd been hammered by so many horrors for being a half-breed, and still, he gently stroked her head, silently praying her nights could hold onto happy dreams. Fam hummed drowsily, half asleep, convinced that if she trusted nobody, nobody could ever hurt her. At least, that's what her foggy mind told her. She got hit, but Bolton leaned in and told her, "Don't let your size fool you. I've seen your strength, even as the moment F." The first time they met, Sarah lit up with a heartfelt smile, told her name, said they were both in the same squad now and practically couldn't wait to meet her. Even Spinoza shot her a friendly wink and asked if she wanted to grab a drink together. Zig leaned in, gently stroking her head, and said. He grinned and told her, "I'm counting on you." And still, against every doubt, she chose to believe in his big, warm hands. The very next day, Alina stormed into the guards' barracks, and Bolton couldn't hide his shock at seeing her there. Even the protagonist blinked in shock and told her it wasn't like him to find her here, and the girls giggled sweetly, saying they hadn't laid eyes on each other since last night's trip. Stream, he told himself it couldn't have only been a dream, so it must have lasted longer. And then out loud he started, "By the way, she's become a knight." Captain let her take his congratulations. Alina thanked him and straight up said she chased the captain title for herself, so this promotion couldn't honestly make her smile. The protagonist just shrugged and said he'd heard it's happened once in all of history, because getting made captain at that age is almost unheard of. He figured she wouldn't have clawed her way into that rank if she hadn't earned everyone's trust first. When the girl drifted off into a dreamy little speech, all MC could think was, is he soothing her, or is this some wild, metaphorical marriage proposal? MC asked her with a grin, and then she totally threw him for a loop. How in the world was she even hearing him? Holton blurted out, and you know what, Aliner's captain of the Knights now, and everyone's thrilled. Unlike Gregor, she's way easier to work with, no question. Coincidentally, or at least, that's what the official story says. He died doing his job, and the city erupted into chaos. Now the new captain has to scramble to calm everyone down, and Aliner promised him, of course, she'd go all out. Seagast Bolton. So what was going on with them? The commander snapped back that Gregor's scheme had wrecked the Knights, and now they were stretched thin, short-handed like never before. Those guards usually just hold the capital, but now the king has to yank some of their forces and hand them to the Knights to lock down the whole country. Aliner said that if the hero from their 5th Detachment's battle came to join them, she truly believed the people's worries would finally loosen their grip a little. What? Spinoza snapped back, irritated out of his bones, then demanded, why does she keep saying that? He wouldn't buy her sweet talk for a second, because even heroes would starve if they couldn't eat right. So she thought they'd keep grinding for pennies. Fam's jaw dropped in shock. Yeah, turns out she wasn't even bothering to hide how self-serving she was. Sarah blurted out, if our people are suffering, why wouldn't we help theirs? Spinoza snapped back with sharp irritation, claiming naivete like hers always gets people exploited, until there's nothing left in them but weakness. Sarah's cheeks flared, embarrassed yet furious, and she shot back. Wait, what am I even saying? Spinoza's point is simple. You can't save everyone for free all the time. Aliner waved off their fears, saying she'd go straight to Her Majesty and make sure they got a special reward. Then Spinoza snapped her strategy on the spot. If the Knights were in trouble, how could they possibly ignore it? Fam leaned in and told her comrade, pay me well, and I'll sell you my soul. Aliner stared at the demon, baffled, and then, realizing what she'd done, she blurted out an apology. Spinoza shot back, yeah, that was a little too quick for comfort. Right then, the Knight's lieutenant, Naltos, burst in and told them monsters nearby were acting out of control, and that a bunch of villages had already been hit. They had to locate and destroy. The monster's lair sprawls ahead. Then, after a while, the allies and the Knights finally set out together. Right as they're on the road, Nalta gets told them that. They said the monsters were called Yuzai. Then they swooped into villages, snatched people, and wrecked plantations. And no way did he think he'd need their help. At that, Spinoza just passed out food to everyone, and Fam stared at her like, are you sure we can actually eat this? Spinoza only smiled and said, who knows? The protagonist took a bite and grinned, saying it looked like it would fill his stomach, while Sierra sniffed the weird smell and strange look, and admitted the taste wasn't as awful as she'd expected. UD thought, until Nalto's words hit. He just wished they could finally defend themselves. After a while, Sierra's piercing scream tore through the air, and the Knights, with Lieutenant jumping up fast, instantly wondered if they'd just been hit by enemies. The girl, trapped in a man's body, shot her hand to her now too short hair and blurted in panic, what is this? Something grew down there, and she turned. She whipped around to Spinoza and demanded he tear it off. Spinoza, too, had morphed into a man burst into loud laughter and shouted, wow, what a monster thing she's got. She's scared she won't be able to rip it off. Fam looked totally lost and swore it had to be that weird fruit that flipped their bodies. Only it didn't change her into a guy, it just made her grow. And when the protagonist stared at himself in a female body, he snapped, yep, I shouldn't have eaten it. Spinoza's food disappeared like a magic trick, and Naltos just stared, totally baffled. Then, out of nowhere, Spinoza snapped his head toward MC and blurted that he'd grown breasts. Then he just kept talking, trailing off mid-sentence. And now he looks almost pleasant to the touch. Zig can't help it. Embarrassment hits him hard, and he realized, yeah, he should have seen this coming. He doesn't have a skill that can shield him from male attacks. Interest. He never imagined there were attacks out there that could test just how high his defense really goes. Useless. Naruto snapped, irritation blazing. Are they seriously making fun of F? So they'd knock it off and let him do things the right way. And make sure they dressed properly too. He glared at them, weighing how much effort it would take to break free. And straight up, he hated it. This dude Sieg. And honestly, he didn't even want to hear his own name. He spotted Captain Aliner, the squad's strongest, staring in the direction. No matter who he was, the moment he met her, respect just hit him instantly. And honestly, lucky for him, love hit hard. He fell for her. She'd always been ice cold until he finally found the one person who could melt her. One day, she started pouring out those intense words like they were burning out of her, and he couldn't take it anymore. Because every breath was about how she'd seen Sieg in a dream, how something there kept pulling her back to him, and how she couldn't stop wondering what Sieg was doing right now. And then, when they handed him a monster-slaying mission, he thought it was his one shot. Maybe if he pulled off some insane feat, Aliner would finally look his way, but she had. Sieg had promised that his 5th squad would join the monster-slaying mission too, and with them, they were never out of. He had nothing to fear. And then, Sieg again, he was so fed up he practically wanted to scream as he caught her face. Every time she spoke about him, love poured out, so bright it hurt. And the worst part, rage and envy burned every time he thought about the man who could make her look like that, or maybe, just maybe, he'd get lucky and Sieg wouldn't. Walk back from this mission. No way. He never trusted this bunch of clowns for a second, and every single move they made drove him up the wall, so now he just had to prove he was better than them. After a while, Naruto snapped to his companions. There, this is the Yuzai nest. As if the answer had been waiting for centuries and the place looked totally ordinary. Specimens scattered across an open stretch of land. Right when they tried to close the distance, the ground kept them at arm's length. If they slipped on even one, he'd slam down a warning and put the others on high alert. Because one wrong move meant disaster, and nobody was allowed to wake the situation up early. Without even listening to him, the protagonist turned to Fam and demanded she handle it, and Fam flashed a nasty grin like, "He's still asking." The lieutenant swallowed hard and asked, "So, what are you guys planning?" Fam yanked her bow back and unleashed a brutal volley that wiped the monsters out. The knights were left baffled, because their squad's best archer couldn't land a single shot from that distance. And with so many taken down at once, the protagonist stayed calm, smiled, and said, "Yeah, we've dealt with a few of them. Now we can be. Then they can finally start wiping out the nest." Nalton just lets out an angry sigh. MC blurted to Fam in shock, saying her height has changed. But she still shoots just like before, and Fam just grinned. Of course, this irritated lieutenant snapped the order, and they surged forward in battle formation. Then it's game on. They'll step up as the vanguard, and he'll stand there like the shield that protects the whole crew. Naruto's clenched his rage, forced the words out. "I respect that attitude, but I've already gone through a gender transition. So tell me, what kind of? What tank is he using now? Are you serious? We're at the enemy base and they've got numbers that'll crush us," but the protagonist shot back, "I've got this." Then at night they locked in on wiping out the Yuza. Yet the lieutenant sneered like, "Sure, just as you said, we don't buy it." They'd have to step in. Spinoza was furious. Why should they guard them? They're trying to turn themselves into rabbit bait, so go on. The antagonist snapped back at her, asking if she truly wanted to thin their ranks even more. Then MC went still, listening with teeth bared. For something, they spun around and gasped that they were surrounded. Then Fam calmly dropped the bombshell. "This place is packed with a whole network of tunnels. A rock-solid base structure, different subspecies trained for attacks, magic, and defense. All stacked together. And right in the mix you've got a paladin, a beastly strongman, and a mage." Sarah snapped her eyes up in shock, because he was the only one who totally stood out. Zig's eyes widened with surprise because yeah, she was right. Right, yeah, he did. But is this even the same species? Because this does not look like it. "No, it's not a rabbit," Sarah insisted. "Maybe they should call it a gorilla Yuzai." A loud crash cut the air. Naruto snapped around and screamed, "They're right behind us." The protagonist told him, Don't fear your own thoughts, focus only on the attack. The attack hit, and the lieutenants met the oncoming monster with a furious swing of their blades. But Sierra didn't hesitate. She cut in and launched a decisive strike, wiping out the. She struck the enemy with her blade, then blurting out in awe, "Men's bodies are so strong." Fam, she fires her bow and the light comes blazing out. Lightning-fast precision hit the moment, and then the words slipped out. Spells hit the air slower than she can fire off her shot. Spinoza. Rosa ripped her opponents in half with her bare hands, cackling that it felt incredible, like she was about to turn every last one of them into mincemeat. And the knights screamed in terror as she tore through the shadows. Yeah, she's a barbarian, and they're out there on the far side, not where they started. On the flip side, Naltos jolted in shock. Every single strongest monster had charged straight toward Zig. Was he just baiting them for a fight? Not a single attack had landed, none of it worked on. The memory of Alina's words slammed into him. How she'd snapped her rapier on him like he was nothing more than stubborn stone, and he couldn't deny it, though it sure wasn't a good sign for his own luck. The guards had everything locked down, and the knights were leaning on them for absolutely everything. If this keeps up, Alina's going to be furious with him. So furious she'll call him a useless kitten. Wait, no way the captain would ever call him that. And honestly, she never expected him to deliver anything in the first place. She threw her heart on the table and proposed marriage to the protagonist, because he could never disgrace the proud name of theirs. The company watched him every night, and he knew he had to move, fight through anything and pull off a heroic deed, come what may. So yeah, he had to go himself and put down the leader of the Yukai, launching a brutal swing. With his weapon in hand, he surged forward. Then the monster leader ripped the air apart with an earth-shaking scream. And just when it looked like the monsters could adapt to him, the protagonist roared as the leader's voice slammed through, shattering the iron silence. Nalto's about to trigger the iron target effect, so he'd better stay sharp, because that lieutenant is already winding up to strike. He braced himself to smash straight into the enemy leader. Peter slammed Nalto's with a crushing baton blow, and Nalto's crumpled to the ground like he couldn't stop moaning. As he got cut down, the world went black, and the last thing that hit him was Alina, right before he fell. Life itself seemed to blaze across his vision in a heartbeat. Then he realized he'd completely misjudged him. He sprinted up to the lieutenant, launched himself on him, threw out an apology, and then asked how he was doing, only to have the lieutenant stare in disbelief and wonder why he'd saved him. MC blurted in total disbelief, "Why would I leave you to die? Since I'm here, no one's getting through." One die, he'd protect every last one of them, no matter what. That guy looked. The moment I stared at him in shock, his face snapped into a whole new expression. He panicked and yelled at Zig to strike down the gorilla that had crept up on him from behind. The protagonist snapped back a curt "yes," and then slammed the whole thing shut, finishing off. They dropped the enemy with one brutal blow, and after a while the allies finally closed in on the grotto. Knowlton said they'd already taken out their leader, and he was sure the danger was over. I didn't think those scattered loners were a threat at all, but if they suddenly banded together for revenge, it would be a nasty mess. Zig said, "Look at this. There's just one entrance to the cave. We seal it up and that's the end of it. Those lieutenants have handled it all with care, so how the heck are they going to pull that off?" The protagonist told him, "Leave it to us." Dangerous, he warned, so him and the boys went down. No hesitation. And the moment they hit the entrance, the protagonist shoved his hand right into it, like he was daring whatever waited inside, and forced the pain to come surging back. Then the cave lurched, the walls grinding into place until the entrance sealed tight. The MC stared at his hand and declared a skill that lets him bank the damage he receives, and then unleash it all at once. He had already used it. In the last fight, he'd used it for the first time without even realizing it. But training let him rein it in now, and the knights were stunned by what they witnessed. He smashed the entrance with one brutal blow. Sarah practically beamed as she told them why. And Sieg was convinced it all came down to what happened in that extreme moment. Still, he kept soaking up every hit like it couldn't touch him, and Knowlton stared in disbelief, thinking, "So this is real heroism, asterisk. They'd snatched it from him, but it didn't even matter anymore. Sieg wasn't his enemy. He was his comrade, ready to break forward, and he was ready to lay down his life for their country. And among comrades there's no king or low rank. Just brothers who lock eyes and watch each other's backs. He closed the distance, shot out his hand, and swore, "I saved your life." Then he bowed and thanked him too, only for it to be a. They sealed the deal with a firm handshake. The lieutenant told him he'd keep leaning on him to protect their country, and the protagonist nodded back with full agreement. He might be a good guy, but he's not letting Alinor go. No way, because the dude is insanely strong. Then on the trip home, the fruit's effect finally fizzles out, and the fifth squad snaps back into their original bodies. MC let out a heavy breath and muttered, "What a day," Spinoza blurted. "I'm seriously having the time of my life." Zig snapped back, "And I thank the gods she was born a woman." Then his smile vanished, because she just morphed into some kind of villain. "They keep hounding me for attention. My muscles feel weaker by the second, my chest feels crushed, and it's getting hard to even breathe. I'm losing it." A woman, because when that kind of attack hits, there's no way he can resist. He's still got a ton to learn. Right there on the bridge, Maltos. Suddenly he snapped, "Everyone stop," and slammed the reason into the air. There was a. Found a man sprawled under the bridge. Then the allies came charging in, full speed. He looked down and realized it was a girl, passed out, lifeless in the moment. Her clothes hung in ripped tatters, so the knights tore into her, examining every inch. He rushed to her and practically screamed, "Thank the gods she's alive. She's freezing to death, hypothermic. We've got to get her to the capital right now. Zero delay." He stepped up to her and told her, "Don't worry, you're safe." Then, with trembling hands, she brushed the girl's hair back from her face and gawked, shocked by what was happening. Surprise. After a bit of waiting, Alma nudged Naltos up to the protagonist and handed him a box, told him it was a gift from Her Majesty. Then the protagonist thanked him for the delivery, tore into the new clothes and gear, and Sarah gasped in awe like, "Wow, it fits you perfectly." Bam grinned and said it matched the glove she'd handed him perfectly, like it was made for him. "Spinoza," Elsa said straight to his face, "at least now you kind of look like a guard." And the night. Amherst's lieutenant figured Captain Alinor wanted to hand his uniform to him personally, but he'd talked her out of it. So now he didn't have to face her at all, not ever, not today. Just then the door blasted open, and a knight strode in, apologizing to everyone as he announced to Sarah that she was finally allowed to visit the girl. Everyone's eyes snapped to the knight in shock, and then, when Sarah arrived in Alma, she burst into tears and sprinted straight to the girl, shouting. She blurts out that she's just relieved beyond words that she's finally okay. Alma jolted in shock and blurted, "Wait, who are you?" Sarah gawked at the girl, completely thrown off. Bolton muttered that they can't tell yet if this is temporary or not. Alma confirmed it. She's not okay, and it looks like amnesia. Yeah, that tracks, because the moment she tried, she couldn't remember a single thing. Sarah's mind felt foggy and twisted. She looked at Bolton, utterly confused, and blurted, "How can that be?" Bolton leaned in and said, "If she claims Alma is just an acquaintance, nothing more. And honestly, it's hard to believe she's some foreign spy, so he decides to watch her closely for a while." Alma leaned in and asked if he could score her a job, because she couldn't keep sitting on their necks like that. Command was the only plan. The commander insisted that even after she lost her memories, she still felt like a genuinely good person, and with them always short-staffed, there was work to be had. Sarah snatched her up, yanked her close, and fired back, "No, don't even think about it. This place is brutal, dirty, dangerous work and crumbs for pay, the worst kind of job." She leaned in and told her to just spin a little tale, like how she still remembered being a noble once. She blurted out that she hoped they'd take her as a knight, and Alma froze in shock. "Wait, really?" Because the woman suddenly remembered something and swore she'd once been noble, even after her memories got wiped. Nalton stared, baffled. She's trembling like crazy, and Spinoza's eyes are snapping all over. "She's a full-on liar," Spinoza blurts out, and then Alma whips around to Sarah. "What can she do?" Sarah answers so fast it hits like a punch, and the words land awkwardly, Because yeah, it's brutal for her to invent a whole story on the spot. The protagonist presses Sarah hard. So what's really happening? The girl flushed crimson and froze mid-sentence, stammering like she was some trembling noblewoman from an aristocratic court. That night's lieutenants looked at it all and said they've finally scraped rock bottom. Maybe she'll forgive him, but tonight won't be easy. Bolton grinned at the girl he just saved and told her, "Knight her and don't ask questions, because if you're here now, I guess you're staying with." He swears they'll get a warm place to crash and 3 meals every single day. Alma's jaw drops. Wait, this is real. That's unreal. MC and Spinoza both blurting out, "Seriously, are your standards for amazing way too low?" Bolton grinned, because even after losing his memory, she still had the nerve to find everything around her unsettling. Then he jabbed a finger toward the 5th Division, the place where Sarah works, and promised that Sieg would guard her no matter what, because he's already learned how to handle problem kids. Children. Alma leaned in and promised him she didn't mind, and the protagonist was like, sure, though he definitely didn't feel great about getting used to it. Sarah grabbed the girl's hands and told her, "We'll face it together, step by step." Alma shot back a smile, like she knew she could count on them. Sarah stared at her with a flicker of sadness in her eyes. And then the next day arrived. The next day at the main gate, the protagonist leaned toward Alma and asked, "Why do you look so calm? Don't you worry about your missing memory at all?" She just smiled back. "What's the point of panicking over something that isn't there yet? I'll remember when it's time. Spiral over it non-stop and you'll waste your life." The MC blinked. "So you're really an optimist." Spinoza grumbled because it's like she doesn't care one bit. Yesterday she crashed into sleep instantly and snored all night like a tractor, so she didn't even get enough rest herself. Then Sieg said it, on the guard's bed, "Yeah, the one everyone knows is famous for being possible to sleep on." Spinoza snapped at him and she'd finally hit her breaking point. She'd stormed into her room, but she could scream until her throat was raw and still. She wouldn't even budge. An eyelid twitched, and the protagonist leaned in and told Alma, "She's probably just wiped out from a day like this." Sarah said it with a grin, like it was the simplest answer. And honestly, it was great that she managed to get enough sleep. Alma, she thought with real gratitude, because this was Sarah, the one she shared a room with, speaking beside her. She said it out loud. "They're such good people." And she swore she'd never forget what they did. Spinoza grumbled because she was at it again, drama and exaggeration. In the morning she was thrilled with barely anything, a measly slice of black bread and bean soup, then practically bounced like a dog and blurted, "Is this really my breakfast? Are you for real?" Wait, was she really allowed to chow down on all of this? She had to still be asleep, right? The protagonist leaned in and asked how she even made it through life before, and the girl just shrugged. "I don't know." Then the MC whipped around to Sarah and demanded what exactly tied her to Alma. She hesitated. Then the tree golems came crashing in like monsters with mouths full of trouble, and Sieg blurted, "It seems that," with no time to talk. He barked at Alma to rush back to the gate. The girl shot back, "No, go ahead, let them give me a web." Not only does she need the weapon, she has to fight for her shelter and food. Sarah and Sieg locked eyes, both stunned in the same instant. Alma slammed into the golem at lightning speed, crossing the distance in a blink. With a sudden burst of speed, it sprang onto its branch arm, right as it was about. It snapped forward in a blink, and with surgical precision, sharp, confident moves, fast as lightning, she sliced it up into neat wooden circles with her dagger. Then she burst into joy and blurted out, laughing from the bottom of her heart, "All right, and the very first one is about to be served." The protagonist steps forward. The journalist burst out, "Wow," and Spinoza couldn't help it. "She's strong," he marveled. The girl fired the question at her allies, "How was my performance?" And Fam shot back that she stayed cool, made her moves fast, and never once complained. Meanwhile, the protagonist leaned in, saying that every time she moved, her body felt weightless and her fighting. The fight style looked just like Sarah's. Alma blurted out in awe. She'd gotten praised, so yeah, everyone knew her. While they chatted, Alma suddenly fished for clothes, wanting something fluffy and frilly. MC pressed Sarah for an answer. Did she get it? and the girl shot back that she seemed to understand. After a while, when Alma finally slipped into her brand new clothes, Sieg blinked, because she wasn't just a maid, she looked like someone he could never guess was a razor-sharp swordsman. So tell me, who was she really? Spinoza told Alma to wipe out the last opponents fast, and the moment she heard it, she lit up. Because whatever monster crawled out, they'd lean on her. No matter what hit them, she swore to guard the peace of their capital. Then, later that evening, the girls were soaking up the warmth of a hot bath. Eyes closed, Alma sighed. Finally, the workday's done. Sarah grinned back at her. Smile. The girl blew bubbles like a calm little dare, and she kept going. Until, while they stood guard at the gate, monsters launched the attack. 4 times he barely survived, and then, boom, he got dragged into the sewers to wipe out giant mice, because somehow a guard's job is even worse. Spinoza swore it was a perfect day for monster attacks, and Alma snapped. Really? Because she was not crawling back through those sewers. That stench almost finished her off. Alma joked. So it's not that bad down there, right? Sarah snapped back. Even Spinoza gagged from the smell, and she couldn't believe Alma was still acting so calm. Then Fam chimed in. I didn't grow up in a great place either, so I can barely believe I pulled through. Just then another girl burst into the bathhouse. Spotting everyone, she squealed with pure joy, "It's the 5th squad." Then she let everyone know what she'd heard. Those giant sewer mice are gone, and now they're wiped out the provisions in the warehouse. Houses everywhere, no escape at all. Thank the stars for them, because right there with them was that new swordswoman everyone wouldn't stop talking about. Alma's eyes locked on her. Was she already on the job? The girl stepped in closer, heading straight for Alma. He lightly tapped her on the head and snapped like, "Did you hit your head and forget everything, or what?" Then he leaned in and said, "If you've got any issues, don't hold back, ask for help." The 5th. When the squad always managed to save them all, Alma snapped her head toward the girl in total shock. And then Spinoza leaned in, telling the newcomer to treat them to something. And right after that, the girl snapped back, annoyed, demanding that she pays back what she owed. Then she said, he bid the 5th squad goodbye and stormed out, and Alma just stared, utterly baffled. That city was full of weird strangers, and it made her feel guilty just saying it, because the foreigner with amnesia wasn't exactly a harmless detail. People usually would have stared at her with suspicion, but somehow everyone treated her like she mattered. Spinoza told her this city was packed with people who had every reason to run, and Alma shot back. "Does that include me?" Then Spinoza said, "Yes." Alma blinked, stunned, because she couldn't believe she'd wound up here, and Fam only gave her 2 brutal options. Either she'd nearly killed someone, or she'd buried herself under gambling debts. Spinoza admitted she'd never really talked about it before, but now she was finally ready to spill the truth, while the girls leaned in, listening hard, feeling for her. And then, after that, Alma leaned in and told Sarah, "You've got excellent manners and a kind heart, but it feels like you don't belong in the Guards Corps." Then she brought it up. Just yesterday they questioned her about her connection to them. "Can you tell them?" Alma asked. "Or is this one of those things you can't even say out loud?" "Talk about it," Spinoza snapped, "because she just wiped out the entire 5th squad and made it brutal. But wait, when did Sarah even show up?" The girl hesitated, and Fam blurted that she had to have a damn good reason. Spinoza burst out laughing, then blurted, "Reason? What on earth is going on?" He stared, thrown off. Did she really do something so indecent she can't even say it out loud? Fam figured, of course. This was just questions for Sarah, no malice behind it. She apologized for the allies and they kept interrogating her, but she didn't have to spill a single word if she didn't want to. Then Sarah stepped in and apologized to them. That sudden meeting threw her into full-blown chaos. Fam stepped in to back her up, and the 2 of them both had a few skeletons buried in, locked up in their closets. And yeah, even if she'd been someone else back then, right now she's standing with the 5th Division. And that was all she needed, because Sarah hadn't thrown any extra questions at her either. Sarah looked at her with pure gratitude. While the chaos erupted in the men's half of the bathhouse, a bunch of adventurers were bold enough to try breaking into the women's side. stared at them, refusing to take why for an answer, because not a single step moved, not even one. Then the protagonist finally hit the weak iron target, let out a sharp chuckle and thought, I'll get him talking. Talk to them later. After a bit, Alma, all wrapped up in a cozy robe, burst out like, seriously, the guy who figured out drinking milk after a bath. Absolute genius. Spinoza. Fanta gulped down her milk and asked her allies if this weird habit was even real. Fam said she'd heard it was part of the Far East. Eastern culture had already taken root there too, so Alma sniffed at herself, praying she'd scrubbed that awful smell away, while Sarah sniffed once and went, I only smell something nice. A fresh, clean smell filled the air like soap on skin. Spinoza's eyes widened as he realized she'd scrubbed every inch of herself. And then the girl just sighed like, so what? She leaned in and said it like a secret. Because honestly, nothing beats cracking open a hot bath after work. And yeah, she lit up like she'd just been reborn. She's alive, like, totally alive, and it feels unreal because everyone's laughing and having a blast, baiting each other nonstop. Together, Sarah shot her a grin, like she already knew everything would be okay. After the bath, the girls bumped into the protagonist in the hallway, and he asked if everyone was finally scrubbed up. Since they were all together, he pushed them to dinner. Spinoza burst out, wait, he's treating us. And they immediately decided they'd throw Alma a proper welcome party where she excitedly blurted, welcome to the difficult. The guard's life was brutal and relentless. Then, out of nowhere, the tavern exploded into a brawl, and everyone packed in immediately started throwing bets on the fighters. They slammed into the allies' table, and it toppled over, shaking the whole room and spilling everything everywhere. No, she screamed at the instigators, furious, like, are you really wasting all our free drinks? The adventurers snapped to attention when they recognized her, then started betting on the girl, and one of the guys even told his friend off, saying, let him think about the coefficient. Alma, shoving food into her mouth, burst out, whoa, everyone in this city is crazy energetic. The protagonist asked if that behavior ever actually shocked her, and Alma's eyes widened like, I mean, was it? Were they really so awful just because they had all that energy? He nodded along. Maybe it wasn't that bad after all. He loved the locals because they were so straightforward. Spinoza, after mowing down her opponents, raised his chin and said, okay, all right, she'll let them live if they cover her drinks for the next month. And the adventurers had zero choice but to agree. Fam. Adam said that nearly everyone here's been burned by betrayal, so nobody's out here seeing life through rose-tinted glasses. If you've got money, people swarm you asking for a drink, and if a girl's beautiful, every guy starts courting her. Around here, nobody's ashamed of who they are. Alma stared in shock as the fallen adventurers told her, yeah, we're way behind you like the moon is. And she just gasped, so that's it, everyone's equal in this city. Sieg thought, yeah, you could call it that. Alma shot back that she'd nailed it today. Then she pressed the real question, did this squad, this country, even need her? And the protagonist started to answer, I was. She couldn't stop smiling that she joined them, and the girl blurted out, turns out it feels amazing when people acknowledge you. And the protagonist scratches his head like, how do I even tell her? Because she's wildly spontaneous. Like, it almost feels like the next thing is about to happen. That same evening, one more total weirdo slid into their squad. Deep in Rodol's forest, Eliner's squad got ambushed in the blink of an eye. Her knights were dropping one by one, dead before the next even reached her. And they brooded in the shadows. Even though the darkness should have helped, they still were. They were getting slammed with gunfire from multiple sides, all at once, with mind-blowing precision. Now tell me, where were they? Where were the enemies? Then Flavi's face lit up as he finally spotted them. Right before the nightly order got hit, Eliner stared at the village of Tabo, horror swallowing her whole. Dead villagers lay everywhere. Benedetta broke the news. Almost every villager was dead, but somehow the village stood untouched, like death had skipped right past it. And that was terrifying. The knight commander sat there stunned, because the surviving villagers swore they couldn't even spot the enemy. And then, Bam! Arrows just rained down out of nowhere. Naltos told her that a fast scout scan of the area found zero sign of the enemy, and the girl blurted, "So that's great work." He said he'd go with it, then grilled her on what she planned to order, and Alina shot back that with no enemy in sight, they had no game plan yet. They'd hit pause and fall back for now, while Flavie, who overheard everything, stayed ahead of the chaos. You overheard them and blurted in shock, "What are you even talking about?" They'd trekked all this way, and now they were still just. They backed up, helpless as hell, but the forest trapped them, because now they weren't chasing freedom, they were his prey. He raised his bow, sighting the shot, and even the demon braced, wondering if this was the moment everything finally turned. Now take a look. They're stuck in the exact same mess as that villager. He loosed an arrow, and it slammed straight into him. He slammed into one of the knights, and dropped him instantly. The lieutenant and Alina gasped at the dark night ahead, then Flavie with. Avi couldn't stop worrying. Would they actually escape the forest before it swallowed them whole? Or would he slaughter them all, victory or defeat? He kicked off his merry hunt anyway, and the demon slammed into several more knights. Benedetta gasped in shock as Alina spotted the attacker's arrows, each tipped with red feathers. So the criminal was finally striking the village. But where was he? Or was he firing right now? They had to scramble into the forest fast. Flavie snorted while crouching there. Hiding won't save them. If he can spot them through the eye of a needle, that's all he needs. Enough right there in the forest. The knights keep dropping, enemy arrows cutting them down, and Alina panics as she fights to think fast. Even with their hiding spot, they had no doubt. Arrows were zeroing in on them, streaking in from every side, and she couldn't figure out where the next volley was coming from. Nalto drawled in pure confusion, "Wait, are there multiple enemies?" The knight commander snapped, "If this keeps going, they're picked off one by one, trapped in a spider's web, no matter which way they turn." They had no choice but to dive out of the enemy's killing line, then brace harder, because survival meant sprinting like their lives depended on it. She spun back too. Alina shot Cheerio a look and demanded he lead the squad. Then Cheerio checked in exactly as she ordered, and Alina growled, "The rear is hers." Nalto's getting trapped in the rear. No way they're letting her go. Let him handle it, he'll make sure she gets out. Alina cut him off, firm as steel. "No, heads of the order who make the wrong call have to own it. Get as many people as you can back to the capital." Try pushing her to agree. Then at least make her let him stay by her side. She stared him down, then said, "You don't just impress me, you make me trust you." Flavie's fury burned, just as they were about to retreat, and she couldn't believe it. Did they really think they had no shot? They had a shot at winning, but they couldn't break free. So he drew back and loosed his arrows at the knights all over again. And once Alina gave the order, they snapped into action. Ready, and somehow they pulled it off without exposing themselves. With shields, he grinned as the demon clocked it, and that grin turned into something darker. This female knight was absolutely crushing it. Then she stepped up and barked at her troops, "I've got the rear. Nobody gets through." And the whole squad had no choice but to fight. Lavi couldn't waste a second. She lined up her shot and swore she'd make it out of here alive. And the wild beauty of hunting isn't that you get to put someone like her down. He lunged at them again, only for the allies to slam him back and drive him off. The demon grinned and practically laughed. "All right then, if the girl keeps firing off her skills, and I swear, she's about to burn through them way too fast." She was running out of steam. Then the demon blasted at her, and Naltos snapped into action. He snapped into action, caught the blow, and threw up a shield to protect him. She had barely been shielded when the enemy's arrow drove straight through him, right as everything went black for him, and the boy crumpled to the ground. Then the girls erupted in terrified screams, saw his name pop up in horror, then lunged over him. Then the lieutenant flashed a smile at her and pleaded, "Please stay alive." Benedetta screamed, "Don't you dare, let his sacrifice not be for nothing. Don't let her expose herself to enemy fire. Alina, right now move." They bolted out of the shooting scene in a flash, and Flavie's heart sank with pure disappointment. Pointed, then it hit him. They'd fled. Even someone like him couldn't ask for more than that. If he could kill her, then killing the rest was a walk in the park, until she got saved. Not bad at all, he's into it now. So yeah, bring her back again. Someday he'll put a bullet in her too. Later, once Alina and the remaining knights finally made it back home, the girls' faces fell, and they broke the news to the protagonist with a heavy, sad sigh that, even though they managed to come back, she still crumbled as the head of the order, utterly failing where it mattered most, and he couldn't shield his subordinates. Then Nalto stepped in and saved her. If she hadn't made it, she'd be dead right now. And the protagonist can't stop thinking about his friend with a heavy, aching sadness. Alina snatched the blanket off the bed with both hands and blurted. She had to shield every single one of them, but she couldn't. And somehow it ended up being her who got guarded instead. That's why the lieutenant paid with his life. If she had just had enough strength, she'd fight for their lives with everything she had. So when the MC stared at her, he instantly understood why she was perfect for the job, and he said it out loud. But then he trailed off because their lives were spared only because of her. Cheerio nodded along. Benedetta choked up and said they could come back only because she kept them safe, and Alina turned to her knights saying, Sieg looked her in the eyes and thanked her by name, then told her the truth. Naltos had risked everything just to save her, and he'd carried out his duty like a hero. And if she wants to repay him, then she finishes the mission. Because if she quits now, his sacrifice would have been for nothing. In vain, Alina just smiled at him anyway, because he'd finally said the one thing she most needed to hear. The protagonist said that finishing the mission all the way through would finally crush her guilt and wash away her regret. The girl shot back that he was right. She couldn't drown in depression forever, and she promised to repay them. If she counted their efforts, she'd hunt the enemy down and crush them, no questions asked. So the protagonist grinned like, yeah, this is the real deal. Yeah, the real Alina. She's here, and she'll help too. We've got to wipe out the risk factors fast, but how do you even fight when your enemy won't show their face? Fam swore she had no proof, just a gut feeling, and she'd heard one chilling rumor. Among the demons, there was an archer who could shoot. He fires with deadly precision even from 10 kilometers out. Then the MC blinks, shocked. 10 kilometers. The girl told him she reckoned demons just loved the hunt, and if she was right, then he'd been playing the game solo. Word around town said Egido wanted to snatch this archer for his crew, but the guy had slammed the door in his face. Also, people swore his signature look was arrows with pitch-black shafts and fiery red fletching. Alina nodded, deep in thought, like she already believed it. The traits line up, so Sieg grinned and said, all right, then we can cook up a quick plan. He stared out into the night, waiting. The knight commander smiled at her and promised it was fine. He'd play along and pretend. He swore to protect her. No one would ever hurt her again. The girl clutched her hand, staring on in disbelief. Hand slammed to her chest as she hunched over, and the protagonist blurted, terrified, asking why it hurt. Alina snapped back that the pain came because he'd already dealt her psychic damage. Benedetta and Cheerio kept the teasing going, and Alina leaned in to tell the protagonist, if you're with me, then I've got. She had nothing to fear. She'd absolutely crush this demon. And then, sometime later, the allies finally showed up at the site. The girl caught sight of the knights getting hit, and then she snapped, time for revenge. Flavie locks eyes with him and blurts out, joy cracking through her voice. She's calm, she's steady, and that same fierce determination is back on her face. She came to destroy him. Excellent. I can't wait to start the fight. That's what hunting is all about. So tell me, what will her face look like when she's boxed in by the dead bodies of her comrades? Looks like today's about to be a great day. Fam told the allies that this whole forest was his hunting ground. Tell them to stay sharp out there, right now, because suddenly everything. Alma heard a sudden sound, and the next second, arrows erupted into the air. He slammed his shield forward, throwing cover over his comrades. Thinking felt so heavy that you'd swear those weren't arrows. Sarah thanked Alma for the warning. The second it hit, the girl snapped, screaming at the top of her lungs, and that sound hit again. MC snapped into a parry against Flavie's. Blow spoke up, and Alma snapped that because she was with them, everything would change. Maybe they could track him down too. At that exact moment, the demon keeping its eyes on them let out a chilling stare, said, come on, let's go, and then clocked that they had galloped forward on horseback, declaring, "Running is totally pointless. This time he's about. Definitely. He's going to wipe every last one of them out." And then he slipped through the trees, pushing forward like he had one clear path to follow. The riders in sight. The demon drew back his bow and loosed an arrow at everyone in range, right on target. From Alma's back, his arrow bent off course and slammed straight toward C. The protagonist snapped his guard up and parried the strike. Then the demon's eyes widened in shock, even though it had. Even after the trajectory shifted, those arrows still rained down on that guy. So is that his power? The audacity in his confidence is insane. This guy could take on anyone with his attacks all by himself, and he was just getting started. To piss him off, then Flavie spotted the perfect angle and raised her sights on. Sejin blurted, "Isn't that the perfect target? Now tell me, how long can he?" He attacked the protagonist again, but once more it got him nowhere. The protagonist snapped his blade into a perfect parry right away, and the demon shot back, irritated, muttering about how stubborn. He was stubborn as hell, but it didn't change the fact that he was sitting in an absolutely unbeatable position. Hiding in the branches, he stared down the field and told himself this. No matter how deadly the archer was or what magic he tried from this range, but no matter how far he lunged, he still couldn't get close. So the demon kept pounding forward, snarling that this guy would be killed like a tiny fish. Fish clueless about where he'll end up, because victory is the rule, and he refuses to lose, not until the very day he dies. To stay alive, he knew he couldn't let enemy attacks touch him, and if he wouldn't step into danger, he'll keep swinging solo. No teamwork, no hope. And once he knocks that arrow aside, that's game over. It's time to finish them right now. Just then, Pham, standing behind him, pressed a blade to his throat and barked, "Checkmate." The demon never saw it coming, and he definitely hadn't realized he'd been played. While he was tearing into them, they were studying every shot he threw. Arrows started raining in from the southeast, and it took about 10 seconds from the moment the sound hit. Then the arrow lands. 2 shots from the west rip through the air, and they hit 3 whole seconds faster. Pham said they're finally getting close to the target, faster than before. So now they've got to turn. They spun west and slammed after him to the very end. Then boom, that's how they finally pinned down his location. Flavie's stomach dropped. Did they creep up on him from behind? He spun around and demanded Pham explain how she'd found him, and they had someone with razor-sharp hearing. So every arrow sound gave away exactly where he was. Since they couldn't nail down where he was exactly, they dragged him here, because she swapped intel with her comrade and made it happen. Comrades unleashed her power, because to trap him, they had to make him keep firing, all while their commander risked everything to keep him. Risking their lives, they still pulled it off. Flavie cracked a grin and said, "I see. So that stubborn guy was actually. Turns out it was just bait, because he'd been totally outsmarted." And that's when he added, like it was no big deal, that he'd forgotten to introduce himself. Telling Pham his name, the archer snarled, "I'm a miserable demon who feeds on the hunt on humans," and Flavie blurted, "Wait." He demanded to know if she had demonic blood, didn't he? And when Pham nodded yes, the demon snapped. "Of course we're the same kind." As if there was no other way they could possibly be. So she was a half-breed, huh? If that's true, she's had to survive a lot more than most people could even imagine. Yeah, and if humans did a lot to her, that means they must have done real damage, right? So the number of times she'd been betrayed. It felt endless, didn't it? He talked like he truly got it. She was hated, spit on, and there was nowhere left to go back to. It crushed her. Pham burst out in shock. "I heard that before." And right then, she swallowed the fear and kept going. A little girl born from a demon and a human. She had to spy for demons to stay alive. Then, lost in human streets, she turned their trust into deception and betrayal. Flavie pressed her, "So that means she's on the human side now. Are they using her, or is someone forcing her to play along?" The girl snapped back. Humans and demons can't understand each other, and she hadn't been betrayed yet. Then she leaned in and said the cruel truth, "Betray first." Then the demon snapped, "Got it," and made it clear, "If you pull that off, you won't get roasted, right? So, will she team up with him or strike first?" Fam stared him down, blade still in her hand. From him, the archer kept firing, riding his sniper talent while she unleashed her secret skill too. Together, they'd dominate anyone. He'll stand between her and every enemy out there, even if they're miles away. She'll betray these people for him, and she wants her share of what he's offering too. A peaceful life, right? Fam hit me with, yeah, I've got some seriously interesting things to say. So sure, now it'd be a breeze to trick him. Just say yes, and he'll believe you. Yeah, but no. She digs in her heels and refuses anyway, because she'll never, ever betray the people who matter to her. People again, then it hits her like a punch. Something is finally clear, and there is. A man did it for her, gambling his own life with every step. And then he proved how good it feels to believe in him. People, Flavie said thoughtfully, like the answer had just clicked into place, and now everything depended on this. He was a total smooth talker, the kind who could charm anyone. Until the rejection hit hard. Fam basically said, yep, Zig really is wonderful. The demon finally caved and confessed. He'd been totally outplayed, and he let her decide what happened to him as she suddenly launched off the tree and landed right in front of him. He blurted out a shout, and it was all just a joke. Fam shot him a grin and basically dared him to forgive her. Because the truth is, she could do even better, and she can. She can read the minds of the heartless. So the demon snapped to the truth, realizing it in an instant. I couldn't believe my eyes. He stood on a slick, icy mountain, and somehow someone had been. The shark pike slammed straight through him. Alina was waiting for him, and the moment he turned around, there she was. He snapped his head toward her, cursing in shocked disbelief, and blurted out. He said she was here too. And honestly, dying at the hands of a beautiful woman didn't feel nearly as awful. Alina grilled him one last time. Why did he attack people? And the archer snapped back that there was no real reason at all. He probably was just messing around with his archery. The same way they go hunting deer and birds. Unlike deer and birds, humans don't just face danger. They throw themselves at it, begging for mercy. Alina smirked and said, maybe hunting them is even more fun, I see. Look, people and demons just don't speak the same language, and it shows. What a brutal shame. She drove the blade in one more time, and the demon was finally dead. After a while, Fam finally broke the news. Mission accomplished. And they were turning back toward their base. The protagonist leaned in and demanded, Benedict, did you find Naltos? And the girl answered. The girl leaned in and told him straight up. Only his earrings were left behind at the scene. And yeah, this was definitely the exact spot. Armor plates were scattered everywhere, and bloodstains marked the ground. Cheerio even said, yeah, it'd be great if he somehow survived, of course. But even with his wounds, he wouldn't have made it. Alina told them this. The search party would take it from here, and they'd come back. The fifth squad was ready to shout objections, but the girl insisted they'd been a huge help in bringing Flavie down. And then she snapped that she was done with them. The guards have been busy too, right? Thanks for caring so much, Fam. Notice, just like everyone predicted, that she wasn't quite herself. Because the protagonist even paused and thought, wasn't she taking? They pressed on anyway. Finished the mission to take Flavie down, and only then did Commander Bolton give. He handed everyone a real break, and on that day off, the protagonist and Sarah slipped into an orphanage together. They soaked up every second with the little ones, and when it was time to say goodbye, the kids proudly told her how perfectly she'd gotten along with Sieg. Some folks said they all looked bright and cheerful, and Sarah nodded like, that's right. But then, in the next heartbeat, they suddenly spotted Alma. MC gasped at the sight of the girl working her tricks on the delighted kids. Then he blurted, what's she doing here? Sarah shouted her name, and when Alma saw them, bewilderment hit her like a wave. They're hanging out on his day off, so are they dating? Zig snaps irritably, telling her not to say that kind of thing, like some kids from church would. The girl burst out, church? Yes, exactly, say it loud. Now start with that and then their colleagues. She shot them a warm, congratulatory smile. Sarah snapped back. She didn't need to say that. They're not even dating. And jumping to that conclusion that a man and dating is one thing, but the way everyone assumed they were an item just because they were hanging out. Turns out that was way too fast. She's only here to look after the kids from church, and now she's heading home. And somehow she and Zig just ran into each other right here. Alma blurted it out, sheepish as ever, saying she finally gets it all now and they should just forgive her, while Sarah pressed, "More than anything, is she really having fun here with the city kids too?" And the girl replied, "They're totally locked in, especially with the battle from the forest." In the forest, she kept spilling every detail, and the protagonist grinned as he thought. So the rumors were right. Squad 5 got roasted for being full of troublemakers, but now they're finally getting the love they've been denied. He was really good, so good that the kids stared at him with pure admiration and then they started gushing. Her alms subordinates, right? The MC blinked, totally lost, but they didn't stop. They told him the demon in the forest was wiped out thanks to alms, and if she hadn't done it, everyone would have been dead by now. With her allies glaring at her like she'd messed up everything, Alma bristled with embarrassment and tried to explain herself. "So tell me, what's so special about that?" Sieg nodded, but he still couldn't shake it. Without her, they never would have tracked the enemy, right? Alma flashed an embarrassed smile and said, That's her own opinion, just her subjective take." The protagonist was stunned by how fiercely she refused. Right then, Spinoza burst up to Alma, snapping at her in irritation, and demanded, "When did she start acting like his subordinate?" Subordinate? What on earth was she rambling about? MC grumbled under his breath like, was she actually being? No. Alma strutted around town bragging like she owned the place. Then, right there, she caught herself and went, "If I stay quiet, nobody's going to notice anyway." She'd brag about her wins non-stop, chasing praise like it was oxygen. And if it meant getting carried anyway and swallowing the shame that came with it, she still didn't care. Spinoza stared in disbelief. How could she be so shameless? Sarah shot back with a sweet, conciliatory smile. Was it really that bad for the townspeople to suddenly see Alma as better? Even if she fell for compliments too fast, Zig cornered her and demanded to know what was going on with her memories, only for Alma to stare at him, shocked, because she hadn't even realized she had amnesia until he brought it up again, and even he looked shocked. She acted so carefree that Spinoza snapped with irritation, shoved his fist in front of her, and asked if one solid slap across the head would drag her memories back. She didn't hesitate. Sarah shot him a furious look. Memories like that weren't coming back just because you hit her. They'd vanished for good, and at last she'd gotten comfortable in the capital. So why scramble to drag back memories if it wasn't even worth the pain? The protagonist told her she was the only one who knew anything about Alma's past, so was her warning hiding something deeper? Sarah snapped back fast, sheepish and blunt. No, there was no secret meaning, just the power to adapt anywhere, and the protagonist couldn't stop thinking about Alma. Simple, easy to fool, desperate to show off, and hungry too. She craved praise, but she earned it the honest way, working with real sincerity, soaking up the townspeople's trust, and smiling about the best part, digging into her favorite food. The Alma chilling in the capital right now is the real one, no question. Then the 5th squad moves in next. Alongside the knights, they kept a hard watch on the massive bridge spanning the river that split the inner and outer territories. Spinoza snapped, shocked. So, is Alma really in the running for squad captain? The MC shot back. Yeah, but the commander told me. He'd apparently heard nothing but good things about her in the city, and that's why he decided. Spinoza was totally thrown off, and then he wondered why Sarah would agree too. Fam had been told she could get along with literally anyone, so that part made sense. But Sieg couldn't shake the feeling it was something more. It was probably because nobody in the capital had a single bad thing to say about Sarah. Everyone adored her like she hung the stars herself. Sarah's gentle aura cuts through all the squabbles inside the squad, calming everyone down, smooth, steady, and right on time. A vital function for the 5th squad. Because honestly, without her, he'd be stuck trying to herd all those troublemaking team members into one place. The protagonist fired a question at the girls. Did they crave a shot at climbing the career ladder? Fams. She snorted and snapped at him. Did he really forget she struggled to communicate, even to the point she couldn't meet anyone's eyes? He was. He blinked in shock. Was she really proud of this, or what? She looked him straight in the eyes and said she was ready to throw her whole life into him, even if he decided to quit this job. Spinoza told him she'd thrive more with a carefree life, but it was all crushing. Too much responsibility for someone like her, right? She was perfectly happy sinking in debt, and the protagonist stared in shock like, "Wait, so you're saying she shouldn't borrow?" At that exact moment, the knight on duty blew through his resolve like a hurricane. His whistle burst out, and as he leaned forward to look, surprise hit him hard. Surprise? Yeah, it's not just him. A whole horde of warriors is packed in front of the gates, and he froze in shock. Wait, why? There weren't a single visible sign. Signs, an entire army, showed up, but they weren't demons at all. They were disguised in regular-looking clothes. Leaning in, he roared, "They're under attack, it's the kingdom of Sisara's army." And then the knights. The knights grabbed the MC and shouted that a kingdom of mages was slaughtering them. Spinoza went pale. "A kingdom?" she gasped. Sieg leaned in and explained it was Staroff's neighbor to the east, ruled by a king everyone praised as a monster swordsman, and he'd heard they even had good relations with them. Then the knights burst out through the gates and slammed their way in, blocking, cut off the intruders' escape route, and warned them that this was now the end of the line. King Sylvester's territory. Cross that bridge without permission, and they're already demanding you get out. Do they really think you won't notice? It's time to shut it down. But that army of mages isn't about to let us stop. Continued on their way. The knights snapped into battle stance, raised their weapons, and barked for the intruders to freeze, but their voices drowned out in the silence. They're unanswered, and the panicked knight isn't about to be obeyed. So tell me, are they going to force their way in? And if they really plan to start a war, then what would we? It would be a nightmare if the enemy seized the bridge. So the protagonists burned through every thought they had, because to get from the east to their own lands, they had to cross that massive river, and there was simply no other way. He didn't have any choice but to cross this bridge. So he snapped to the knights, telling them that if they stopped them right here, they'd stop the war before it ever started. The chief knight tried to shut it down, but they rolled in with an army of at least several hundred, maybe way more. And their numbers were overwhelming because they carried barely any fish tea left. Then the protagonist shot back that tons of people lived just beyond them, like a gatekeeper doing the job it was made for. His job, he'd stand guard like a locked door, protecting every inch of what was entrusted to him, and the chief knight always showed him respect. He told him he was the real deal, then spun back to his squad and declared, "Sieg is with us. Honor the knightly order." Because once the knight falls, they strike back at the enemy, and Spinoza practically beamed. Wow, the knightly order had gotten even bolder. Fam told everyone that Sieg's very presence pumped them up, and MC rushed in to reassure the knights, telling them that it was all going to was fine, and he promised he'd guard every last one of them no matter what. Sodom stepped. He surged out from the marching army and told the protagonist, "I'm the king of the magicians and a blade as great as any swordsman." Then he slammed the message down hard. For their grand hopes, for peace, and for humanity, they had to destroy Astoroth. The lead knight stared in shock. Wait, is that really how it is? So keep moving. Don't let them try to stop your momentum with their weak little interference. With those words, he ripped his sword free and slammed it down, unleashing a monstrous wave of power. Nearly swept the knights away. Some people just couldn't help themselves. They were absolutely stunned by that kind of power, and they couldn't help blurting, "I can't believe it. So this is the strength of the finest swordsman. That's not even human. That kind of skill is unreal." And the protagonist, he hunkered behind his shield and stared at his opponent in cold, deadly silence. Sieg squared off against his opponent. Sodom demanded it, and Sieg answered, "Isn't he?" The MC blurted, stunned, because of course he knows him. The Magic King snapped back that he'd heard whispers about a man who trained nothing but defense. He fought through demons again and again, and now he was about to put that power to the test, how long he could hold out. Then, with a surge of fury, Sodom lifted his sword and launched into a full-on assault, hacking the protagonist again and again, until the protagonist finally fought him off and kept him at bay. He held his attack back just long enough to shield the knights too, and the whole group was left utterly baffled. The enemy's blast wave was nothing short of a total disaster. Just wait. Terrifying, and Sodom's one of his lieutenants. He snapped at his comrades, demanding they break through and clear a path for His Majesty. They had to drive the knights back, straight back, before everything fell apart. Every warrior raised their bow. Then thousands of arrows screamed through the air, raining down on the knights. Then bam! Something happened that stunned every one of Sodom's warriors. Himself, all the arrows tore through the air as the MC roared. They were stunned, quickly bowed and apologized to His Majesty, then demanded to know, did every single arrow finally slam into that guy in Majesty? Make them stop the attack. Out of nowhere, arrows and magic are blasting straight at that man. His Majesty, right between them and the knights, has got danger closing in fast. Spinoza sprinted toward them like a blur, then leapt. When the knightly orders screamed that they should strike from the side, he crashed into the mass of knights and slammed the ground with a brutal hammer. Air. She slammed her hammer into the fight, and one of the knights barked an order for the others to chase after her, loud and relentless, warned them not to get turned into mincemeat, and one of the knights shouted that they shouldn't even bother listening. They snapped their focus back on her. Time to move on. Bam drew back, fired her bow, and barked, saying, she smirked like she knew it. Yeah, she really was a full-on berserker. She'll take the job. No matter how she's positioned right now, she won't refuse it. She kept swinging that hammer at the enemies, battering them back as she pushed through her thoughts. Even with their wounds, they still slammed it with pure firepower. She blurted, aren't you terrified to die? She swung her hammer like a cannon blast, one crushing blow that sent several soldiers stumbling back to the ground. Sodom's attention snapped to it like a trap springing shut, and Sieg shot a mental signal to Pham, calling out to him through his mind that the preparations were finally done, and that everyone should return behind him. Then he clocked what they were doing, spun around and blared that all. Every unit fall back now. One of the knights snapped, but tell me why. He barked that order, and everyone knew they'd walk away with the win. So why aren't they striking back? He just unleashed the damage return skill and turned their push into pain, sliced through his sword swing and shattered the bridge. Right under that last second before it all went down, the enemy army closed in, and he calmly wheeled around like he owned the battlefield. He circled back and demanded they retreat now, then come back later. Later, the knights erupted with joy over what had happened, and they blared it out loud as if the whole world finally exhaled. Wadaku declared his move from the absolute worst spot, trapped in a truly hopeless disadvantage. The mages backed away, and he said it calmly. For something like that, a massive army, even if they chose to swing around instead. If they didn't have support by then, they'd run out of resources fast. So today he'll probably head home calm as ever, while the shocked knights blare questions like, wait, what matters more? What did he just do? And yeah, that's the real question. How was he? Could he smash that bridge to pieces? And did his power really dwarf even the best swordsman? He told them, straight up, that he just turned every hit he took from the King of Sodom into his own damage. Pham locked eyes with him, smirked, and said, beyond an unbreakable defense, you've also got the power to strike. Man, that's insanely interesting. Then the knight stared him down and basically said, you're a dangerous guy. He took blow after brutal blow so powerful it could have shattered the whole world. And he still stood. A leaner came down the stairs and snapped that something was about to happen. When the bridge crumbled, it felt like a gut punch, but they still drove the enemy back hard. That had to be enough. Bolton let out a tired sigh and asked, so tell me, what were they even trying to pull off here? Their country's resources are paper-thin, so why march in and invade in the first place? With a deep, thinking stare, Spinoza asked, could it be you've got something the others, an orb of life? Light snapped his head toward her and shut her down, telling her point-blank not to spit out that nonsense. Like, if they really wanted something that spelled disaster for a wealthy country, he'd happily hand it to them himself. Elinor shot back that she was absolutely fascinated by their mission, because the kingdom of the magicians she'd always played the peacekeeper with their neighbors, so when they struck out of nowhere, she couldn't even process it, because Pham said they weren't aiming to just win. They were set on wiping the enemy out. Enemy? Spinoza nodded. then shouted that they'd strike with reckless fury. Alina threw the door open and said they'd probably find out if they just asked straight. Tiara noticed her. He stepped up, gently touched her face, and told her she still had that same beautiful, noble look today. She craved the moment that face twisted in pain. Then she yanked her hands away and said, cool as ice, that everything was just like always. She snapped her gaze to the side, and fear hit her like a truck. She clocked the main character and blared his name out loud. They were scrambling to save her, and she clutched her own legs with a knife, refusing to let go. With fear blazing in her eyes, she stared at him and demanded, "What happened between us?" Between them, she brushed her head to soothe her, insisting she was acting completely out of character, like something had happened because there was an injury. She had never seen her like this. They couldn't possibly talk like this, and he couldn't shake the fear that it had something to do with him. Shouldn't he protect her mind? He closed the distance. He called her up and told her not to worry. He genuinely didn't think anything bad about it. She stared at him. TR snapped. "Wait, is that really true?" He nodded. Then she pressed again, even after he slammed her with that brutal hit, he nodded and agreed. Then she blurted, "So, does that mean he'll hit me again? Does he bring her up in the back later?" He shuts it down. He won't do that. She's rattled him too hard. Still, back then, she busted her ass trying to do her job, and he can't blame her for any of it. She burst into tears the moment she realized what kind of person he truly was, and Alina pressed her about it. Because she had. She finally snapped out of it, breathing steady at last. So yeah, now it was time to get down to business. She rose to her feet, fully calmed, and declared nobody could survive her torture. And he could. They couldn't just tally him. He was a one-of-a-kind exception, and even Gregor had nearly thrown in the towel. He was completely thrown off. Then she told him, and suddenly he started enjoying the way he had to rethink himself. Even if you torture him, that proud man will make this happen, and it'll pay off big with nothing but good results. Now, let's talk about those prisoners. They were chasing the orb of light from the start. Yet she just couldn't wrap her head around it. And then he swore the demon would get reborn from the orb of light. Alina snapped, asking if he was just kidding. The Demon King is the greatest threat to people. The prisoner snapped back, insisting that everything will be. It all kicks off the moment the Demon King gets resurrected. Then they're forced to stare at the world as it is now. Chaos everywhere, strong crushing the weak, and the fighting doesn't stop even for a second, with people still battling each other. She looked him dead in the eyes and snapped, "If this keeps going, peace will never see the light of day." Then she spun back to him and demanded, "So tell me, what does the Demon King have to do with all this?" He thundered that everyone must be seized and controlled, because the world would bow to whoever held the most power. Only then, he promised, would true peace finally arrive. "Come." Spinoza stared him down and said it was pointless to spread this message, and Tiara snapped back that every other prisoner of war is trapped under the same ideology. Alina blurted out, "Are we being controlled by demons?" And Fam snapped back that if it was demon control, they'd move like puppets. But their words scream free will. Even so, the truth might still be lurking off stage with demons pulling the strings. If that's true, we're in a real mess. Sure, if they were controlled, we could wipe out the ones pulling the strings, but with them, that plan won't touch a thing. Alma and Sarah burst into the room, saying they heard you were here, and the moment they heard it, they decided to show up with you. "Why are you even in the dungeon?" the MC demanded, and she just burst into laughter, saying she wasn't done yet because she wanted to show everyone what she could do. Everyone couldn't stop praising how sharp she was at her job, until the prisoner locked onto her name, and then he demanded, "She's the captain of the guard, right?" And she froze, because she wasn't even a unit commander yet. He cut in, "So then he heard it, she broke out of prison. But was it actually true? She really begged an enemy country for help. Does she have zero conscience?" Alma blinked in shock. Wait, did he just claim she escaped from prison? Fam snapped that the guard captain didn't sound like a strong word at all. Alma, totally lost, admitted she didn't get it, and it looked like he just muttered something rude. Sarah froze in shock and blurted, "Wait, was I?" In prison he spotted her, shouted her name, Aaliyah, and let his words hit like a roar. Barked out the question through gritted teeth, sounding dead displeased. What in the world is she doing here, this filthy witch? A cold-blooded rich trader betrayed the king, so she flipped sides and joined the enemy. Wait, was he really calling her an enemy, like a sea guest? He clocked her wary stare, and Tiara seethed with indignation because, driven by pure rage, he slammed the question out loud and demanded what he was cooking. Making a ruckus, they pushed forward. Then, just a little while later, they rolled up to the office. In the office, he grilled the prisoner, calling her Princess Alia, and now he wanted answers. What did that name even mean? Fam told her that if talking about it felt hard, they could simply step outside. She shook her head, thanked her for the worry, and cut her off. No, it wasn't necessary. This situation needs an explanation, she said. Sarah, that's my pseudonym. Then she paused, the sorceress. She was the kingdom's princess of magicians a year and a half ago. Then she fled to this country for refuge, and then he blurted, "Wait, so King Sodom is her father?" She nodded, like it was the truth he needed to hear. Alina demanded to know why she was being hunted into needing refuge. She said it all came down to her homeland, the kingdom of magicians, because it was captured by demons. And yeah, this story is going to be a little long, but will they actually listen? At the start, the kingdom of mages kept its head down, ready to dodge any fight that came its way. And he chose negotiations over warfare, hunting for peace the hard way instead of the violent one. Even with her father, the king, shaping the outlook, the court couldn't escape the same grind. Resources were scarce, and the rich-poor gap kept widening like a wound that wouldn't heal. Rich and poor stood side by side, and everybody threw their backs into closing that gap. While she absolutely loved how life used to be in her country back then. Her father was the toughest, bravest, and kindest soul alive. Everyone practically worshipped him, and he personally trained her in swordsmanship. Then a wyvern crashed into the country, and he ended it with a single, unstoppable blow. If she doesn't get the power, she'll never be able to shield what she holds dear, because she's the princess of this country and she's got to protect it, just like her. Her father always said it, and with her older brother and everyone hyping her up, she devoted herself. She threw herself into the toughest training there was. 9 years ago, she spotted Alma soaring through the city and right then hired her as her personal guard. From that moment, they threw themselves into training side by side, sharpening every move and leveling up their sword skills. She suddenly remembered the exact moment. She'd wrapped her arms around her earlier, and she totally shocked herself. Because once everything clicked, it hit her why she felt so warm. She warmed back up and said she was truly sorry for forgetting everything. Then her face fell a little as she added, "It's okay," and she didn't even finish. The protagonist snapped, blaming her, then admitted it. She wasn't just anyone, she was from the kingdom of magicians too. With a warm smile, she teased, "So, are you the captain of the guard as well?" And before she lost her memory, she was seriously gifted. Sarah grinned and said, "That was such a peaceful time," and she was finally happy. Until, right after her brother left to study at a different college. Then, in a blink, this world and everything in it snapped shut, because the country was drowning in non-stop food shortages. And then, out of nowhere, monsters tore through the streets, people started starving to death, and some even burned the mansions to the ground. Nobles were scrambling for scraps of food, and the whole country slid into ruins like a curse had swept across it, had been placed on it. Then her father, desperate to stop the chaos, hit the road and crisscrossed the country to steady everything down, until the rebels finally surged all the way to the capital. Honestly, even her own father would have run dry and had to stop. Then he crushed the rebels with raw force, something he'd never even dared to imagine before. He kept thinking until that moment hit, then said it straight. This country doesn't need hope, it needs the Demon King reborn. Because everything's collapsing, and it's all because the miasma has swept across the land, choking the whole country from end to end, ripping through crops, luring monsters to the streets, poisoning people's hearts, and dragging everyone toward rebellion, until the demons' revival kicked in. King will wipe the miasma from their world and drag everything back to normal. Those reckless words hit everyone like a sudden blow, and they could feel it. Something about her felt strange. At first, everyone swore her father had to be insane, but those wild suspicions crumbled into a mess of acrobatics. Active support from a section of the population that had sunk deep into brutal radicalism, all fueled by the protractor. Famine came for them, until her father, a national hero, kept the family trapped in mere survival instead, was absolutely relentless, and even though black and white got flipped in everyone's minds, it didn't take long before they swallowed every wild claim her father threw out, because somehow it all felt right, and that was just insanely absurd. It was pure terror, days with nothing to hold onto, nothing to calm her shaking nerves, so all she could do was grind her sword skills and wait, praying for the day that finally arrived. Sodom called Alia up and demanded she lower her pride. She couldn't believe it. Her father could somehow spit out words like that, from the same kind face that only ever felt stern. She turned demonic, and just like that, her father's image vanished completely. Then it hit her. Someone was playing dress-up with her father's identity, and she could feel it in her gut. And at last, he finally uncovered the truth behind his transformation. Information hit her like a wall. Then that night, Seta stood in the garden, bones heavy with exhaustion, fighting to stay awake. It was bedtime already. She headed back to the palace, and there she heard his father's voice, and immediately wondered, who on earth was he talking to at a time like this? She watched her father talking with her own eyes, deep into the night. Her father, sensing something was off, had promoted a servant to a major role, only for the whole situation to start smelling strange. Strangely enough, this servant screamed demon, at first glance horns, and the demon actually addressed him as Baron. Aaron looked her in the eye and said, "Everything's going great," and she froze, because that was the last thing she expected, and now she's repeating it again. She said she'd studied him down to the bone, and she prayed with her whole heart that this thing was only pretending to be her father on the outside. But she still knew every scar on his body. The tiniest cuts matched, and the way he swung his sword screamed one thing: it had to be her father. She started to suspect that this Baron was puppeteering her father's body from the inside, until it finally hit her. The whole country had been swallowed by demons. Demons. After she finally uncovered the real truth, she started slipping through the cracks, trying to help people claw free from this twisted ideology. But only she knew what was really going on, and she kept telling others the truth, again and again. She finally realized her father had been swapped out for a demon, and that every bit of this horror was fueled by demons too. Yet she begged and screamed, and still nobody would listen. That's when she knew she was truly on her own. She was just a little girl with no options at all, caught completely powerless. She couldn't even guarantee her brother's safety when he flew off to another country. So before she could even blink, people were already calling her a heretic. The Baron leaned over the window, saw Aaliyah causing a ruckus, and snapped, "So you're really shouting everywhere that you're a demon? How awful, my poor." Her daughter couldn't face the brutal truth at all. She was totally lost, unable to make sense of it, and then came the turning point. He has no choice. He's forced to spill his final word to her, and he even orders her to be captured, snapping that she's still his daughter. Yet, he couldn't look away as a witch tore the country apart. Alma slammed up a barricade at the door and blurted out. They were completely boxed in, Sarah shouted, telling her to run and escape on her own if she could. If he got caught, everything would finally settle peacefully, no more chaos. And at least she wouldn't let them grab her. She clenched her hands and swore, everything's going to be okay. Then she promised she'd protect her with everything she had, and they'd make it through. Together, then they tore into maid clothes and said she was dying to slip into something like that, so they bolted for the exit. She said, "Enough, now we've got to move." And then it hit. The Baron has to know that secret passage exists. Message: to dodge the cops, they need a quick detour. Yeah, it'll cost them a little extra distance, but they'll slip out on the outskirts. They tore along the outskirts of the city until, bam, they reached the stables. Alma started strapping on the saddle and declared, "We're escaping on this whole horse." Right then a townsman spotted her, shouted for them to capture her, and she froze in shock, stunned that it was happening, and shouted, Wait, did the disguise really fail? She bolted straight to him and smacked him with the flat side of. She gripped the sword and told her, clear as day, that she should step aside and let her handle it. She shot over, grabbed the horse, and started scrambling onto it in a rush. On the horse, but the man yanked her by the hair, and he blasted out that he'd caught the witch. Then right away, he immediately noticed it, yanked her head and cut her off. She yanked her hair aside with a brutal slash from the blade. She scrambled onto a horse that literally carried her name, Alma. Alma got hauled off and captured by the villagers. He shouted at her to run away from here, right now. She leaned into the sprint on the horse, and in her head she couldn't stop thinking that as soon as she realized she'd just run off like a coward, tears burst out of her eyes, and she thought that. She swore she'd come back and tear in to save her and her father. Right now, she told everyone this was the moment. She risked her own life to make sure she could escape the country. Tennessee realized the demons didn't just follow her father's lead. They possessed him, seized the country, and took it completely over. Now it finally clicks. She didn't want to say a word, and when Sarah blurted it out, she swore that after all this, she headed straight to Astaroth to warn everyone how dire the Mage Kingdom was. The mage shouted out an emergency plea and begged for help through Captain Bolton, acting gatekeeper, threw in a request for an audience with the king, telling him exactly what the next step would be. The Mage Kingdom had crumbled, and now demons were snatching control, plotting their next move to bring something back to life. She wants to revive their king with the Mage Kingdom, but if this keeps going, the whole country's doomed. So she begs for help to save the kingdom. Gregor glares at her in disgust and snaps that first she should check her filthy clothes, because this is what the princess of another kingdom supposedly looks like. They got the news. The princess of the Mage Kingdom had died in some brutal accident, so she knew she had to vanish. Bolton snapped that he was sorry, then complained that the local nobles were acting so rude he couldn't believe it. Sarah told everyone she was shut out of the king's audience, sent away with empty hands, unable to even prove who she was. And for a princess, having her status reduced to nothing but a name, that was a crushing hit. Her last scraps of hope ran dry, and begging other countries for help wasn't an option. Then he snapped that she still looked like she wanted to die, and suggested she should take a little more time to rest. First, he only had a filthy barracks, but if that worked for her, he'd lend her the space. Then she cut him off and said she had a friend who risked her life to save her, only for her to be left helpless and abandoned. And he snapped, in times like these, there are monsters everywhere. That stuff could really happen. He didn't have the full story, but she'd already pulled him back from the edge of death. So he gently stroked her head and whispered that now she could. She couldn't just die. She had to fight for her own survival, and that kind of courage to keep living isn't easy. If trouble ever hit, she could tell him, and he would help her if he could. She pushed herself to her feet and swore she had to go back to the place where everyone lived happily, and she knew she'd be the only one. He knows that deadly danger is stalking the kingdom of the mages, because if he goes back, she'll be left helpless, and they'll most likely drag her to execution. Baron's chasing the Demon King's resurrection, and once that power wakes up, he'll likely strike Astaroth sooner or later, the country that now holds the Orb of Light. She's still weak and untrained, but by then she's supposed to be way stronger. She shot a message to her brother, then threw her whole heart into praying that Alma would stay safe. When she showed up in Bolton, she bowed low and shouted, asking if he'd let her hire on as a guardian of this country. Right now, it's all currently. Finally, Sarah snapped, "This is why I'm staying here." She was itching to strike the Baron, and she'd been waiting for the moment she could take back what was hers. When she found her kingdom again, relief hit her like a wave. Meeting her once more proved she was safe and sound. But somehow she couldn't break free. She was still caught, forced to endure everything she faced, all because of you, Alma, with a joy. Her bright, joyful smile practically screamed, "Isn't it awesome that she's still cheerful and happy after all of that?" And yeah, she even risked her life to escape, so she's not just cool. She's doubly asterisk cool, which is honestly starting to. Barrister, Alina snapped that she didn't feel mistreated, since the entry check found 0 torture marks and nothing that screamed criminality. Alma froze, shocked, and demanded to know if they'd really checked her. She nodded straight after they dragged her here, and Spinoza burst into laughter, saying she looked like pure sunlight, absolutely beaming with. She lit up with pure joy when she got into the bath, and Zig leaned in asking if her memories were finally coming back. She shook her head hard, insisting she wasn't remembering anything yet, just feeling like her brain was wrapped in thick fog. Fama blurted it out in a flash of thought, like she never planned to say it at all. But maybe her missing memories were the real reason. Memories like brainwashing, like prisoners of war who were forced to swallow it. They should seriously hope her memories got flipped, and that snapped him into becoming her enemy. Then he stared at her, eyes locked, and started thinking. Thought he'd like to believe. Sarah said if the army, the kingdom of magicians, army surged up onto the Melian bridge. Then it hit her. Time had finally snapped into place. And if not for him, half of Astaroth would have paid with their lives. He said he just dragged the invasion back in time. She had nothing to worry. She said it anyway, but then she snapped. No, he must have suffered, because that was the truth. He told them, when I get back, that tax will stack up for the damage I returned, because the damage is what started it. Still, it won't go away. Can he shove this pain straight onto her? If she could stop it, he wouldn't have had to eat all this damage. Hold up, everyone. She knows this won't magically fix everything, but she's done hiding her guilt, and she's determined to make things right at least, even if it's just a little. He swore he can really shift damage onto someone else. He genuinely believed it, but even though he didn't realize it, he split the damage from Gregor's last strike, and then he tried to speak. But heal. She refused her request. Then she froze in shock. She called him only for him to fire back. So you're heading back to the kingdom of magicians, right? And yeah, that was the captain of the 5th Division speaking. I can't let her go if she's about to throw her life away like that, especially if all she returns with is herself, because she won't be able to change anything. Her hands started to shake and she blurted, "What do I do next?" Because she couldn't just stand there and watch it all unfold. She grabs his attention and blurts, "So tell me, what do I do to save my country?" Then he answers in a confident voice. It was simple. She needed to trust them, because now she wasn't alone anymore, and with them by her side, she could finally flip the whole situation. So you see the situation, right? She was on the verge of tears, and she blurted out that she'd still drag them right back into this. He told her, cool as ice, that they didn't mind, drag them all she wanted, and that they'd already faced their share of hell. And if they left it like this, the kingdom of magicians would surely come crashing down on Astaroth. This isn't just her burden to carry. Spinoza stepped in, pulled her into a hug, and told her she doesn't have to do it all alone. That's what friends are for, right? Fam said, then I had no choice, so I threw myself in there too. Alma lit up and said she cared about her too. So offering to serve was the very least she could do. He declared they'd take down Baron together, whether they were royal or just ordinary people, because her power alone would be enough. Her options were running out, so she couldn't let it crush her. Then Sarah broke down, started crying, and demanded, "Why are you all like this?" He yanked her into a tight hug to get her to calm down, then told her it was simple. Everyone loved her. She stepped in and swore she'd help, because everyone already knew how kind she was. Anytime trouble hit, she was the first one charging in to save them. At the church, she poured every ounce of her strength into the children, and that's why her squad stayed locked in and united. Spinoza said she admitted she couldn't do anything, but somehow she still clicked with him, and that turned out to be a huge win. Bolton clapped him on the shoulder, burst out laughing, and swore that he alone was stronger than 100 men. Then the protagonist promised she'd split the burden that had been crushing her, and for once, she could breathe easier, knowing she didn't have to carry it alone. She wiped the tears from her face and blurted out, overflowing with gratitude, that they meant everything to her. Later, Sonia warned that if word spread that Astaroth had sent guards after the mages, it would spark a full-blown war. So how did that even happen? In a world where demons run wild, this is no time for countries to brawl, because they've got to move like ghosts, with ruthless skill, because if they get exposed, it's instant destruction. It's the right move. This thing can take it. Right? He shot her a small smirk and said she could watch. Just don't blink after. After a while, they finally stormed into the kingdom of magicians. And the Baron saw. Someone peered at the whole world through Am's eyes and blurted, "So tell me, has they? So, did that stubborn girl really live that long? If only she'd stay still and do what she's told." But nope, she rushed headfirst toward her own death. He even felt bad for her. Then she came back again with that toxic problem man. And man, what was this even becoming? This kind of chance shows up once in a lifetime. So they have to snatch up as many Udagoth demons as possible. And his servant agreed. He vanished in a flash of teleportation. And then and with a grin stretched ear to ear, he said the countdown to the Demon King's comeback finally kicked off. A little later than everyone expected. Later, the MC and the others pushed through the sewers until they finally reached the spot they'd been hunting. And when Spinoza stared around, he muttered, "So this is what Sarah's homeland looks like." He told me this place felt way calmer than he expected, and it didn't look like demons were running the show. Fam even said brainwashing could be in play. But it still doesn't necessarily. Just because demons are around doesn't mean they're pulling every string. Spinoza grinned, yanked on Alma's hood, and told her to clamp it tight so they wouldn't get caught. She shrieked through the pain that she couldn't possibly see a thing, and Spinoza only watched them with a faint smirk, thinking his next move. Sarah realized this situation wasn't some joke at all. Sarah insisted he was probably holed up in the palace, and she'd lead them straight there. Then, out of nowhere, a blaring loudspeaker crackled, and the Baron's voice cut through the air. He roared out to the people of the Mage Kingdom, breaking the silence with the worst news of all. Breaking news. Demons from Astoroth have crashed into their country, and they're putting everyone's safety on the line. The safety they relied on shattered, because the witch meant to be punished had come back, and she recognized his voice, blurted it to the others, and he swore that this witch planned to scorch these lands. Fueled by fires of vengeance, he had no reason to fear. He was right there with them, and the second he found her, he'd do everything in his power to wipe her out. Alma's worry hit hard. She demanded answers, and that's when it clicked. It's time for destruction. Seaguest, tell me they're in. Their infiltration got exposed. Fam said, "Before they pin down your exact location, you better strike first and make it count." Yeah, screw them. Sarah stared at the thing and said he'd set it up to stir everyone up, because it looked like a gadget that answers communication magic with a voice. He said there were 5 people in robes, with one man steering the group, and Spinoza clocked how everyone around them was staring. So he muttered, "This feels like it's going to go horribly wrong, doesn't it?" He snapped an order to run on the spot, and the guards blared that it was them, then demanded their capture immediately. They bolted into a run, and he blurted, "How do you even know what we look like?" Like he couldn't shake the fear that he was really hiding right here. Alma shut her left eye, and Fam tossed out the idea that maybe he stood somewhere that let him watch the whole capital at once. Or maybe he had magic doing the heavy lifting. Guards slammed across their path and shouted at the top of their lungs for them to stop. He shouted that these demons were clawing at the Demon King's revival, and when Sarah stepped in, she demanded they stop, because bringing him back wouldn't save this country. Panic hit the moment they spotted her. "Is she the witch?" they demanded, because one thing was clear, they weren't ready to die. She blared that the demon was wearing her father's image to stir them up, and he'd been treating everyone like chess pieces to snatch the orb of light. They ignored her and shouted that she was trying to brainwash them, then warned that this time she'd finally be punished. Spinoza clicked her tongue, absolutely furious with what she just saw. She slammed her hammer into them and barked that if they didn't get it, then they'd better listen up. Listen, she'd slammed that lesson into their heads, and the protagonist called out to Sarah, saying that they had to get going, and she nodded. Then Alma started rubbing her left eye with her finger, like something inside her was acting up. She pressed her finger there. Then later, they vanished into the shattered ruins of a building. He reached the building and asked how it all was. Then Fam climbed onto the windowsill and snapped that everything was awful, like they were trapped on all sides. And besides, they were coordinating through communication magic. because if anyone caught sight of them, it would have turned into a nightmare. So he stared ahead, tense and ready. He studied the map with sharp focus, and told them, straight-faced, that this route would barely get them to the royal castle. She waved him over and teased, "Wasn't it a bummer we missed the Ice Princess's cutie mode in the dungeon last time, huh?" You looked stunned for a second, then he nodded, because she wasn't showing up in her usual form. She didn't expect him to clock it. And just then he leaned in and asked if she was worried about Naltos. Alma kept rubbing her eyes, shouting whether he was plotting something with that night girl. So he whipped around and admitted he didn't even know what to say, then stared at her and blurted, "Wait, what is she even doing?" She snapped back that her eyes were stinging. For some reason, her eyes just kept acting up, like a tiny speck of dust was trapped in there. Fam swooped over and asked if she should take a breather before going up against Baron, then told her to get some eye ointment, because it'd calm that irritation fast. She thanked her, then admitted the eye patch felt like a bit much, and Sarah dialed him up to beg for one more chance to win him over. MC spun toward her, and demanded to know why she was so locked on talking to them. She said she'd torn out of this country, then spent every breath trying to outrun the past that finally caught her, because she was done running. Still, he wouldn't quit. He refused to give up on finding a way to understand her. He thought of Nahat, and when she spoke, he remembered exactly what she said. She'd already admitted the brainwashing might be lifted someday, but it wouldn't be some easy fix. They'd still have to hit the root cause, and Spinoza made it clear. There was no reasoning with them at all, not a chance. He got what she meant, then promised, "All right, then we'll earn your trust and hand it over to you." He shut his eyes tight, and as the squad leader, he couldn't help thinking he probably looked like he was acting dumb, but he wore a little smirk and told her, "Just try at least once." He's betting she'll finally pull off what he once couldn't, so she won't look back with regret later. She had to prove to him that connection was real, that people could actually understand each other. She shot him a grateful smile and swore that if she didn't prove her resolve, nothing at all would move. So whatever hit her next, he told her he better not use his skill. Then everything spiraled right after that. They tore away from the ruins, burst outside and collided with the guards. And even with her speed and all that gear, one clean hit could end everything. So he figured there was no point rushing straight into danger. The soldiers spotted her and shouted that she was trespassing, demanding backup like it was an emergency. Another soldier spotted the comms were dead, and Fam just grinned, because he knew what came next as a user of. With the right communication skills, she could definitely pull this off. Sarah marched up to them and demanded they listen. She revealed that the one with her father's face was human at all. He was Baron, a demon, and he was hunting for a way to resurrect the Demon King and turn their whole world into a demon domain. Maine spotted her and sprinted over, swearing he demanded we kill her, then roared. Who in the world would even bother listening to a so-called wit's ramblings? Which Sieg was freaking out over her, but he still trusted her, and he didn't move at all. Then he barreled up to her and slashed a shallow. Hallow snagged the brakes at the very last second, then froze, staring straight into her eyes. His hands trembled as he snapped, "Why didn't you dodge?" Because he wasn't about to hold back on her. She said, dead serious, that she didn't care if he struck, because to her that wasn't justice. She called him Harold and warned him, if he swung his sword with that skill, he'd end her in a single deadly blow. He was still so shocked he blurted out, "How do you know my name?" And she just grinned kindly, saying she couldn't help remembering the names of her comrades. She stood with the comrades who'd fought for their country, scanned the crowd, called every name out loud, and swore she remembered them all. He blinked in disbelief and straight up asked her if she could still remember the names of the regular knights. She said she wanted to rebuild this country into what it once was, packed with smiles again. And then Astaroth's people came, fighting with everything she digs her heels in with everything she's got, swearing nobody will trample their hard-won efforts or sweep in, and refuses to sacrifice any longer. If the Demon King is resurrected, then the country might fall, and then the whole world goes with it, but their nation is stubbornly strong. Beat the Demon Baron who's causing all this misery, and they'll lift their country back up off its knees. She begged them to let them pass. She came back to save this country, because if they still call her a traitor, they'll try to execute her, and the knights swore they couldn't. But then his daughter suddenly fell ill. Alia didn't wait. She hunted for a cure herself, doing everything she could for the one simple knight, just so he could survive after getting wounded. On a mission, she stepped right in, bandaged him herself, and her voice plus that smile kept pushing him forward. Then she even trained with him and kept training with him. She treated everyone the same. No snubs, no cruelty. And you could never bring yourself to lift a sword against someone that kind. They knew she couldn't possibly be a witch. But the moment the king's voice hit them, weird things started crashing in like a storm. They dropped to their knees, begged her forgiveness for their insolence, and promised they'd lead them straight to the royal castle, but doubt still clawed at them. So she had to prove herself right then. She finally nodded and said, "Yeah, you're right." And Harold turned to the rest and told them that they just caught intruders on their doorstep, and now they're charging west, no turning back. West slammed the request for reinforcements in, and that's exactly why they ended up leading the knights split and charged off in different directions. Then they all regrouped and they burst into the castle together. Then right there they stopped. They stopped before the grand hall, and the knights pumped them up, saying they'd be cheering for them, because they were going to make it. Stay put and delay the reinforcements. Sarah grinned, swore she'd definitely do it. They had to make sure she kept that promise. So they barged right into her father's office. Back at the office, he slammed the phone down, called Alia and told her, "You're back." After all, he couldn't sit still after she vanished. She's probably got a storm of questions for him, and she should come back. Come closer. She hooked his attention, called him Baron, and demanded he stop pretending to be her. Her father looked at her and sneered that she was nothing but a helpless girl. Then he chose not to lay a hand on her. During her travels, she toughened up a bit, and he even caught himself thinking, "I need to sit her down and have a real heart-to-heart." He tried to talk to her like a father and daughter, but grief hit him hard, sharply. Then with a blur of motion, he swung an insanely fast sword strike, and the protagonist caught it instantly. He slammed his shield up and snapped, "Did you try to murder your guests right from the doorway?" But then Baron turned and called his name. He watched that speed in awe and snapped that it was nothing but trouble. Then he insisted, face set, that he didn't remember causing a single bit of it. Any trouble? He burst into laughter and shot the question back, "Don't you remember that? Then what about the—" He launched the adventurers from Estel toward Astaroth, banking on them smashing through the main gate. Then he butchered them with sickening ease. He just asked, "So he's the one who turned the heat into a demon?" He fired that question off with an arrogant stare, like it all belonged to him. And then, what was that guy's name again? So he just burned all that energy on some useless idiot. And now he's stuck wondering, was it him who caused all that inner torment? So yeah, it makes sense. Because if there's a man standing beside him that he can never measure up to, then he'll reluctantly be. He started spiraling into thoughts of his own worthlessness, and talk about irony. Turns out Nahat had transformed into a demon. Cicely rushed to finish him off. She knew he'd probably think he played her, but that idea was dead wrong. He didn't hesitate. He grabbed that fistful of hatred and shoved it straight into his own hands, even as he started to lose himself mid-sentence. He himself made him a demon. MC snapped with rage at that, voice dead serious. "Say one more word and your patience are going to snap." He called Sarah and slammed the truth home. Now he had a reason to kill him too. They must. The Baron snapped his fingers and demanded they do it. No excuses, no exceptions. Do it right after this. Alma snatched Spinoza, which it completely blew her mind. So she yanked them away and snapped loudly. He asked what she was doing and he shot back. How could anyone have known, especially after she got captured? Before they even dragged her into the dungeon, he had slipped an egg into her head. Few could ever survive the hatching of this egg, but somehow she pulled it off flawlessly. Turns out, as the price for it all, she got her memory wiped. Now she's totally, helplessly under his control. Thanks to this, he could spy on every move they made, right through her eyes. Her gaze wouldn't lie. especially after she tried to sneak a secret past him. Said her gut feeling, the one that scared her, came true. Sarah, trembling with worry, called her and begged her to. He snapped at her to wake up, then snarled that he'd gladly sit back and watch them tear each other apart. She kept her composure, stared at Alma, and realized her condition didn't match either the Demon Kings or anyone living in this city. She's getting yanked around like a puppet on strings. So it's not body snatching or brainwashing, is it? So if they can beat the Baron, then maybe. Spinoza bolted. He bolted forward and shouted that, for now, there was only one option. They'd have to put her to sleep for a while, and she really shouldn't get mad. She was furious at her. Then she swung in with a brutal punch, only for the strike to get blocked, stunning her completely. And she thought, so, does that mean? So she's doing it anyway, pain and danger be damned. Because he said taking power from this country. The whole plan was absurdly simple. Just grab the king, the one who absolutely loved getting a little too bold. They promise unlimited trust, then reel people in with their speeches, brainwashing them until that's all that's left. Alma lunged into the fight with her weapon, and then he snapped, telling her humans were just too fragile. He wouldn't swallow a world crawling with weaklings, so they should start butchering each other fast. Because they're about to expose everything to the world. This world was basically a paradise for demons, and he was about to hit them with terrible news. While they were busy getting distracted over here, his plan was already unfolding. His plan was already roaring into motion. He launched demon troops straight at Astaroth, and the kingdom was left standing there with him gone. He raised his shield, that's who he is, and everyone watching went wide-eyed, completely shocked. Then he shot back, did you really think you could corner me? Because all he wanted was. Sarah kept adding it. Because the real goal was to slow them down, that was it. To wake Alma up, and he told her while they were messing around, laughing and getting into trouble together. Sieg watched his army crush their homeland, boots grinding through everything, serious as steel, no mercy in his eyes. Marius's expression hardened as he said, then I'll just kill you, and he made up his mind to go back and swear Astoroth was holding Captain Bolton's fate in his hands. Elinor, Hannah, and Irene refused to bend. Demons could throw everything at them, but they wouldn't yield for a second. He had the strength on his side, but that power couldn't undo the empty streets and the fact that there weren't enough people. He just prayed everyone would be fine. Right then, the guard's commander snapped that the weather had turned ugly and they needed to shut it down. Shut the gates. No more were coming today, not from the human side at least. People turned back to their lives like nothing happened, while the rest carried on business as usual. While the demon army charged straight toward Astaroth, Naltos marched with them, because he'd already become. He turned into a demon and thundered Lady Alinor's name, summoning the demons. Humans crashed into the city, and the guards blared out warnings at the top of their lungs, said they were getting crushed trying to deal with them right now. Bolton unleashed the 1,000 Blades technique and slammed his command at the top of his lungs, telling them they'd better stop whining and snap themselves back into gear, because even the guard admitted, yeah, no matter what, there were just too many of them. He said, this didn't look like any normal raid at all. There was no end in sight. The end felt close, just like the nightmare when Naha attacked them before. Flying demons slipped into the city and started tearing them apart. They launched a brutal assault on the townspeople, Elinor, and the knights surged in and fought back. He shoved his voice through the crowd and yelled that everyone scrambled to the church right now. They thanked her and she snapped to the knights, stop them right here. Naltos spotted her and immediately thought, I've got to. He had to step up and carry the weight of his role as captain of the knights. He lunged into battle and crushed the monster that was. He was seconds from attacking her, and she couldn't help but think. She swore she'd never make that same mistake again. Mistake she made in that forest. Then he snapped, calling her in, and he told her straight up that he was thrilled to see her again, but when she spotted him, surprise hit her hard. She just stared, and then she blurted out that she was so relieved he was still alive. Suddenly, he lunged to attack. He lunged at her with a sword. She snapped her blade up to block his strike, and then she caught sight of that. Golden eyes blazing, he kept calling her, again and again, times, and she demanded to know if he had the real. She shoved him away like she meant it, daring him to truly become a demon. And with a serious, steady voice, he said, straight up, that he grabbed her and refused to let go, because now she was his prey. Now Hannah was sprinting through, racing through the city. He snatched people out of danger, monsters with her magic, so she charged forward, convinced the captain was muttering that the 5th Division's members were still nowhere to be found. In Estel, the city guards were completely drained and worn out, and the moment she got there, she was left without a single drop of mana, and he couldn't do a thing. The city's people, this won't end like. To atone for her guilt, she'll go all in, doing everything she possibly can to protect them. Irene drew her bow and loosed an arrow into this city, shouting at everyone inside that she told them to stay at the inn. Then she burst outside, started pounding monsters, and only then did she think that Hannah has to survive, because even with everything that happened, she still turns the blame back on herself. She didn't just forgive what happened in Estel, she fought for answers, and she never stopped. Always fights through everything on his own. Let her die. She's the same one who yanked her out of that darkness. She scaled up to the roof, he yanked the arrow from the slain monster's head, and couldn't stop wondering where she had vanished to. She watched herself go toe-to-toe with the monsters, and in that second, her mind sparked with a thought. He never imagined she'd burn through her magic this fast. At this distance, there was no way she could keep supporting. She fired the arrow straight into the monster's skull as it lunged at her. She snapped, blaring at them to stop harassing her, and she spotted several. More monsters surged in, and she barked loud and clear that they should fall back immediately. Hannah threw everything she had at the monsters, believing this was the moment she'd finally make it. Swore she'd protect Astaroth no matter what. Then a monster slammed into her with a brutal blow, and fear hit her like, I have to. She bolted forward, hell-bent on mowing down every demon in sight. Determination burned in her eyes. Then she spun around and saw a whole swarm of enemies dove toward her from every direction. She spotted a dark flame blooming and swallowing the scene whole, snapped her hand open, and tore the words across the screen at lightning speed. He snapped into action and immediately panicked, right as Noza slammed her guard up and shouted at blocking her blow with a thunderous smack. He slammed reality into her, telling her to snap out of it and come to her senses. Fam came barreling in from behind to strike, but she snapped out of the way without even glancing back. She saw it happen and realized, oh no, she'd react even to a sneak attack like that. She was lightning fast, no one could grab her. She sprang back, shouted to Seer, and asked if she'd mind. If she smashed her head once and still came out indignant, roaring that she'd kill her like that, then one thing was clear. Her skull was insanely tough, and it showed so. So yeah, it's not guaranteed she'll pull it off, because the Baron flat out said it's useless. And even if they just paused her for a moment, their words wouldn't be able to keep reading her anymore. Reach her. The personality called Alma inside her slammed down everything and completely. Then it vanished, devoured by a larva that hatched from a sinister egg. This creepy little insect kept growing by devouring her memories. So if it can still keep eating, she's not making it out of this alive. She'll never get herself back, because she doesn't even understand what it is she's missing. She lost, like grabbing a mind like that was supposed to be easy after all. All she could do the whole time was fret over Alia, while she sat trapped in that dungeon. But she just ditched him and went on living in peace in Astoroth. What would it feel like to watch her memories get gnawed away, piece by piece? He was so shocked when she slipped out, forgot the name of her mistress, and shoved them straight to him, throwing the plan off, sure, but he still pulled it off in the end. To draw him out of Astaroth, he pushed forward, one step closer to the orb of light, because all that was left was waiting for them to tear each other apart. Then it would finally be over. He just had to make it in time for the Demon King's resurrection. So he had to rush. And Sarah said that even after losing her memories, Alma was still herself. She shot a call toward Spinoza, flashed a self-assured grin, and declared that she knew. The protagonist sprinted up to her and jammed, and unleashed the iron name skill. She bolted forward fast, rushed up behind her, and snatched her shoulder in one hard grab. Her shoulder slammed into her, and their foreheads met with a brutal thud. He grabbed her attention and shouted at her to stop, then snapped, "Come to your senses." Sayer blared her name, and snapped that she couldn't afford to lose. After getting crushed by Baron, she snapped back to reality and fought to remember everything they'd been through. At the same time, Alma's mind snapped back to the past, and she knew nobody needed them the second they drew their first breath, because in the city's eyes, those slum kids were just a new, and it was nothing but a nuisance. So everyone turned around and told him to keep digging through the trash, seriously nothing else. They're so useless that it'd be better if they vanished from their city, and just by existing, they're already trouble no one can ignore. Is she really about to pull people straight out of the slums? Sato said her movements were unreal, and her origin was just, if she picks the right place to study, she's going to unleash a massive talent she's been hiding. No doubt about it. She begged her father for a chance, believing she could finally prove herself. Yet Lady Alia brushed every one of those pleas aside, and said she needed her later down in the dungeon. She could only cling to one hope. Lady Alia had gotten out safely. Before her memories vanished for good, she had to bolt, because if she didn't, the lady wouldn't survive. Pain sparked in her battered mind, and her thoughts snapped straight to the insect living in her head. Then she remembered what it had told her. She said she wanted it to unleash its power to shield people. She zeroed in on the insect, lunged and yelled. He shouted that he had to come back to her with the most precious things, no matter what. She finally got her hands on everything she had, and then she seized control. She fought for control of her body, lunged at the Baron, and screamed loud enough to shake the room. Mildly demanded, "How dare you raise your sword at my men?" Everyone was grinning ear to ear about it, and Spinoza grinned like a victory bell, whispering that she'd finally woken up. Then he whipped his sword and hurled her aside like she weighed nothing. She spun around, blurted out a huge "I'm so sorry," and then she couldn't even bring herself to meet their eyes. Then she stared at her own head and shot out, "Wait, why is it so hard? Did that really not hurt at all?" She finally thanked her for the praise with a totally baffled look, and then she just trailed off like she didn't know what to say next. She swore she'd never say anything like that again in her life. And when the MC called it a demon, he told her that meant he was now alone. He grinned and said she shocked him. He never in a million years thought she'd be able to crush that bug. In her head, this is wild-level devotion. Your plan is to force them to surrender, but it looks like there's no other path. He stripped away another pawn from him, but even then the holy sword was still in play, so he wasn't about to fall. They couldn't beat him. Maybe this was just the opening act, and once he revealed his true strength, it hit them. He was way more powerful than they ever imagined. They should have surrendered right then and there. Pham followed close behind him. He locked eyes with her, unleashed the iron target skill, and slammed into her out of nowhere. Then everything went crazy. Fear crushed him as he wondered if his skill had failed. Then she snapped back, saying they'd completely underestimated him. She clocked him in an instant, and if she'd hesitated for even a heartbeat, she would have been dead. He nodded and he snapped that he still didn't get why his skill wouldn't work on him. Sarah shot back that it was because of the power of her father, his holy sword. He tried to lean on the iron shield, but if he stuck himself in the middle, the Baron would get pulled right into the skill range too. So he had to find a way to shift it, fast, somehow. He shifted the skill's range. There was zero way around it. He had to do it, no excuses. "I've got you," he promised, "but I'll need a little time to compress my power." They had to know, could they strike without him? Spinoza nodded and warned, if they can't bring him down, Astoroth is toast, so they had to end this now. He strapped on the iron shield skill and figured he had to squeeze its radius tight. So the Baron stayed just outside its reach zone. He managed to cast the spell so it only his allies felt the pain. Then the demon slammed into them with. He gripped his sword. Then they surged forward and attacked him. He launched another attack and his mind raced. Were they really? They weren't scared of death for even a second. They kept charging forward, still fighting, convinced they could push on. She realized someone's power was shielding her from harm. An iron wall of protection, right in front of her. Any damage they take gets ripped straight from them and slammed onto C. So they can't waste a second. This monster has to get stopped now, or everything will keep breaking him down. They got the opening, then swarmed him from every direction and came at him with everything they had. but they still couldn't pull off the win, so he kept fighting back, refusing to back down, charging in with his sword swinging. He couldn't stop wondering how they somehow managed to keep standing, keep hitting the attack, even as damage keeps crashing down on him. And it all comes back to him, every bit of it. He blared out, "Fine then in that case." He vowed to wipe them all out in one brutal blow. Then the protagonist kicked him straight in the face and hurled his shield at him, shouting that he was unworthy of his sacred sword, so it slammed his head, ripped his helmet away, and he asked if something fell, right before Alma snapped, and a full-on fight erupted. She snapped into a fighting stance, swords raised and ready in front of her. She barked that he had to reclaim her honor. Then she hacked off the Baron's arm with a lightning-fast strike. He whipped his head toward her and blasted her with loud insults, his face dripping with pure disgust. Sarah burst in from behind and swung her sword at him, teeth bared and heart pounding. He brandished the sword, and the moment he saw it, he convinced himself. Yeah, they'd beat him for sure. Feed him, then he clocked it too. I spun around and yelled her name, and it made me. And that twist left her totally lost. So she finally blurted, "Father." He swung his sword and landed a brutal, earth-shaking blow, right as the attack cut off mid-swing. With a sly grin, he blurted out, loud as thunder, "In the end." And then she got branded as that useless, stupid daughter. Because this whole attack got shoved straight onto the MC, and it slammed right through his defenses, ending the moment with that brutal F. He took the hit and staggered back, blood seeping from a brutal wound that terrified her, and the second his skill's power cut out, the whole squad instantly felt the change. Sarah sprinted up to him, panic in her voice, and rushed out an apology, swearing it was all her fault. He clutched the wound in his stomach and told her not to worry about him. Him using her father's body, of course her reaction hit like a truck, and he knew that too. But he also figured out that he wasn't going to could no longer raise the iron shield, and the bear. Aaron yanked the dark energy straight out of Alma's body, and her eyes fluttered shut as she crumpled into unconsciousness. Sarah's worry hit hard, and she blurted her name at the top of her lungs. He ripped his lost arm back into existence, then declared that someone like her, talentless and powerless, no longer had any right to wield magic. He grinned wide, stared at him, and asked, "So your power lets you swallow every bit of damage your comrades eat?" Sure, it's a wild power, but even he hits a wall, because once the damage passes his limit, he just can't take it anymore. She kept spiraling, blaming herself for everything. Then C called and told her that she didn't have to lift a finger, he'd take care of Baron himself. She didn't give it a second thought. Then her whole world flipped when he called Aaliyah. She told her to strike him, then wheeled toward him and blurted, "Wait, is that my father's voice?"